So that'll be reflective in his evaluation if he's no on there. Yeah. But no, appreciate everybody's time and efforts. As I've mentioned, every one of these since Shane came on board. We didn't do this years ago. It kind of the first time we saw this was at a town council meeting, which gave us some of us some pause on how to come up with a good budget, because really it drives all of your efforts day to day moving forward. So calling this meeting to order, and Luke will be giving the invocation, and then we'll just all join in together on the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. As we gather today for this budget retreat, let us take a moment of reflection to center on our hearts and minds on the task before us. We recognize the weight of the decisions to be made within these walls, decisions that shape the daily lives of our neighbors, the safety of our streets, and the future of our town. We are reminded of the words of Shirley Chisholm, who said, "Service is the rent we pay for the privilege of living on this earth. Today we seek to pay that rent with diligence and integrity. May we be granted the wisdom to look past individual interests and focus on the collective well-being of Sahuarita. Let our discussions be marked by mutual respect, active listening, and a shared commitment to the people who have placed their trust in us. As we navigate the complexities of numbers and allocations, let us keep in mind the counsel of Thomas Jefferson. The accounting of public money should be done with the same care and precision as if it were one's own. And as George Washington once advised, no pecuniary consideration should be more efficacious than the rigid adherence to truths and principles. May we have the clarity to distinguish between what is merely desired and what is truly essential, ensuring that every dollar reflects the values and the vision of this community. May the work we do today build a foundation of stability and prosperity for generations to come. Let us leave this retreat strengthened with the resolve to serve Sahuarita with excellence. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now that we're grounded and focused, that's always a good thing. Madam Clerk, roll please.
Present.
Councilmember List. Here. Councilmember Lytle. Absent. Councilmember Morales. Here. Councilmember Criollo. Here. Vice Mayor Egbert. Absent. Mayor Murphy.
Here. Thank you. And I probably already said some of my welcoming remarks, and I know we're on a tight schedule, so at this time, I'll turn it over to Shane, and we'll look for some of that guiding wisdom that we just heard about. No pressure.
No pressure. Thank you, Mayor. Those were wonderful words to start our meeting out. Reflection on some of the comments and remarks of our past country leaders and how they almost from a sacred standpoint approach their fiduciary responsibilities to the public that provides the means in which we do the services that we do. So thank you for that. I also want to quickly acknowledge the amazing, I was late, probably the last one out of the building last night, and as I'm walking by, I see the room all set up, the microphones and the chairs, and I just, there's a lot of work that goes into making these meetings possible, work that happens behind the scenes. You don't see it, but all of a sudden, I asked for a meeting to happen, and the chairs are set up and the mics are here, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge folks in our facilities team, our IT team, Bianca, the leadership group here, everybody that just had a role to play in making this meeting possible. If we could just, give them a round of applause for helping us out, that'd be great. Thanks.
Estrella donuts just don't show up magically.
No, the donuts have a story too, right? So
absolutely.
So I appreciate everybody's efforts to to make this possible. These are important meetings. Mayor, you have been pretty diligent about acknowledging that you experienced a life on the council where these meetings didn't happen, but there's many on the council. This is all they've known, right? And I think that's a good thing. We've established a precedent and a new standard for how we conduct this business. Let's just get started. Welcome to your fiscal year 27 planning budget retreat. As I mentioned to you in the email recently, we hope to be able to get through all that we have today in one day. Actually, all that we have in one day. That said, staff acknowledges that the primary purpose of this meeting is to provoke dialogue between you as council members, but also between council and staff. And should that important dialogue need more time, in other words, should we need to play into tomorrow morning or capitalize on the fact that we have a council meeting on the 9th, on Monday, we'll certainly accommodate that need, because that's really what this meeting is about. And I don't want to stymie that discussion and dialogue. So we'll be flexible. Just as kind of housekeeping, just a reminder to turn your communication devices on silent. We acknowledge that you guys are busy, you have lives of your own out there, but please silence your devices. Also, this will be fast-paced. We do plan on breaks. We have a working lunch. Working is an understatement. I mean, we're just going to be plowing through this. So if you need to get up, stretch your legs, go use the restroom out in the lobby, answer a phone call if you need to. Just do what you need to do. Grab some some substance to keep your mind engaged and you're ready to go. But do what you need to do. We're going to keep moving through the material. Any questions on the kind of the housekeeping rules of engagement? Okay. So today's schedule, I'm just going to walk through it really quickly. This morning, we're going to have my opening remarks. I do want to dive in with you a little bit on your survey responses. I know that you've seen a copy of that. Hopefully, you've had a chance to have that some kind of digest it and get your thoughts wrapped around it. But I do want to spend some time. It's important that if any of those ideas are ideas that you feel like are important enough to allocate resources to this year, that you guys solidify on that. Okay, and Mayor, I need your leadership to help that group. We're not going to have a whole lot of time, but help your group, the council, come together if there is something like that we need to program into the budget for this upcoming year. We'll go through mid-year, an update on mid-year revenues and expenditures. So this is how we see this year playing out at the end of this year by way of expenditures and revenues. We'll talk about current and emerging issues, and we'll have a break in there. We will have our friends from Tyler Industries, our consultants, participate in this meeting and walk us through an update on priority-based budgeting. I'm very excited about that, how the tool is meant to kind of frame and influence our budget process this upcoming year as we go through this budget season. And so stay tuned for that. We'll get a general plan update. We will have, at the best we can, the crystal ball, what next year's revenues look like. I think that's going to be really important. Again, we'll have a working lunch. Now, we're going to be flexible with the lunch. Right now, we think we're going to be where we're going to talk about service level trends. But when 11:30 hits, regardless of where we're at in here, we're going to break for a lunch and then come back and just pick up where we left off, okay? So we're going to be flexible that way. But on the service trends discussion, members of the council, we are wanting to migrate and evolve into a dialogue and a vernacular of service level. So it's not going to be about, in the future, what I have in my mind's eye is that we will have a council that feels very comfortable with talking about level of service. What kind of level of service we expect here at, Town Hall Complex? What kind of level of service do we expect at North Park or Animax Park or, so all of that comes. What level of service do we expect from our police department? So we're not there yet. We have to establish baseline. We have to understand, okay, at baseline, it costs this much money, and this is the service that we're rendering. And if we want to go up from that to a higher level of service, it's going to cost this much, require this, many more employees and what have you. And on the converse side of it, if we need to reduce, that's how much we expect to save if we go down to a different level of service. So we want to start that conversation with the council, which is really the purpose of this service level trends discussion. In the afternoon, we're going to have a big section on policy considerations, things that staff sees on our horizon that we need to get council feedback on by way of policy. We'll talk about personnel matters. Obviously, there's a break there. We'll talk about personnel matters, and then we're going to end today with a discussion on our capital improvement plan. Okay. Part of that plan, the very end of that plan, I'm going to engage council on a topic of tomorrow without RTA next. Okay, so a lot to cover and not a whole lot of time to do it. So asking for your help as we go through these discussions, these presentations. Hold your questions if you can. At the end of each section, we're programmed to ask you, hey, do you have any questions? Okay. That said, I understand it's hard to hold a question. Sometimes it's a burning question. If it's one of those kind of burning questions, you seek clarification kind of thing, please just raise your hand and do it. Just know that the more we interrupt the flow of the presentation, the harder it's going to get through the day. But it is what it is, okay? We acknowledge. So appreciate your partnership and help with that.
And Shane,
Yeah.
if it gets too rabbit hole, we're still going to do the parking lot, right? So if we have questions and answer, but we start breaking time, we'll have to at least pause and maybe put that in the parking lot or we could stay in one subject.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't dwell on the parking lot very much, but yeah, we do have a parking lot, and really the parking lot is meant to capture things that our presentation doesn't really cover. So ideas come up, questions come up that we as staff know that we're not going to be able to address in the presentation. It's just, you guys are brilliant in your capacities as council members. You're in touch with the public that you serve, and there might be one of those things. Well, we would put it in the parking lot and we would try to address it then. Okay? Thank you. So I'm going to start my opening remarks with a short time-lapse video of us going. Oh, sorry. Oh, let me go back. Sorry. That's happening. Okay, so, sorry, okay, so from a seed, it took 28 days to develop that, which is a almost producing plant, right? How many of you are gardeners? I know that I attempt gardening, just like I attempt to golf, but I'm not a golfer, right? What does it take to get from that, a seed, to what we saw, which is a producing plant? Even if you're not a gardener, you should know the answers to this. What does it take? Water, air, sunlight. Okay. Soil and a seed. You got to have a seed, right? Okay. So I would consider the seed and soil preparation. You agree with that? You got to have that, okay? Somebody said sunlight, water. You got to have those things too, right? So I would consider that a commitment to nourish. Okay? Everybody agree? What else do you need? Patience. I love it. Patience. Councilmember Gillespie? Patience, time, right? For me, this is probably the hardest one, okay? When an experienced gardener plants a seed in the ground, the expectation isn't instant gratification, right? That gardener knows that it's going to take time and commitment to nourish before they see the fruits of that labor. What is it said about planting a tree? Common sayings about planting a tree. It would have been best to do it 20 years ago, right? That's the instant gratification for all of us. Why didn't somebody plant a tree in that yard so that when I bought that house, now I bought Steve's old house and there was a nice tree in the backyard and I'm enjoying that. I don't know if he planted that or not, but there's those kind of sayings. There's another saying. Someone's sitting in the shade because someone planted that tree a long time ago. So patience is really, really important. There are a lot of sayings about patience too. Patience is a requisite to success. Remember that being patient is actually doing something. Do you agree with that? Being patient is actually doing something?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Especially if you're patient with a purpose, right? If you're patient because, and it's intentful purpose, patience, then I think you are doing something. But even after all of it, you have the soil, you got the seed, you put water on it, you got patience, you got the patience of Job. What does that always equal success? In the Dilly home in our backyard, I mean, the grasshoppers, the caterpillars, the birds, the kids turn the faucet off on accident because they were filling a pool and it affects the automatic watering system. And an hour later in the burning, scorching sun, everything's dead, right? So what else is necessary for success? Yeah, I suppose. How about an element of stick-with-itness? Learning from those failures and getting up and trying again. Does that play a factor? The man in the arena, right? Does that make sense? That is also an element of success here, even for a gardener. For the Dillies, if we had a bad experience and we just called it quit, we would never be able to grow anything, really. We would have stopped years and years ago. But you have to keep trying, and we build a wall, and we put, birds netting over stuff, and we just keep trying different things. So it takes a lot to bring out a mature plant, and that, my friends, is what I'm calling an experiment of opportunity. Okay? So, why am I saying all this? What point am I getting at? Well, the town itself follows a similar formula. We prepare by mostly strengthening relationships. We've seen this with a number of important critical relationships in our community that staff has built stronger relationships with, and it's producing. We plant various seeds of opportunity. We commit ourselves to nourishing those relationships and the soil that we've planted those seeds in. And then we patiently wait, always looking for that next opportunity to jump and to reap what we've sown. Does that resonate with you guys as an organization? So what seeds have we recently planted over the years? Well, let's start at the bottom of that, because I should have done, because it's in order, but other way around. But at the end, we started in 2023 our lobbying program, right? Something new for the community. We'd never done it before. And that was 3 years ago. We have brought to our community commitments of over $6 million because of this lobbying effort, right? And our commitment to nourish those seeds, right? We have an upcoming DC trip in April that we're going to continue to nourish that seed and promote our community's needs. We had the bond in 2024. Why would I put that up there as a seed planted?
The sun
Thoughts?
burnt it and the plant died, but we might replant it.
Okay, so a lot of people characterize this as a failed attempt. Now, sure, it did not pass the voter approval, right? But you've heard me say before, and not just this group, but in other groups, public groups, that I don't view this as a failed attempt. Perhaps that's my stick-with-itness, but I view this as having established a foundation. What did we communicate to the public just by virtue of putting the question before them?
Our needs.
We have needs. We have needs. And we should not let that be lost in the fact that the vote didn't turn out the way we wanted it to. We've established a foundation. We've communicated clearly to the public that there are needs out there that are greater than our capacity to meet. Okay? So I don't view that as a failed attempt. I view it as having planted a seed, and we need to nourish it. Now, that's going to take time and patience, right? For sure. But I view it that way. We've got the La Valita Rec Center that we opened up in '25. We got priority-based budgeting that we implemented in '25. We've got retail, some pretty significant retail right on the cusp of hitting us. And I would say the same for industry. Right on the cusp. And there's been a lot of conversation in 2025, okay? Very exciting. I got a text from Roadhouse. They're looking to start their demo next month. So, I mean, I don't know how that plays in with our community development group, but that's what they told me in a recent text, okay? Very exciting stuff. Capping it all out, we just recently had the council approve a pre-annexation development agreement with the zoo, okay? This is a tide that lifts all ships kind of thing, you guys. This is pretty monumental for our community. These are seeds that have been planted. We certainly have a lot in the hopper, and while forecasts once again show moderate growth in our economy, at least what you'll hear from AC, I'm cautious about what next year and the next few years really have in store for us as a community. I say that because of the housing industry. Okay, that really is kind of this lead indicator for our economic engine, because so much relies on the constant growth of housing inventory. And so with us growing out of space for those houses to come in, and nothing, no bird in the hand to say we're going to be able to continue to increase, as your manager, I'm cautious. I'm concerned about that. Not that this alone is a key indicator either, but Oro Valley, my counterpart in Oro Valley, informed me last week. Now, mind you, Oro Valley borrowed our recession plan and adopted it for their own. And I was told last week by my counterpart in Oro Valley that they are informally implementing some of the initial stages of that recession plan. Okay? So I have reason, you pay me as your manager to look at that stuff, and I'm telling you that my intuition is giving me reason to pause and say, okay, we need to take a different look at this year and maybe next year and the year after, and do more of exercising patience with purpose than really trudging out there and going for a whole bunch of new major initiatives. Because I don't know what that economic engine is really going to play out to be. And so I'm cautious about it. And that's what I wanted to communicate with the council. Rest assured, we're going to be busy. We're going to be busy continuing to strengthen our walls, our internal policies, our relationships. We're going to be busy moving forward with the projects and the programs that are already in place. I'm not suggesting anything different there. But what I am saying is there's no reason why, if you've been super busy in a growth pattern, it can be also healthy to take a pause, take a breathe, and reassess where you're at and evaluate, where your strong points are, where your weaknesses are, and put some focus on those weaknesses to shore up those walls. That's the kind of message that I wanted to leave with you as we look at this upcoming budget year, okay? Any questions on that? Okay. So, I wanted to get into your survey responses. I asked you 2 questions, but I'm only going to focus on the last question. And that was, do you have any major initiatives or programs that you feel are worthy of having some allocation in the budget this upcoming year, whether that's in staff time or actual hard dollars? And these are the responses that we got. I believe all that matters to me was captured on and is on the town's radar. Community pool, community pool, community pool. I don't know if I added the exclamation marks. I did. Yeah, I did that for you, just to add emphasis. I told you that I wasn't going to add or do anything. I think that was the only place that I added. Advance an initiative called the Sahuarita Beautification Coalition, and I know Councilmember Priolo sent an email out to the council yesterday. Diane, I hope that you find your voice today and maybe can engage your council members a little bit about that. An update on Parcel 30 and ULI project. I would love to get some cacti, trees, rocks, etc. to buffer and beautify Quail Creek Extension Boulevard before I pass. Now, I hope that meant before the next time you pass through there.
No, it was dying.
Yeah.
It was dying.
Well, all right. We'll see how we can advance that, and really council coalescing on that. That's a big capital ask, and so we'll see if we can touch base on that as well during our presentation. Staff is aware of all this, so I asked staff if you can weave some of this stuff in. If we are accomplishing some of it, let's bring that up in our presentations. I think the town should install electric car station and charge a tax fee, and just like the gas tax, the money goes to our roads. Desperately needed. All the more money that we can put to our roads, which are aging, we're now we got roads that are up there, right? So we're no longer a fresh, new community. We look new because we take care of our stuff, but that requires investment. So we can talk about that. Trails, recreation center, amphitheater, pickleball, gaga ball courts or pits. I think this was Vice Mayor Egbert's, and so we can talk about that. I would like the council to meet without staff to talk about our goals, objectives as a council for the upcoming year. Yes, this would include you, Shane. Smiley emoji. Thank you. I don't know logistically how to accomplish this outside of calling a public meeting. So we could call a public. I don't think that qualifies for an e-session. John can correct me if I'm wrong, but we could do our best to facilitate something like that. Okay.
We want to follow the open meeting law, right? If
Yeah.
we're meeting, obviously, as a whole council, and how do you do that without? Yeah. John would not like to provide us that training.
Vice Mayor will be here at 9:30. And then charge for a business license and renewal fee. This would bring in some money. I don't know about that amount, but it'll bring in some money and revenue and get us an additional employee, perhaps. And it would also cover the $25,000 membership fee. And then there was a question: why are we paying this membership fee? So we can engage in that too. I would like us to consider putting the recreation center pool bond back on the ballot for 27. If council and staff think this is a good idea, we'd like to redo the bond. I'd then like to talk about strategy and timeline to get the bond passed. I will say that I was waiting for somebody on the council to bring this up again. Quite frankly, I think it would do us an injustice if we didn't talk about this every single year going on out until we actually do it again. Because it needs to stay on our radar. These are important projects, we know that, and we've got to find a way to fund them, one way or another. So this is good. I appreciate somebody bringing that up. I would like to be added to the budget an outdoor enclosed handball courts located at North Park by the skate park. I believe a partnership could help make this possible. I would only add, because I have the microphone, and I think the council member who put this on isn't here to say otherwise, but sorry. Thank you. Sorry about that. The racquetball courts go really nice with handball courts, is what I was going to say. So I'll leave it at that. All right. Now is your time.
Shane, before you do that?
Yep.
Because Ed did send over, I think it's an additional email to me to read, because it coalesces with what, and expands on that survey question.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind, if I
Please.
just everybody could digest it. He started with the past year, he had honor and privilege to speak with residents and employees of the town. So number one, school resource officers, our SROs, do far more, whoa, it went off on me, do far more than guard the entrance to schools, break up fights, disturbances, and make police presence known. Unlike our counterparts in cities like Philadelphia, Baltimore, Seattle, and Los Angeles, they are in the classroom helping and giving instructions to the children of what citizenship in the country really means. I feel that funding, if possible, for 2 more SROs is appropriate and necessary. Number 2, stricter enforcement of our traffic laws, especially speeding through the school zones and parking violations. Finally, and this is getting even more specific, I'd like to see $222,627.52 set aside for the purchase of 2 Skydio drone systems, possibly over a 5-year plan contract with Exxon Enterprises. After speaking to several police officers, I do believe these drones are necessary for safety of our officers and our community, which are sworn to protect. And then he just goes and talks about a great many projects, call for funding, community enhancement, park and rec, playing fields, but aren't we too responsible for the continued safety of our community? We take great pride in what Sahuarita has to offer its residents. Among those, I believe, having the most pride in our safety of our residents and their guests. So that kind of adds on to some of those thoughts through the survey question.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Would you be kind enough to forward that to me?
Sure.
Thanks. There's a lot there.
Yes.
All right. So we have not as much time as I'd like, but we have a few minutes opportunity for the council. Any of the items that were brought up here, including what the mayor put on the table from Councilmember Lytle, anything we feel like, hey, we need to be looking at this seriously for our next budget. Please.
So I think I counted 3 responses that asked for a community pool or recreation center.
1 with 3 entries.
From 3 different, no, there was a few other council members that had requested that
Or the bond.
too. So I think that's something that we really need to focus on. It's been long overdue. When I worked here 23 years ago, we had a community pool, and the pool broke. We were told it was going to get rebuilt. We were told it was going to get repaired. They didn't repair it. They took it out, and it never got replaced. And I think, when we have Tom and we have the kids come in here, Tom will ask them, what do you guys want? And every time somebody says a community pool. So I think that's been ignored for 23 years. It's time that we should probably start focusing on that. Just a pool. We don't need all the other stuff. Just a community pool. The other stuff is nice. It's a bonus, but I think we should start with a pool. No, that wasn't asked 23 years ago or 15 years ago. They're just asking for that now. People have been asking for a community pool for years.
I would, well, and I hadn't had it in the survey, but, you know, when you're talking about level of service, just to include in that, I know we're doing an experiment on our fields, you know, trying to not overseed. But when I was out for the car show, you know, I did notice they're suffering more. I mean, it is the winter time, so I'd always, you know, I'd want to have a, you know, maybe a discussion. I know they were asked for like a 2-year trial on that, but just to kind of, you know, how are we doing? Because when I go up to Oro Valley and Narana Park, you know, I think they are doing overseeding, and there is a differential. So just most importantly, from the user groups, you know, are they satisfied kind of at the start of that experiment? And then also, because I know RTA Next and condition of our roads, you know, I'm noticing more cracks and things in the intersections, and just how can we have that discussion on the level of service, right? I'm feeling like as it's aging, I don't know if we're staying with our overall condition index on there. So just how do we not get behind because of the cost that we've learned over the years of, you know, keeping up with crack sealing and fog sealing? Because if we don't, you know, we end up with full mill and overlay, and which is obviously a lot more expensive.
Okay. Well, the idea here is not to throw a bunch of ideas out. The idea here is to coalesce around something or some things that you can direct staff to, yes, we need to look at this. We hope to see it in the upcoming budget.
Right.
Okay? So a coalescing of the council is what I'm looking for.
So far, the two things that have been put on the table, you know, I would say would be the community pool, you know, how and when, and fund it against other priorities. And then from my, you know, what I was talking on is level of service, which will be a future conversation, but those are the two things. This is our time. Now, would this be the time, like for Diane, with the beautification, or should, okay. Do you want to throw out your idea from your email on how you see that playing out? Because I read it as it's more of a community coming together as opposed to a budget impact, or maybe there is a budget impact, so. Use the mic though, please. Oh, yeah, so everybody can hear.
So I've been inspired in my heart by two things. One, the influence that Liz Boudreau has had on my consciousness and awareness about cleanliness in the town, and the whole initiative to make us a beautiful litter-free town. And also the impact of others who have shifted my awareness and consciousness to, because of their influence on my thinking and my perception, it started changing my behavior. And then Kim and I have the pleasure of being in this civic craft class where they were talking about this initiative called this thing called weaving, and it's where there is community development and cohesion around a shared idea or value, and across silos. Silo is when you're all isolated within your own little area. I'm in Quail Creek and I don't care if the lake is leaking, I never go to the lake. Or why the rec center, some people didn't vote for it because I have HOA amenities in my own clubhouse, and as long as I've got what I've got, the heck with what everybody else doesn't and what they might need. And so that concept of weaving really grabbed me, because there was this tool on the website on one of the lessons that it showed in our town and the areas in the town and how well we coalesce together around a common idea. And in dialoguing with Liz, she was talking about how when she traveled to different communities, you could feel a commitment to cleanliness and that litter-free environment, that when you drive through, you go, wow, this town looks great, compared to when you drive through, say, a Tucson, where there's an appreciable difference. So I wanted to propose, and I think it was Liz came up with that name, the Sahuarita Beautification Coalition, to pull together the community and to have people from the Chamber of Commerce, say, representing the businesses and their commitment to keeping their businesses not committing to any kind of a litter problem, and then to the schools. How do you inculcate in someone's heart and mind that that's a value? You know, cleanliness is next to godliness. It's not okay to open up your window and throw out your trash as you're driving down the highway. And I was thinking about our wonderful kids and how creative they are with their art projects, and the Eagle Scouts. And I went, wow, what if we could pull everybody together and get them to join in a shared value, and then develop it so that we actually become known as a beautiful town and as a model. And so I wanted to propose that we begin like a think tank involving the Interfaith Council, the schools, the chamber, the kids from maybe some Eagle Scouts, maybe somebody from the school, but how as a community do we galvanize around this, and then how to move forward? What I see the town's part, this is not a town initiative, this is not anything that staff would have to do or a program that the staff would own, but there would be some requests for money if this thing develops legs and grows and takes off. And one of the things I was thinking that we might have as a budget item is some signage. There was a very effective campaign. How many of you remember the sign, oh, Smokey the Bear, only you can prevent forest fires, right? Very effective public service announcement. Got your attention and it stayed right there. Well, when I was a kid, there was this road in upstate New York, and every few hundred feet there was another sign, and they were sequential, one built on the other, but it told a whole story, so that every time you drove down that road, you had that message reinforced in your mind. I don't know whether that would be something that would be proposed, but it was an idea that I had. So in terms of budget, maybe a request, if this thing grows legs, if anybody wants to buy into it, that we may want to partnership like others we would ask to partner and contribute to. Like we have a partnership with the Sahuarita School District, and maybe some money for, say, signage. That was my thinking.
Yeah, well, a couple of thoughts on it is, because there always has to be a quarterback, of it. So, and this is probably going through Shane's mind, as you're putting this coalition together, does it fall, in my mind, like under a Sahuarita Wins, leadership, or, obviously with our Adopt a Road, Adopt a Wash, that's Public Works and John Garcia, doing it. So part of my question would be who starts it, who takes it? Does it fall on town staff, or, because somebody has to.
I think what I heard was the first step would be to get the think tank together.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be this, I guess, initial coalition consisting of chamber representation, interfaith representation, the school district, perhaps our STAC group, a representative from STAC, and I would argue probably Councilmember Priolo, because she's initiating this. That would be the think tank. And then I could be a part of that as well to help shape what, at least initially what the town can do and what it can't do. But that from that think tank would come maybe more of a solid plan in terms of, okay, who really really takes us on. And whether or not that's a budget demand down the road or not, who's to say? Because I don't know what that looks like, but
Right.
that would be probably how that would start.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's a, good idea. We've had multiple conversations. The vice mayor started it years ago, not only from the beautification, but the identification, the painting of our poles, that whole differentiator of what Sahuarita is and looks like, and, noticing a substantial difference when you cross your town boundary, whether it's Duval Mine Road or Pima or Sahuarita Road, that, we look one way. And then that goes back to, everybody knows I hate weeds in the median. So it's, it's the beautification, it's weeds, it's, roads not cracking, our signage, all of the above. So really, it's, for the council at this point, is that something that you would coalesce around and want to see at least some energy put into it, with yet to be determined how much time is, staff. I mean, Shane and I have talked about, things that could lead out of that, a mayor-manager interfaith council, where community leaders in the faith community could get together and try to get on the same page. And this, to me, is something, similar to that, or could grow out of that just by working together. Kim, you're fine with it? Dr. Gillespie?
Yeah, and I think some signs around town, that's something that could be looked at. I don't think we should litter.
Right. And I don't want to look like Tucson.
It resonates with me very well. I've also talked to Liz about it, and I think it'd be perfect for you and Liz to start this.
Right.
Start the committee and get everybody involved and pull them in. And that won't take any of staff's time.
Right.
Yeah, and we could use our facilities, I presume. I mean, it would mean using meeting and maybe some food, so there is some money involved, but not that this is a staff has to do this so much.
If you involve food once, you have to involve it all the time.
Right. Or if you start it, having it I would advise, like a rotating, both on facilities for people can, you'd be meeting in the food bank probably, at the chambers, meeting room here, the school district, because that feels like buy-in by everybody as opposed to, one place and it's always our facility, or we're always buying the food.
Could you explain your concept of an ambassador? Because she's influencing me, and I'm learning from her. And so I did read the concept of ambassador in there, so if you could.
Okay. I was going to say, to me, the beautification is more of a community outside of staff doing it.
Right.
Staff does their part. I mean, that's why we have Public Works. They're the ones that are out there doing the harder work. And to me, it's the community really building off of that and keeping their community clean and looking nice. The ambassador, or whatever you want to call it, liaisons, is having more of us connected to those nonprofits. So the chamber, the Rotary, the food banks, that kind of thing, where you're outreaching. And again, you're able to talk to people that are not necessarily coming to council meetings or listening to council, but at least it's a way of connecting the council, and that's one of the reasons why I think it's important that the council meet, just to come up with our objectives. And yes, it does have to be a public meeting. So anyone is invited, since it's more than 3 people. But anyways, yeah, it's just to keep that connection. I think that's one of the things that there's more to Sahuarita than just this. There's a whole community out there, and I think engaging the community gives them ownership of what their community is all about.
Right.
And then those organizations that are out there, obviously they have their groups that they're talking to, and it just builds from there.
Right. So I think.
If I could just recap real
Yes,
quick.
absolutely.
So it sounds like of the ideas put on the table this morning, the Beautification Coalition seems to have garnered collective, support from the council. So I think, Diane, that's a charge to move forward with, at least the first step of meeting as a think tank. I can easily, get back with our public affairs team on thinking through what, what some signage and information campaign might look like a little bit, just regardless of what comes of the coalition. The town putting signs up or banners up or what have you to remind the public, keeping Sahuarita beautiful is important. I think we can do that independent of whatever comes of your coalition. So there were a lot of ideas put on the table, not only in the response, but this morning. And I'm not suggesting that any one of them isn't supported by the group, but it really is important for staff to have a coalescing of council on any one idea, because all 7 of you putting ideas out on the table, it doesn't help staff at all. What helps staff is when council comes together and says, hey, there's a majority of us that want to move on this, right? So I'm just putting that there. As far as the preservation, pavement preservation, as far as the capital projects like on the pool and things, I think there's going to be other opportunities in the presentation today to talk about those things, and we'll see what happens. But anyway, does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yeah.
Please, Diane.
Yeah, but I'd like to join with the mayor on the condition of the roads. I am concerned about it. Nogales Highway looks crappy, and it doesn't feel good to drive over it. And if anybody's driven on the new Santa Cruz Road, I don't know if they did that with RTA money, but boy, is that nice. The one going to the shopping center, off of Irvington, the way they have all the reflectors and the markings, boy, what a beautiful road. I was like, I want one of those in Sahuarita. That was really well done.
Not between Irvington and Valencia,
Yeah,
Irvington
the-
and Valencia?
Yeah, the back way.
The back way.
That is horrible.
No,
No, they just fixed it.
Not
just-
that good.
Yeah, it's a
You mean-
substantial
mean-
difference.
Nicer than what it was. but it's
Access
not
to
that great.
the community college?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the sad story about that was, it was horrible. So you don't, to my point, I don't want to get to that point
Right.
to see how the improvement looks.
I'm concerned,
So-
I am concerned about the roads. I've been concerned about the roads. I would not want us to slip down, and especially if Hud Bay comes to be, and then we'll get a zoo in the future, so we're gonna have a lot more traffic on these roads, and we need to take care of them, so it is a concern of mine.
So
Yeah.
that's the reason why we should have charging stations in charge for them.
I'm sorry.
Because that's why we need the charging stations
Oh.
for the EVs, because the EVs are a heavier car than the gas
We're going to need a
cars.
lot of charging stations.
Yes.
for
But at least
that.
it will help.
Yes.
And contribute, and they're at least contributing to our roads, because they're
Right.
driving on them.
Well, and as Shane said, that will come even in the future, because there's how you divide construction sales tax, there's CEP, CIP money, allocations, sales tax. There's, if RTA doesn't go, do we do our own half cent, to keep up our roads? So there's, I think, a lot more to follow for that. And just to put it on the table, because I'd been thinking about, Debbie's been asking for a community pool for a long time. Just as a thought, whether we go for a bond or when we go for a bond, is there an opportunity to set aside, money, like within the CIP, for, let's just say a standalone pool that could then be grown, turned into the rec center. So just be thinking about whatever we do today, can it be expanded if we decide, to coalesce around something like that?
Sure.
That we, just like we did the Quail Creek extension with the pylons. If we ever did a bridge, we're not wasting money because we did the pylons correctly the first time, that we could build on that. So just kind of as a thought as we get into that, is there multiple plans, so we plant the seed of the tree today, that maybe the full blooming looking tree is 20 years from now.
Sure.
But we have a branch now.
Yeah, just remember, the quick answer is yes to all of that, and that's smart planning, you know. But just remember, our capital improvement plan engine is fueled by our construction sales tax. So
Which is paid by residential development.
right now,
For the most part.
for the most part, residential development. So just keep that in mind.
Right.
But yes, Mayor, the answer to that question or that suggestion is yeah, absolutely.
I'm just trying to get a coalescing, you know, on how we can kind of move forward, so it's not one person's idea only.
Thank you. So that said, and we're behind schedule a little bit, but thank you for that feedback. And again, there'll be other opportunities in the course of today to interweave some of these thoughts, okay?
Yep.
Thanks. I'll turn the time over to AC.
And he's going to tell us we have money to do anything we want with, right?
Thanks, Ace.
That's what he says every year.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to try to get through this quickly because we're a little bit behind schedule, so hopefully we can make up a little bit of time. But this is a good opportunity to do a sort of a mid-year check-in on our finances and see how we're doing relative to the budget that you adopted. Now, I do, or my department provides you with a quarterly report, so this kind of supplements that. So maybe what we can't cover today, you can refer to the report that'll be coming your way, hopefully before the end of this month. So,
And one, I just want to let you know how much I appreciate not only the report, but the reports coming together. You know, it makes my job a lot easier if I'm on the radio, when I can go to one place and I'm not calling you at 9 o'clock at night, you know, for tomorrow morning, hey, where we are on this. But they're very well done, in my opinion, and give us a good focus on how we're doing. So thank you for that.
I appreciate that, but I do miss our 9 o'clock discussions.
I know you don't.
All right, so with that being said, we're not going to look at all 8 of our funds. We're just going to focus on our major operating funds, which would include the general fund, the transportation fund, and the wastewater enterprise fund. We have another major operating fund now, and that would be the solid waste enterprise fund. We're not going to cover that today, primarily because the information that I've received from our vendor, there's a pretty big lag between the period that we would report on and when I get the information. And plus the information that I've received thus far, I still need to kind of work through it with the vendor to make sure that I'm understanding it appropriately before I'd feel comfortable posting it into our financial reports and then providing it in a public setting like this. So in the future, though, you can expect this presentation to cover the solid waste enterprise fund as well. But it's not anything alarming, and what I have seen and what I've been able to digest thus far and the solid waste enterprise fund is we're pretty much where we were expecting to be. So, okay, so with that, taking a look at the general fund, I'll just walk you through this slide quickly, and then the other slides will kind of follow the same format. You see that we have what we call the through period and the through period actual. So the figures that you see there, the first set of figures in the leftmost column, would be the what we have in our general ledger through the period that's identified there. So for taxes, through November, we have $4.5 million on the books, okay? So I provide that information to you because that leads itself to the year-end forecast, right? And part of it is me caveating the year-end forecast.
Could you just touch on the other, because we did really well. It seems like we're doing well on all the others, but whatever other means, you know,
Right.
we're in the negative on that one. I'm just curious what the others encompass.
I'll be sure to touch on that here in just a second. So for taxes, we're through November, 4.5 million currently, and our year-end forecast is 11.4 million dollars. Now, the farther we are through the fiscal year, the better the year-end forecast is. So our transaction privilege tax information is also laggy because the businesses provide the information to the Arizona Department of Revenue, and they have a month to do that. And then the Arizona Department of Revenue provides us the information the following month. So there's a 2-month lag. So I'm not going to know December's information on our sales tax collections until probably about 2 weeks. Right? I'd feel much better about my year-end forecast figure had we been through December, because December's our peak month because of the holidays, right? So I'm just letting you know that, you know, I'm providing you figures here but you got to take them with a grain of salt. That doesn't mean that's where we're going to end at the end of the year. But we use our past history to predict the future. So if things hold true, if our revenues are 4.5 million through November, then we should be about $11.4 million by the end of the year. Okay? So taxes, if you compare that $11.3 million to the annual budget of $10.9 million, we have a positive variance of $380,000. Okay, so usually when revenues are above budget, that's a good thing. There's only a few exceptions to that. I'll spare you the discussion on it, but typically for revenues, a positive number is a great thing.
AC, sorry to keep interrupting. On the taxes, do you differentiate, or do you know, is it, a difference between construction sales taxes ahead or TPT or a combination of both? Just from my curiosity.
Because we're just looking at the general fund now, this is going to be our general retail taxes.
Okay.
So our contracting taxes pursuant to your policy, your resolution, 100% of our contracting taxes go into our capital infrastructure improvement fund. So I'll have a slide on that.
Thanks.
Okay, so taxes are looking pretty good overall. I was going to give you a little bit more discussion on that. I'll just limit it to where we see most of our growth in our taxes is in the third-party online retail, right? So we're seeing a lot more people doing shopping online, which is great. That means every household that's receiving a product that they purchase becomes a little commercial center from a tax standpoint. So the dynamics are changing with respect to forecasting. In the past, you'd need the rooftops to generate the commercial centers, but now the rooftops themselves generate taxes. With respect to our permit revenues, and this is primarily our permits that are generated from the Community Development Department on new construction, year-end forecast is $2.3 million. The budget is 2.1 for a positive 174,000. Through December, we had, let's see here, 168 single-family residential permits issued. That is the primary driver, even though there's commercial permits that are also issued, but SFRs are the driver behind this revenue source. Our budget called for 320 SFRs, so we are above pace. We're at 53% of the annual total, and the springtime is our peak period for issuance of building permits for homes. State shared revenues, $197,000 above budget if our year-end forecast holds true. That's about on budget. That's a 1.3% variation there. And then the other revenues, you see they're lagging, right? $303,000 below what the budget would be if everything holds true. That is primarily in our Parks and Recreation Department. The revenues for Parks and Rec are about 20% more than they were in the prior year. But when we put together the budget, we built in the assumption that fees were going to be increased. And as you all should recall, that discussion was tabled, but the budget was already in the works and set. So the budget assumed that the fees would have been adjusted. That did not occur, which creates most of this difference. The other category, it would include charges for services, investment income, and miscellaneous revenues, and court fines and fees. But the difference you see there is really Parks and Rec revenues. Okay, so total revenues compared to the budget, about $448,000 ahead. This is important because we have the recession plan that we should have trademarked, Shane. Maybe that could have been a revenue generator for us.
That's
Pima County also stole it. They tweaked it a little bit, but they stole it. Now Oro Valley stole it. So anyways, Marana's using it as well. Well, there you go. We lost opportunity. It's important because if this number were under, or a negative number, then it would trigger the recession plan. But since it's not under, there's no need to do that. So we're good to go in the general fund with respect to our recession plan. So expenditures, you can see through December, we've spent about $13.4 million. That gives us a year-end forecast of $27.04 million. That is $2.8 million below budget. So you think, hey, that's great, and it is great from a financial standpoint and having budgetary savings. But the real question is, savings without being able to accomplish your goals aren't necessarily a good thing. So if we're saving the money and we're still doing everything that we're supposed to be doing, then yay, that's a positive. So why are we so far below what we predicted in the budget? Well, $2 million of that $2.7 million is related to personnel costs. $600,000 would be for contractual services. So obviously, it's mostly personnel. That would include vacancy savings. So when we have attrition, right, that creates a vacancy, and therefore we're not spending money that we included in the budget. But it's not all vacancy savings due to attrition. It's also because our conservative budgeting practices. So when we budget for a new position, we do a fully loaded cost. So we assume we're going to hire people in at the midpoint of the salary scale. A lot of times it's less than that. We assume they're going to need family medical insurance. Not everybody needs family medical insurance. So some of that is sort of built in based off of our conservative budgeting practices. Of the $2.7 million, $1 million of that is attributable to the PD. About $500,000 each is attributable to Public Works and Community Development, and then savings across various other departments to get to the total of $2.7 million. So that gives us a net impact. So we have positive revenues of $448,000, savings and expenditures of $2.8 million, giving us $3.2 million net. So from a financial perspective, we're doing good there. Okay, any questions on that before I move to the next fund?
Any questions? Nope.
Okay, looking at the transportation fund, so our state shared revenue in this fund are the fuel taxes. You see that those fuel taxes are projected to be about $94,000 short of budget. We develop our budget from information that the Department of Revenue provides us. The Department of Transportation provides us. Historically, though, the last several years they've been off, so I've been more conservative than what they've provided to us, and yet we're still short of that.
If we had those charging stations, we would have made up the difference.
Not in the fuel tax, that'd be a different revenue stream, but yeah. All right, so taxes, this would be both the franchise taxes that we now dedicate for our roadway system, as well as the incremental utility tax goes into the transportation fund, which was dedicated to our streets by council. Our incremental utility tax is doing fine. It's right on budget. Where we're falling short here is on our franchise taxes, mostly from Cox Internet subscriptions. And the reason for that is there's a lot more alternatives for people to get high-speed internet. In the past, you needed cable to get high-speed internet. Now, a lot of people are just relying on their high-speed data from their phones, or fiber to the home. And, we're actually expanding that effort in the town. So as that expands and more people sign up for that, we're going to lose out on those franchise fees. So that revenue is really kind of deteriorating.
Right,
So
right.
our modeling needs to change to account for that. But it's $17,000. I mean, it's not the end of the world there. So others, kind of that catch-all, investment income, miscellaneous charges, that kind of thing, is about on the budget pace. So total revenues in the HERF fund are going to be short of $109,000 from what we're seeing right now. But expenditures are $1.2 million, also off the budget pace. So budgetary savings there for net impact of $1.1 million positive. So why are expenditures off? It's not because of pavement management.
Okay.
So right now.
And we're spraying for weeds, right?
We're
Okay.
spraying for weeds.
Okay, just checking.
We're planning on spending all of our pavement management money. We've only spent about $300,000 so far of the $1.7 million. So maybe in the spring and early summer, some of those issues that you've seen will be taken care of. I think Nogales Highway is on the radar. But we're really seeing budgetary savings in a lot of other different accounts in the streets department. So it's payroll, it's contractual services, things of that nature. See, that would be a situation where we wouldn't want budgetary savings for the sake of, having
Losing
additional
quality
credit.
of
Right,
ser- yes.
exactly.
Thank you.
All right, taking a look at our wastewater enterprise fund. User charges, $222,000 above budget. That's 4.7% above what we anticipated. This is driven by growth in the Rancho Cerrita Master Plan community. So more growth in that area generates more revenue. So we've had more growth than we anticipated in the budget. But it's also based off of how much water they're consuming, and that's harder to predict. But as people consume more water, that means more flows come into the system, which also generates more money to the enterprise fund. Connection fees, $190,000 above budget. That's 33.7% more than what we predicted, and that goes back to the growth that we're seeing in the Rancho Cerrita Master Plan community. Other revenues, $81,000 above the budget. This is one of those situations that it's not all great to be above budget because a lot of that is driven by, well, investment income, but also late fees on delinquent accounts.
Right.
So is that a good thing? Probably not, right? We'd rather not have those late fees and have people pay their bills.
In AC, we haven't had an update on that. I know there was when we were talking about cutting off services, there was really good communication on, how many delinquent accounts we had and all of that. So it doesn't even have to be during this day, but one of the follow-ups could be, could we get just kind of an update of where we are from our height when we had people thousands and tens of thousands of dollars delinquent. And I know we came down
Yes.
with the cutoff
Yes.
program, but kind of where we are.
Mr. Mayor, you asked that question last year, and we had to put that in the parking lot and give you the information later, but I came prepared, actually, this
Okay,
year for
thank
that
you.
question. We've sort of flatlined on that a little bit.
Okay.
Our peak was about $1 million past due. In December, our past due balance was about $400,000.
Oh, okay.
So it's come down a lot from the peak, but in the last year or so, it's kind of really been level.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, operational expenditures, $818,000 below budget for savings there. Again, savings across the board in a variety of different categories of costs, namely payroll, but also contractual services and supplies and things of that nature. In total, the net impact in the enterprise fund is about $1.3 million, better than the budget, so looking pretty good there.
Yep.
And so with that, I try to do a quick update. If you have any questions, let me know. But again, if we didn't cover it here, hopefully in that quarterly report that comes out
Yeah.
soon, that'll answer
Thanks.
a lot of what you might have.
Any questions? Nope. Thanks.
We'll now jump into an update on current and emerging issues, starting with economic outlook. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's hot. Good morning, everyone. Oh, thank you. Let me see. All right. Well, as we continue to plant seeds and nurture all those seeds, right? I'm just going to give a quick economic outlook for this year. The briefing provides a high-level look at the economic outlook for 2026, starting with national picture, and then we're going to narrow down to Arizona and the Tucson region, and then finally what these conditions mean for Sahuarita's priorities. The overall message is encouraging. The economy is expected to continue growing with a transition toward a more balanced and sustainable pace. While growth is uneven across regions and industries, this environment creates opportunities for communities that are well-positioned and proactive. Locally, the Eller College of Management at the University of Arizona notes that the Tucson area job growth has stabilized as hiring activity has moderated, even as key sectors like private education and healthcare continue to add jobs. So the outlook anticipates modest improvement this year, while also recognizing that broader policy and demographic factors will continue to influence economic conditions. So why does this matter for us as a town? Because periods of a steadier growth tend to reward communities that offer clarity, consistency, and readiness. And so with that being said, let's look at the economic snapshot. Now, this is a global and /US outlook. So I want to zoom out, looking at the big macro assumptions that will shape cost, consumer demand, and business investment in this year. So starting globally, the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, their latest outlook projects the world economy growing at about 3.3% this year. So continued expansion, but not at a boom. So the IMF also notes that growth is being pulled in different directions. So technology investments is supported, while trade and policy uncertainty remain meaningful headwinds. For the U.S., what does that mean? Well, the Federal Reserve's Summary of Economic Projections in their December 2025 report, the Fed is seeing that the real GDP growth is going to be around 2.3 for 2026. Unemployment will be around 4.4, and inflation, measured by PCE, which is the personal consumption expenditures, around 2.4%. In other words, we continue to have a steady economy, a labor market that's cooler than the last couple of years, but still a little bit tight, and inflation continuing to move closer to the Fed's target. So, what industry trends are shaping investment decisions as we move forward? The first major theme is AI and automation. As you probably hear, right, we hear a lot of AI everywhere, right, with platforms like ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, so on and so forth. Now, the story here is largely positive one, not the way that the headlines are making it seem. In other words, AI is not really taking our jobs. AI is being used to enhance productivity and redesign tasks, allowing workers to focus on higher activities or higher value activities. National surveys show that a growing share of employees are already using AI tools on a regular basis, signaling that these technologies are quickly becoming standard business tools. So the second trend, is advanced manufacturing and reindustrialization. Federal initiatives such as CHIPS and Science Act are driving long-term investment in semiconductors, defense, and related industries. While the largest facilities tend to locate in a few major hubs, the supplier networks and support services extend across the region. And so this creates opportunities for communities like ours that can offer flexible sites, dependable infrastructure, and workforce ready to scale alongside growing operations. Another important trend is supply chain modernization. Companies are using digital tools to make their supply chains more resilient, responsive, and efficient. Across industries, employers are also increasing investments in smart manufacturing, digital logistics, and workforce reskilling. So the common thread is a focus on long-term stability and performance. Businesses are increasingly choosing locations that help them manage risk, operate efficiently, and adapt over time. So the takeaway here for us is on communities that make it easier for businesses to start, to grow, and evolve where they are located. Now, let's bring the focus closer to home. So this is Arizona and the broader Southwest. Starting with the labor market, Arizona's unemployment rate stood at 4.1 in August 2025. That was slightly below the national rate, which was 4.3%. This reflects a labor market that remains healthy and competitive, even as it transitions towards a more sustainable pace. The Eller College of Management notes that hiring and quit rates are moderating, which signals greater stability in the workforce and creates opportunities for communities that can attract and retain experienced talent through quality of life, housing options, and strong local amenities. Now, looking ahead in the private sector, the forecast is still encouraging. Comerica Bank projects Arizona's growth to rebound this year. Arizona's economy continue to being driven by investments in AI, data centers, and advanced industries. What this is causing is reinforcing Arizona's position as a high-value market for investment and ensures that the state remains firmly on the radar for major corporate location and expansion decisions. On one of the clearest signals of that confidence is the semiconductor sector. Take, for instance, TSMC/NVIDIA, which last year they announced a major investment in the U.S. operations of $165 billion. And part of that is building on it in its Phoenix area presence, which has caused Arizona to be elevated, Arizona's profile to be elevated nationally and globally. So what does that mean for us? As Arizona continues to grow, there are considerations that are going to shape and how the growth is focused. Housing affordability and supply, water certainty and infrastructure capacity, power availability, and transmission timelines. So the takeaway is a balanced one for 2026. Arizona enters with significant momentum and national visibility. Communities that align with local policies, infrastructure planning, and workforce strategies will be the ones who have the local economic wins in the long-term prosperity. Now, let's narrow it down to Tucson MSA, which really sets the context for Sahuarita's economy. Even though we're a smaller community, the regional labor market, housing supply, and income trends directly influence our tax base, workforce, and business activity. Where we are today, the Tucson MSA has experienced a period of stabilization. Job growth has essentially flattened year-to-date through September 2025, compared to stronger growth nationally. Over the last year, however, Tucson will still posted a positive job growth of about 0.9%, which is slightly ahead of the national rate. Now, looking ahead for this year, non-farm employment is projected to return to growth, increasing from a slight dip in 2025 to about 0.6% this year. Personal income growth is expected to strengthen, rising to 5.5%, which is obviously a positive signal. And population growth remains positive, reinforcing that people continue to choose this region as a place to live and work. Housing still remains an important area to watch. Permits are expected to moderate in 2026, which reinforces that local efforts to support housing production and housing diversity really matter. And let's bring it to the local issues. So first, housing affordability, as I mentioned before, the Eller College of Management notes that housing costs burdens in the region have improved modestly, but they remain very much elevated. So for employers, the way that this translates is directly in how they manage workforce attraction and retention challenges. Next is workforce readiness and participation. So the Eller College of Management highlights education attainment is a key factor, noting that labor force participation rises sharply with higher levels of education. In the Tucson MSA context, high school graduation rate was about 71% in 2023. Now, this signals both a challenge and an opportunity. And so investments in education partnerships, training pathways, employer engagement can meaningfully expand the available workforce and support higher value jobs. Now, finally, I want to bring your attention to these slides right here. It's while we have seen some retail closures in the last year, vacancies have generally been short-lived, often between 10 to 12 months. And so for us, this points a resilient consumer market, which new retailers continuing to enter the area, as we saw last year. Over time, this trend supports reduced retail leakage, especially in specific merchandise categories like Boot Barn, Burlington, so on and so forth. Now, this aligns with what we are seeing here in this report, or this heat map from PlaceRI, which is showing residents, out-of-market residents, by the way, that are increasingly choosing to shop in Sahuarita, coming from home and coming from work. So overall, the message is balanced and encouraging. These issues are well understood by the market, and communities that address them proactively through housing, workforce, and predictability are the ones best positioned to strengthen attraction, capture more local and regional spending, and sustain growth going forward. And so far, that's what we see happening in Sahuarita. And next, we have a little bit more detailed industry local trends.
And as you're transitioning there, I don't know if it's Anna or Alex, but if you have any quick update, because I get asked often between Joann's and Big Five, whatever you can say publicly or not, any updates on backfilling those two particular locations?
Yeah, so the property manager for Joann's, they already have secured another retailer in the likes of Ross, TJ Maxx, and Burlington.
Oh.
They were not yet sure of mentioning the name.
Okay.
Big Five is still open. Currently, we are helping through Grown Sahuarita, a couple of schools look into that building.
For the Big Five location?
For Big Five location,
Okay.
yes.
Good morning, Mayor Murphy, members of the council. I'm going to talk a little more about our housing inventory. So right now, we have just under 16,000 housing units in the town, of which about a quarter are age-restricted. We do have almost 2,000 vacant lots that are platted, not yet built. So that is where we're going to be growing in the next several years. Of those vacant lots, again, about a quarter of them are age-restricted. Some of those vacant lots do have some constraints, so we might not see those in the immediate future. There are challenges like utilities, access, washes, all kinds of things that make probably a couple hundred of those 1,900 lots challenging to develop, but a large portion of those are in easy to develop areas like the south part of Rancho Sahuarita and Entrada del Toro, Madera Highlands, Quail Creek, so we should see some good growth there. At our projected pace of construction, which is about 350 homes per year, we've got about a 5.5-year inventory, which compared to the Tucson area market is very good. About a year ago, the experts were saying that the Tucson region had about an 18-month supply of vacant lots, so we're doing really well here in Sahuarita. We also have zoned inventory that is not yet platted, so we've got a couple of active specific plans that continue to bring in plats, including Quail Creek and Rancho Resort, so they've got their zoning, they just need to plat some lots and they'll be good to go, so that's fairly low-hanging fruit. And then we've got about 20,000 approved dwelling units in inactive specific plans where we just haven't seen any platting activity yet, but they do have zoning in place. That includes Sahuarita Farms, which is the pecan groves, and the La Villita specific plan, which is south of parcel 30. Future inventory that requires rezoning would include Quail Creek 2. That's the section of state land that Robeson acquired a year or two ago. They are working on rezoning that. They haven't submitted a complete application yet, but it is in the works and we're expecting it actually this month if all goes well. We also have state land. There's the section of state land in the northern part of the town that is surrounded by 3 sides by Rancho Sahuarita, and then we have state land on the south side of the town near where the Sprouts and the new extension are. So regulatory trends in housing. The state legislature has been busy over the past few years trying to address some of the housing affordability challenges that Alex mentioned. So we've seen quite a few preemption bills, some of which have passed, some of which hadn't. We're expecting more this year. I'm guessing Luke will touch on that a little bit. But there's a big push to reduce costs and regulatory barriers to building housing, and especially that missing middle housing. And you're going to be hearing more about that from me later this month. I'm bringing a study session to you to talk more about that, so I won't dive too deep into that. But a lot of the efforts that surrounding jurisdictions have made to bring more inventory online in the workforce price point, we've already done. So we had our workforce housing strategy that we wrote, 4 or 5 years ago, and we've been working to accomplish those items. So tiny homes, we allow them. They're allowed by zoning and by building code. Accessory dwelling units, we updated that a few years ago in our zoning code. Cluster subdivisions and small lots, Pima County's actually working on that right now. We did that a couple years ago, so proud to report we're ahead of the curve on that. And single-family build for rent was a trend that it doesn't necessarily produce affordable housing, but it is a different kind of market. People who want that single-family lifestyle, but maybe don't want to make the commitment or don't have the down payment. And we do allow for that. So other regulatory trends, non-housing, parking standards. So something that's been a big deal in the zoning world over the past couple of years is eliminating parking minimums. We were on the cutting edge 10 or 15 years ago when we updated our parking standards to create a range. We have a minimum and a maximum. The new thing is just completely get rid of the minimums and let the market drive it. It's actually been very successful. So we're going to be taking a look at that this year. And then data centers.
I'm sorry.
Yep. A lot of our surrounding jurisdictions have created zoning regulations specific to data centers. That's on our radar. We'll be doing that this year. Questions, comments?
Any questions, comments? No, that was good, good, and I am in line, because when I talk to the realtors or the state land, about state land department, one of the biggest issues is, unless state land gets some inventory on the books, I usually use 5.5, 6 years of residential inventory, and all of southern Arizona is going to be in a world of hurt if we can't figure out how to get more land, raw land, and most of it's all state land, into the inventory. So appreciate that presentation and those numbers. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Luke is up next with legislative impact.
All right, thank you, Council. Because you'll hear from me regularly at the town council meetings, I'm going to paraphrase, just going to give a high-level overview of the bills that affect our purposes here of budgeting. Quick session overview. As of today, we're at day 24 of our 100-day session, so about quarter way through. 1,824 bills have been introduced, which I believe breaks the record set last year by about 100 bills. Important dates, February 2nd, which is passed, was the Senate deadline to submit new bills. The February 6th is the last day for House requests for more information to write bills, and then February 9th is the House deadline to submit. And then we're all watching that February 27th crossover day to see what survives. Top budget-related issues, state budget and tax conformity. There are several bills regarding municipal tax exemptions, specifically relating to data centers, online sales, and food tax. There are bills that affect the HERF fund and transportation, development fees, and property taxes and short-term rental taxes, which we'll see a little bit of that here. Bills that have a potential for a positive impact. 1027 and 1167 authorizes municipalities to post public notices on websites, which I know the town clerk's been excited about for a while. 1163 provides fiscal flexibility to allow the town to amend its budget mid-year. 2362, 2429, and 2430 address short-term property classifications, or short-term rental property classifications, where the town can bump them up to commercial property and change taxing based on the occupancy or how long it's been occupied. And 2793 and 2080 talk about improvements to the annexation process to streamline that so we're better able to annex property. Bills that we're watching mainly because we're looking to see if the language changes, because there's different groups involved in these. I'm going to skip 1033 because that's actually been added to my next slide. 1504 shortens the time frame for PSPRS cost of living adjustments. It changes some of the language about the retirement age and how many years of service are required. The main concern about this one is that these benefit changes aren't pre-funded, and it could affect long-term financial stability. So the language on that's being worked on. Same with 2115, the language for that is being worked on because as is right now, it really doesn't change much. And then 2118, new state level regulations regarding licensure of mobile food vendors. Last I heard, the restaurant industry was weighing in on that, and so we're expecting changes on that as well. Finally, negative financial impact. I wish this one didn't have as many as it does on it. So again, 1033 prohibits municipalities from levying TPT tax on certain residential properties or property sales. 1054 changes legal standing for municipal emergency measures. And so essentially, if town council was to pass an emergency measure, this bill would increase your liability to be sued if somebody didn't like what you did. And it doesn't require them to demonstrate that actual damages occurred to them.
Luke, on that one, or maybe AC, prohibits municipalities from levying TPT, residential property sales. We don't get TPT, do we, from property sales?
Yes, that's our contracting tax.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, when a home sale, when it goes into escrow, then it generates the tax.
Oh, so it's talking about wiping out construction sales tax?
On certain property sales, right? I don't think it's all.
I can see if I have a little more detail on that one here. For example, the town would be legally barred from collecting local tax on sale of a primary residence if the owner has sold 2 or fewer homes in the last 3 years. Would be an example of what it would prohibit us from
Okay.
on that.
But that would
That's
impact,
on That's resale, right?
that resale.
That's on like resale.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. I was trying to differentiate between,
Yeah.
we don't collect on resale?
Not on
Yeah,
resale,
yeah,
no.
okay.
All right, 10, 16, sorry,
No,
any more questions?
no, we were side conversation that was a missed revenue stream that we're going to lose, but we
Okay.
didn't have it already.
All right, there's your presentation for next year. All right, 1645, authorizes state-level performance audits on municipal spending, which could impose significant administrative costs and may include audit fees from the state. 2017 exempts primary residences from a portion of property taxes. 2290 changes the TPT sourcing. So this is a big part of the previous speaker, but basically what this one says is the TPT tax would go to the warehouse location, not to where the sale was originated. So for example, if there's an Amazon warehouse in Tucson and the shipment comes from that warehouse to here, Tucson would get the sales tax and we would miss out on that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That- Right.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, Tolleson already does this stuff now, where, because Amazon, Tolleson's full of Amazon warehouses.
Well, yeah, they love it.
When it comes to the point of sale.
Right.
They generate a tremendous amount of TPP, and I asked them, how do you guys do this? Like, yeah, we do it. And I'm not sure how they do it, but it's, so what it does is it encourages you to develop, distribution centers.
Right.
In your community, you know, if you have the ability to do it, 'cause it's a huge tax generator.
But as AC said earlier, that trend is changing. We're, collecting more, right, from online. So the Wayfair, initiative,
This might go counter.
well, it would go counter to it, yeah, yeah.
Instead of your house being point of sale.
Yeah, it would be where the warehouse is,
Those are bad.
right.
This is bad for us.
Well, it's bad for, yeah,
Right.
most communities.
Because most don't have the
Yeah.
in Tucson and,
yeah.
right, Tucson.
And technically, you would have to have a warehouse for every online retailer. So if you want to get Walmart TPT, you have to have a Walmart warehouse. If you want to
Right.
get Amazon TPT, you have to have Amazon warehouse, and so on and so forth. And then hope that the orders come from your warehouse and are coming from like Michigan somewhere or
Right,
something
right.
like that. 2400, or yeah, 2400 creates a motor fuel tax holiday from May through September, which would reduce the HERF distributions. 2839 prohibits municipalities from levying tax privileged TPT tax on food intended for home consumption. And 2946 limits and mandates the phasing in of development fees increases while prohibiting fees on accessory dwelling units. So. These are terrible. That's why they're on the, before I had this label as good, the bad, the ugly, this was the ugly slide.
That towns do not need a revenue stream is basically the message from that.
All right, so that concludes, if there's no questions, that concludes my part of the,
Any questions on that? This is bad.
Right.
I don't know. We need more former council members serving as state legislators because this is atrocious. This is garbage.
Right.
And I put that on record, so I had my green lights on here.
So I'm assuming, Luke, you're going to be monitoring, of course, and if we have to interact or, because hopefully all of these, but certainly some of these will be killed along the way. So just let us know when we need to up our voice,
Absolutely.
from the league's perspective or the town's perspective.
It's interesting that the warehouse being the point of sale is that the warehouses have some of the lowest land use impacts
Right.
on the community. In other words, there's not a lot of employees, they have employees, but they don't generate a significant amount of municipal services.
Right.
Versus every home
Right, and now they want to take it away. Mhm. Right. Right, I'm only next to you on that.
But, so this flips the whole economy on its head by basically making the warehouse community rich and the natural places where you need hunting poor.
Right, right,
Because, the whole economy is now going to this Amazon, delivery type purchasing.
right.
It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense from
To include,
a practical.
right, to include, the Amazon trucks. Where are they driving? On our town roads, right?
There's warehouses that are adjacent to the freeway.
Right, and they're just getting off. And not a lot of police action at a warehouse as opposed to the home.
Very little fire service, very
Right.
little police service, there's no parks and recreation service.
I propose that every Amazon truck has to pay a tax to construction.
There you
Axle.
Per axle,
Over there on top of it.
per tire.
Only for Amazon and Walmart. UPS. Wow.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Get ready for the next one.
With Luke's help, we made up time, and why don't we go ahead and jump into our break? Just take a quick 5 or whatever, and we'll jump back into it.
And I've got 9:45, so do our best, 9:50, not 9:59, which is still in the 50s, but.
Why don't we have Anna do her general plan update? Beth? Hey, Beth?
I'm sorry.
No, no worries. This is your lunch meal ticket, so.
Oh, that's
you go
right.
up to the food truck,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
just hand that to them and you get a meal plus a drink.
Okay,
Yeah,
super. Thank you. When are they going to be here?
at 11:30.
11:30.
Okay.
Well, no, we hadn't thought about that, but that's not yet. Right, yeah. Everybody at once. Right. Yep. Yep. There's something wrong.
Yeah, thank you very much though for seeing like, it's not that.
Oh, the payment. Yeah, we're not saving because of on payment management.
So thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Easy. Here's the meal ticket. There's gonna be a food truck outside.
Oh, okay,
so you'll
cool.
be able to order and
All
then
right.
just hand them that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Oops.
House call, house call. We're going to get started here pretty quick. Let's find our seats. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Please find your seats.
Ding, 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 9:50.
We're going to adjust our schedule just a little bit today. We were slated to get right into priority-based budgeting, but since we have a few extra minutes, we're going to ask our community development group to help us get through an update on the general plan in 10 minutes so that we're ready for our consultants at around 10 o'clock this morning. So Nathan, take it away.
Normally, it would be a challenge for me to stay within 10 minutes, but in this case, I think I can actually cruise through it in way less. The reason for that is council has a study session on this item this coming Monday, so I'm not going to get too far into any of the weeds here. I'm just going to give you a quick overview, and you'll get a much greater in-depth dive into the general plan on Monday night. So, this process began in fiscal year 2024. We started with the consultant in January of 2024, so we're already 2 years on. The process is guided by state law. In them revisiting them, making sure that they continue to serve them, revisiting them, making sure that they continue to serve the community vision that the council has. Throughout this process, there has been a very robust community outreach. We'll get into that, like I said, Monday night, but there have been 3 public outreach events, each corresponding to a survey that received hundreds of responses. Throughout this process, it's been iterative. We've gone back to the public and asked, how are we doing? How are we doing? Are we on the right track? The upshot here is that there are really no major changes to the general plan. The course that we've been steering over the last 10 years is still pretty acceptable to the community, to the council, so we haven't seen any need for any major policy course corrections. The general plan structure is structured into these 3 broad categories. Each category has a number of elements. Each element has a number of policies guiding how the town will address those issues. Anything with an asterisk here in this graphic is an element that is required by state law for a town of our size. Most of the elements that you see here are those required by town law, but we did go above and beyond a little bit. There are, I believe, 3 elements not required by state law. That'd be energy, economic development, and public services and facilities. Those are things that we have elected to do on our own initiative because we felt they were important enough to address. The status, as I said, the outreach and engagement has been ongoing. The plan has been drafted, it's been refined. The 60-day review is an important milestone. This is required by state law that we put out a copy of the plan for at least 60 days, receive comments prior to the adoption process. And that's where we're at right now, is the adoption process. Monday night, we had the first of 2 public hearings. Tonight, we're going to have the second of 2 public hearings. State law requires that both of these public hearings be in 2 different locations. Monday night, we were here in Town Hall Chambers. Tonight, we're going to be over at LVCC. Following that, Monday night, as I had mentioned, you're going to have a study session, and then on the 23rd, we'll have a public hearing. We're looking at voter ratification. Again, this is required by state law that a town's general plan be approved by voters. We're looking at the July-August primary election. We don't know the exact date on that because the state legislature is tinkering with that. But because of deadlines, We do have a little bit of wiggle room on the February 23rd council public hearing. If council feels like they want to table or continue the discussion into a next council meeting in March, we do have that leeway. If you get to March and you still feel like you want to tinker, discuss, or whatnot, then we start pushing up into deadlines that could influence or could impact making it to the ballot on time. So that's where we're at, that's where we're going. I look forward to speaking more in depth with you on Monday night, or answering any questions you might have right now. I don't mean to.
Yeah, just one quick one. When
Yes.
you talked about hundreds of comments, are there trends in particular areas that you're seeing, or is it, just totally across the board?
And I'm trying to remember, in the presentation we've been showing at the public hearing, Michael Baker International, who is our consultant, has categorized into 4 major trends of the comments, and I can think of 2 of them off the top of my head right now. One probably will not surprise you at all. There's been a lot of requests, comments about economic development, getting businesses, restaurants, et cetera, down here. There have been comments about how the plan gets implemented, some comments going into a lot more detail than the general plan is meant to handle. The general plan is really meant to be general policy, and it's in the strategic plan and in the annual budget where we really get into the nitty-gritty of implementation. So we've had to address those sorts of comments. I'm just remembering now another third theme in comments that we've getting is how do we balance the desire to grow as a community, but also maintain that small town feel. It's a tricky needle to thread, but I think the general plan does that well. And I can't remember what the 4th theme is. I'm just going to leave that unspoken to give you incentive to come on Monday night.
Absolutely. Well, they need incentive to show up on Monday night.
Nathan, well done. Thank you for getting through that in such a short time. I do have a question for you. Any feedback that you're getting on either the mining industry or data centers?
Mining center, okay, so on Monday night, we had 3 comments from the public, one of which had a question about mining, specifically the Copper World mine. We addressed that in talking about implementation, mentioning or outlining the fact that the general plan is a general plan with general policies, and it's really going to come down to how the council implements those general policies when it comes to specific projects like Copper World. The other comment that we had on Monday night was actually about SR 410, the Sonoran Corridor. So we haven't heard anything about data centers yet, but those were the 2 big comments that we got on Monday night.
And because we still have a couple of minutes, can you explain to the council how and in what way they may see feedback that we've gotten from Senator Gabaldon and our probe with the other private water providers, how we see that materializing into the general plan itself? Can you go there a little bit?
So many of, and I want to say most or even all of Senator Gabaldon's comments were really much about how do we implement the plan. And she really had some specific ideas about specific targets, specific implementation strategies. So her comment actually inspired us to add a new section to the general plan that was not part of the 60-day review, but it is part of the general plan now. And it's an implementation table, which outlines a number of implementation strategies and whether they're done in the short term, middle term, or long term, and identifies a department that would be responsible for that implementation strategy. In addition to that, we did reach out to other water companies in the region just to get additional perspective on those concerns, and we didn't really get a whole lot back from the water companies. We did have a good conversation with, I want to say, Global, which clarified for us that some of the concerns that Arturo Gabaldon had to do with the elevation of the town, the way water flows, and that his water company is downslope or upslope. Yeah, I don't remember which way water flows.
South to north.
And so some of his concerns related to just wanting to make sure that as we implement water policies, that water companies that are upstream of the areas where water flows, that they don't get shut out of the process or forgive me, screwed over in future policies. I really searched my mind to come up with a better
Well
word to
said,
say.
Nathan, well said. Thank you very much, and nice bow tie, by the way.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's nice. I think we're there. Can we adjust the? See if they're on. Okay. Any other comments for Nathan on the general plan?
Well, just as a review, Nathan, because I get asked a lot, can you inform the council if it doesn't pass, what happens even after all this work? What do we operate under?
Go up to the mic, Nathan, go up to the mic. We have to unincorporate.
Unincorporated? Become unincorporated Pima County?
Good night.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to let Director Cassidy correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we can't go without a general plan. It's required by state law. So if the general plan is rejected by voters, we just have to start the process over and do it again. And Anna's standing up because I apparently got that answer wrong.
That's right.
Yeah, that was quick. She stood right up.
He got it half right. So what would happen is we would continue to work on the general plan update until we got it right. And in the meantime, the current general plan would remain in effect.
Yep, thanks. That's what I tell people. Thank you.
Any other questions for?
Questions? More to follow on Monday.
Any word from our group? Oh, just a second, okay.
And Shane, while we have a second, I was going to bring it up. I know you and I had conversations when the AI came up under Alex's presentation. You want, since we have a little bit of a lull, you're going to your town manager association meetings. Do you want to just touch on what you're learning about the productivity and the efficiencies and things? Because you seem to be pretty excited when I chat with you when you come back on those opportunities.
Yeah, so I mean, more and more when I get into these professional conferences, the topic of AI is growing in domination in terms of the covering the various time slots for these educational sessions. Bottom line, I think we're, it's evolving and the use of AI is growing. And, as I think I represented this earlier, I certainly have to the leadership team. If we're not gonna embrace it and learn ways to effectively use it, we're gonna be behind the 8 ball, and it's gonna create unintended consequences for us. Not only is our workforce coming in, going to expect that an organization is using AI somehow, some way, and that'll cause internal issues. But externally, other agencies that are embracing it and finding ways to allow AI to advance their productivity and their effect in delivering services will be behind in terms of that. So AI is definitely a big part of our picture as an organization going forward. A lot rests on technology and the investment in that technology, but I'm happy to say that we're not sitting idly by the wayside as this train is moving. We're jumping on board and we're learning how to navigate those waters, being safe and responsible, and trying to do so in a way that when we have AI work for us, it's producing quality product. Using our own databases, so it's good, relevant, and important information that it's bringing forward. So
thanks. No, I know when we implemented Trulio, I know the availability of having AI to go through the body worn cameras and things, and I'm sure the clerk's office can take advantage of this in the future with public records requests and things like that. So just the things that I'm following, it seems like it's can be beneficial, and you probably don't want to be behind the power curve as personnel becomes so expensive and such.
Mayor and Council, We are now going to jump into an update on priority-based budgeting. We went through a pretty exhaustive effort since July in implementing the tool using our existing budget, the 2026 budget. Now that we have that implemented, we can utilize that tool and help frame how the 2027 budget process is going to play out. And so we've asked our partners, Tyler Industry, to be with us today to walk us through this presentation. They'll use examples of product that has been generated through what we've already implemented in priority-based budgeting and kind of help us get a taste for the use of that tool. And I think importantly, some of the more policy level questions that we can and should be asking ourselves as it relates to data-driven decision-making and how the tool can help us in analyzing that data and bringing about good decisions. So we'll turn it over to our...
And I'm guessing Devin's not going to give that presentation, right?
Yeah,
No, it's good to see Devin.
No, we have Ian is our consultant that's with us this morning to present. So Ian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right, it's all you.
Take it
Just
away,
let me
Ian.
know when we need to advance the slides.
Okay, sure thing. So, hello everyone. Thank you for having us at your retreat here. And yeah, we're happy to share with kind of the status of the project so far and how hopefully we can transform your budgeting process going forward. And so, myself and Jesse here are here to kind of present that. So yeah, going in, just a brief introduction of us. On the next slide, my name is Ian McLean. I'm the customer success manager that's been the primary point of contact for this project on the Tyler side. And then I'll let Jesse introduce himself here.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. Thanks for having us on today. My name is Jesse Muniz, Head of Customer Success with the Tyler Technology Team, Priority-Based Budgeting. I'm glad to be part of this project. I'm really excited for the information we're going to present today and how we can kind of change the future of budgeting for you all. So looking forward to that. One point of order, is it me or is the microphone kind of like choppy?
Yeah, I got a little bit of a buzz too.
Okay, I just want to make sure this is just me or.
Yeah, just for you gentlemen to know, we're not hearing that. We hear you really clearly. So I apologize, it's broken up for you a little bit. But
Okay.
we can hear you well.
Okay. Let's see, this presentation, Ian's gonna take most of the lead on it. I'm just gonna kind of set the stage for us, and then he's gonna go into your project specifically and some of the results. So if we can advance to the next slide, please. Just as the agenda shows, just a quick high-level overview of the PBB methodology, and we'll go into the project status update. And then Ian will walk you through our insight report. We'll look at the Present PBB site where we can kind of visualize and see the results of the data that's been developed. Go into the discussion of future budget development process, and then obviously open for Q&A after we're done. So next slide, please. So next slide. So just really quick, setting the stage. So what priority-based budgeting is, in case you are unaware or are curious. So we like to call priority-based budgeting a unique and innovative approach that is really helping local governments and organizations allocate their funds based on community needs and priorities. And basically what that means is, I like to use the word translating. So translating your traditional budget, your traditional line item budget, and disassociating your decision-making away from account numbers and fund numbers and department divisions, and really focusing on what are our programs and services that we offer, and do those programs and services meet the specific needs of our community. So again, taking a different lens and a different look at the budget, and again, looking at it from a program-based lens. And the PBB platform really helps us look at, well, where are we aligning our dollars now? What are we doing? How does it align with our priorities? And what can we do to make those shifts to ensure that we're investing in the most important priorities of our community? So next slide. So that was like the kind of basic definition of what the priority-based budgeting methodology is. And to get there, we're basically asking ourselves 3 questions when we do these projects. So the first question we ask is very simply, well, what do we do? And what we mean by that is, like, we want to develop a comprehensive list of services or programs that everyone does in the organization. So every department, the city as a whole, what do we do? How do we tell our story? And we do that by coming up with this program inventory. So again, moving away from looking at a budget from a fund, department, division perspective, and really looking at it as what are our services that we provide. The second question we ask is then we take that line item budget, we take your budget and say, okay, let's disperse this out to see how much do we budget for each of these services. We want to get a bottom line cost, right? So if we provide a specific type of service, we want to know, like, okay, how much terms and personnel are involved in providing this service? How much operating expense or overhead is involved in providing this service, so that we can kind of get a true bottom line cost of what it is to provide these programs within our community. And then the last question we ask is, well, why do we do them? And then how do they align with our priorities? And so we do that what we call through PVB program scoring. And so we will tag programs with basic data. We'll ask questions like, is this service demanded, high demand? Is it mandated? Are we the only game in town? Could other organizations possibly help, or we have to fill the gap? We're the ones who can do this. Is this a service that recovers any costs? So we'll ask some very basic questions about each of your services, and then we'll go into an evaluation the team will go into the evaluation, should I say, and determine whether or not just how well they're lining up with the strategic plan and the priorities that are in your organization. And that gives us that snapshot. We want to see, where are we at today? Where are we at in terms of how we're investing our priorities? And then what do we need to do moving forward? In order to do that, we have to build a data set. And so I'm going to turn it over to the next slide, which will talk about the roadmap, and I'll kick it over to my colleague Ian, who's been leading this effort from day one on this project. So, Ian?
All right. Yep. Thank you, Jesse. Thanks for starting us off there. Just a tiny bit of housekeeping. I was trying to minimize the buzzing, and I ended up muting your end, the town's end. And so I guess if you do have anything to interject or ask, you'll have to unmute yourself there. But anyways, so this roadmap here is kind of the flow of the data creation. Last time we met back in late September, I believe, we were in the cost allocation phase, or that program costing phase, bullet point number 3 there. At that time, the project was on track, going pretty well, bright expectations for the future. And yeah, happy to report that momentum kept going, and everything finished roughly on track, high quality data. So grateful for all the department buy-in and participation, grateful for the leadership in making sure deadlines were hit and keeping everyone motivated on it. And so we answered those 3 questions. We built this data set. Now we're on the 5th step here of the take action. And many clients, right, they have built the data set and it's great. Okay, we got it over. We have all these charts and graphs and new spreadsheets, but like, what do we do now? What next? And we find that is a common hurdle. And so it's okay to maybe feel that for a bit, but us on the Tyler side, right, we've seen it before, and we are trying to develop more and more tools to help you take that next step, to give you, the best, possible options, to give you charts and graphs and ways to share and talk and collaborate, and ideas for, okay, we took all this time and effort, we have this brand new methodology towards our budget, let's put it into action. So today we'll be talking about how Tyler's helping you with step 5, take action, and what those actions might look like for you. So on the next slide here, the first item we'll talk about is the insights report. And so this is something that Tyler generated and handed off to the town. I think probably was like late November, early December, I believe. And what the insights report is, it also goes by other names, the optimization report, or sometimes in the past we called it the ROI report. But it's an AI-generated document that pulls case studies, ideas, actions that other entities have taken, and we pull it from relevant databases, trusted sources, and our own previous client experiences with towns, cities, counties we've worked with in the past. And so every single program had insights generated in two different directions. We had 1 to 3 cost-saving solutions, so looking at the expense side of items. How can we maybe do this for less, supply costs, or how can we maybe cross-train our employees so they're doing more? And then we also had 1 to 3 revenue-generating solutions. And so on the revenue side of things, how might we charge an increased fee, or are there new grants out there that we can apply for? And so with these two levers and having multiple options per program, we hope that there's something in there where we can say, okay, the future of this program might look a little different and in a way that's more financially sustainable. And each of these insights has supporting information with it. So we cite a source. It's not just saying, hey, you can do this. It'll tell you, here is the entity that did this. It comes with a verification tier. We have a more detailed explanation of what it is included with the Insights report, but essentially it's 1, 2, or 3, with 1 being the AI feels very confident that this is a match and that this goes hand in hand with the program that it was referencing. Verification tier of 2 saying it's a little iffier, but we still think it's pretty strong, compelling. Maybe the program from the Insight and the program that Sarita has built aren't exactly one-to-one compatible lineup, but there's enough overlap that it still makes sense. And then verification tier of 3 is, again, a little bit more of a stretch, but it's still, there's something in there. There's a grain of truth in there. There's an idea worth considering for a moment. I'll also emphasize that that the AI is not hallucinating these things, and is not going to forcefully always give us 3 solutions in every case. If it just can't find anything, it didn't feel confident, it'll tell you, hey, I tried, I looked through the databases, I just couldn't find anything that lined up. And so we only have 1 option, or in a couple very rare cases, the AI was unable to come up with any, but it tells you its logic. And so, it's not making anything up, and it's going to be honest and straightforward with us. Additionally, there were implementation and application notes. Things to consider with, okay, maybe the entity that did it is different from the town, something like population size, or they're, a unique thing. They're a water district and not a town, and there may be, some adaptations that have to come here. It'll give you its best guess at what some of those are. And then rough savings or revenue estimates. Some of these estimates are based off of a percentage. Okay, if this makes you 10% more efficient, what would that look like? Or sometimes it's a flat amount. This entity was able to get this, $5,000 grant, so we're going to estimate $5,000 for you as well. The estimates could take various forms, but they're there just as a ballpark number to maybe get a sense of the scale that this would be. So to kind of orientate you further, we'll just give you a few examples of some insights here. And so I, didn't comb through them for hours to try to find the perfect example. I wanted it to be kind of just raw, authentic. So I took a classic program. I like using youth camps, youth sports, things like that as examples. So searched up youth camps. We have this one here. It has the description, what department it's falling under, and some summary information to orientate you, how much FTE equivalent are employees spending on it. Is it generating revenue? And as it seems right here, it is generating revenues that cover the costs. So again, just kind of pulled this program out randomly because I like talking about youth camps, and it already having revenue cover the total cost maybe means it isn't first on the line to be looked at or anything, but the idea is we still generated insights for everything. First example here, this was the first cost-saving solution that the AI came up with. It references City of Portland's Parks and Recreation Department as a verification tier of 2, so somewhere in the middle. It's not a one-to-one exact match, but it's still, pretty solid. And it explains that City of Portland, what they did is, cut costs by 18% by negotiating bulk purchasing agreements and partnering with local schools for shared facilities. And they'll continue on. The screenshot does cut it off, but we get an idea of, okay, here's something another entity did. It is tested, to some degree, and is this something that maybe we consider pursuing? And then that was on the expense side. I have another example here of on the revenue side. This one references City of San Diego's Parks and Rec Department, and it says they introduced a tiered price model for youth camps, offering early bird discounts and premium add-ons, and this increased revenue by 12%. And then again, some notes about how this might apply to the town, and then implementation may involve targeted marketing or registration platforms, so a consideration, and then an estimate on the revenue. So those were just the first examples, just pulled them out randomly, not saying these are the best or the worst, or this program definitely needs to be looked at, or it's the perfect program already, but just to get a sense of what these insights are like. So on the next slide here, we were able to generate 577 total for 120-ish programs, so that's 4 to 5 insights per program. And in no world are we ever going to be able to apply or even want to implement 577 new ideas. And so the next step should be reviewing these for applicability, feasibility, and impact. And so in the review process, however that takes shape, whether it's the departments taking ownership of it, a collaboration with decision makers and departments settling on a list, the idea is you get a manageable number of ideas, whatever that number is, whether it's 10, 40, 100, but you get some ideas and say, we want to act on these in the next budget cycle or in the foreseeable future. And this will help shape what these programs could look like. Regardless of what the program is, it makes its money back in revenue. There's still ways to perhaps even generate even more responsibly. If the program generates no revenue, maybe this is a time to get innovative, entrepreneurial, and the first time we generate revenue. There's always probably some efficiency somewhere to implement. But in settling or sorting through this list, there's some questions that you might want to consider and use as a starting point. And the first is, are we already doing this? Our AI doesn't have full understanding of the town and its policies, procedures, and so there may already be duplication. The insight is, hey, we do that already. We already have the early bird discounts and premium pricing. That could be just more reinforcement, justification. Hey, you're on the right track, or you're a leader in the space. You're innovative when it comes to programs like this. Another question to consider: are you even permitted to do this? State laws differ. There may be something within the town that's unique that would prevent this insight to be implemented. That's okay. Does opportunity still exist? Most of these examples come from the recent past. The newer the better. So you'll see most of them should cite something that happened in the last 2 to 5 years. But things change. With say a federal administration change, certain grants and departments in the federal government may be offering or not offering certain items. Even within the state, as things change, maybe a grant is no longer available. So you may have to poke a little bit, see if the opportunity still exists. But we do try to keep it as recent as possible, so there's minimal chance of this one being relevant. What's the time frame for implementation? Is this going to take 6 months to put forward, or is this part of a bigger 5-year plan? That's something to consider. If it's an overnight change, easy. You don't have to wait for the next budget cycle. Let's do it tomorrow. But if something's going to take multiple years, then we may have to map it all out and try to consider, do we want to spend multiple budget cycles looking into this insight? Was the investment profile, as far as is this a large upfront cost and then we see the rewards long term, or is this something that we could kind of reap the benefits now, but we end up paying later on down the line or somewhere in between. What resources will this take? Staff time. Do we have to buy new software? Do we have to buy additional supplies? Will this require interdepartmental collaboration? Is this something that the department can do on their own, or is it going to involve, getting people in the same room talking? And then how will success be measured? And so with these questions, you can, look at the insights and whittle them down, and even maybe not directly use any of the insights, but it sparks an idea. We say, oh, we can't actually do this one because of state law, but now looking into state law, maybe there's another path here. It's us as kind of outsiders just throwing a bunch of ideas at you, even if they're not all going to be winners. Maybe it sparks some imagination and gets you on the right path to what is truly a good insight. So that's the first, is the insights report. Once again, it was generated for every program and given to the departments, I believe early December, late November, if I'm not mistaken. A quick little case study. We generated these insights for Collier County, Florida last year, and our insights gave estimates of $86 to $150 million. Again, that's not guaranteed, it's not promised, but it's based off of percentage savings or flat dollar amounts that we can expect out of it. And of that, Collier County whittled it down to what they estimated to be potentially $40 million in savings, either efficiencies or in new revenue, amounting to a 6% change in their total budget. And so that was just an example of a case study. One of our, I would say similarly involved clients, like they did an excellent job with their data creation. They had good leadership on their project, as Sarita has had. And so I want to give, I think, what a relevant, maybe ballpark estimate for what the outcome of these insights might be. All right, next slide. So that's just one resource. Another resource that we'll have available is the Present PBB site. And what this is a site we've built to share this information without being directly in the tool. All the data resides in our PBB tool, but that involves, like a login, so we'd have to manage logins for everyone that needs to look at the data, or involves, downloading and sharing spreadsheets. The idea is we take a snapshot of the data at a certain point in time, upload it to this Present PBB site, and it becomes much easier to share with any internal or external stakeholders. I do have an asterisk on the external there. Just want to, I guess, be clear. It's still in a prototype phase, and so we're reviewing it internally, the site, to make sure it's secure enough, valid enough. And once our cybersecurity team greenlights it, gives a sign off in, you're welcome to share it to the public. You can embed it on the town website. You don't have to. It can still remain an internal tool, but at this particular time, we're asking that it just stay internal for now until we get that official green light sign off. But the idea of the Present PBB site is it's going to emphasize those priorities, what the programs were scored against. That was that scoring phase. And so the strategic plan, the strategic focus areas, and show budget data and how programs align with these focus areas, and be able to present it cleanly, easily, digestibly, and without a login barrier. There's 3 core pages on the Present PBB site, and we'll talk a little bit about each one. One page is called Priorities, the second one is Taxpayer Dividend, and then the third is the Strategic Overview page. Right. And so on the next slide, we should be able to see the Priorities page. And so the main feature of this particular page is it has multi-level tree maps using color and size to demonstrate alignment with our focus areas. And so on this slide here, you can see that it is tiny. I'll show a live demo, and you'll be able to get your hands on the site, I imagine, in the near future if you haven't already. But what we're seeing now is all of the programs underneath the police department, and the different size rectangles representing the portion of the budget they represent. So we have some larger and some smaller programs. And then the saturation of the color, the darkness, the density of the color is how well aligned it is with the selected priority. So in this case, the focus area of community well-being has been selected, and we see that we've got some dark red squares, meaning strong score, 4 out of 4. The grading scale is a scale of 0 to 4 that we use. That's in the background there. A couple programs that scoring lightly, so 0s or 1s. Again, that's fine. Not every program is going to score 100% in every way. That would be boring, or it'd be less interesting data. We could make fewer decisions around it if everything was the same. So we try to differentiate, show what programs excel at, what programs maybe were never built to address a certain focus area. And so this is just within one department here, within police. You get a pretty good spread of all the colors there. But there's another layer on top, and I'll demonstrate it in just a little bit, where you can see how all the departments stack up, so the size of each department's budget and the general average of that department, how it relates to a particular focus area as well. There's additional search and filter options, so you don't have to look at every program every time. You can say, I want to see all programs that have a minimum cost of $500,000, and so set a scale there. Or I want to see only programs that rank in our top quartile of scoring. So overall, they scored the best, but then, okay, it generally scored well. Now, how does it fit with, say, our infrastructure focus area? We have searches, filters that you can apply, and I'll demonstrate it live in just a little bit here. So that's our first page, priorities. We'll take a look at the next page. Here's another screenshot that's showing
Can I ask a quick question?
Options, and then also we're at the top level, so each one of those would be a individual department, but it is a tiny screenshot. Yes.
Ian, can you go back to the previous slide? Just a quick question, because that lightest area on that one on the police was police records. So obviously you have to have a police records division. Can you help clarify, like, why would that one be so light when it's obviously a very needed service, right, within the police department? So can you just kind of help me understand why that one came up light?
Yeah.
And you have a bow tie on, so congratulations, but that's okay.
This is in relation to the community well-being priorities. So whatever the criteria was, during the scoring phase, all departments were given a kind of a guide and explanation of like what we're looking for in these scores. And then there was also a peer review process where the budget team reviewed the department scores and could comment, did they agree or disagree, and ultimately a final score was settled on. And so, many of these programs are required, either through federal, state law, or they are just general best practice. But in this particular case, the records management didn't line up with what our scoring criteria for community well-being is, but it likely excelled in some other way. So for this particular focus area on this particular graph, scores late. It just didn't meet whatever definition we had given for community well-being and aligning with that. But with trying to see, maybe there's outreach and communication, perhaps, that scoring criteria, the record maybe more aligned to it. Or, sometimes, again, no necessary fault of the program, it just doesn't align with the town's strategic goals. There are other scores that are not demonstrated on the site as explicitly or as in your face, but the data still line underneath there, and it is scores on, is this mandated federally, state, local mandate, or no mandate? Are we just choosing to do it? Or reliance. If we didn't do this, could anyone else provide it, whether public or private sector? And sometimes we're in a program, we're doing a program just because no one else could do it through either legal, logistical hurdles. And so, kind of talked about all aspects there. Hopefully
This is Shane. I'll take a stab at it as well.
Within that.
Ian, I'll take a stab at it as well. Just give me a second. So, Mayor and Council, it's really important to remember that the tool is meant to provoke discussion. Okay, so just because you see an outcome, a shade of a rectangle, right, doesn't mean that all of a sudden that program is on the chopping block, right? Or it's like we shouldn't be doing it. All it's meant to do is provoke discussion and help us identify. Clearly, records is an essential function, right? But when you look at aligning our services with our values, there are going to be a lot of services that don't score super high, but when we get to the discussion part, we realize that it's important. We need. So it's just really meant to provoke the conversation. AC, do you?
Yeah, what I seem to recall specifically about this program is, I think it was initially classified as a community program. So it gets graded against the other community-based programs, against 4 of the community-based focus areas. I think we concluded that this would better be served as a governance program in 2027, because really what it does, I think for the most part, is support the rest of the police department more than directly to there is a component of it that serves the community directly, but I think it primarily focuses on serving the police department and internal departments, and as such, it'd be better served as a governance
And had
program.
had that been scored initially as a governance program, it would have been a different outcome.
Right.
But this wasn't. It was scored as a community.
So in the beginning of this process, understanding where this may belong in a different area is thought-provoking within itself, right?
Yeah, we've learned a lot going,
Right.
as the budget team went through and did the peer scores, and we reviewed what the departments had scored, we learned a lot. And so, the next cycle, some programs were scored as governance, and we were like, well, no, that probably ought to be a community. And some were scored as community, and no, that really ought to be a governance. So, yeah, we learned a lot internally, but going through this tool allows us to have these thought-provoking type of discussions.
Right, okay, that makes it much clearer. Because I was trying to question whether, the accuracy of the tool as opposed to where it's populated. So it gives me more clarity that probably it belongs in a different area, because how can you operate a police department without the records division, right? I mean, it just isn't possible. Thanks. Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, excellent, relevant question, and yeah, that's exactly the discussion that we hope comes out of it. And yeah, I appreciate AC mentioning that, maybe it belonged in a different area. There is an evolution to this data. I'll kind of touch upon it towards the end here, but yeah, we ideally would get everything perfect, exact, the laser points, score, and features and attributes right out of the gate. But unfortunately, that's not the case. There is an evolution. There's a learning curve to it. But I do gotta say that I think the town did excellent in getting very close, very good data in general across the board for their first attempt. Little bits and pieces we may adjust in the future here and there. But I do have to say that it's not flimsy data as a whole. It is pretty solid, and we're just finding the rare exceptions that need to be addressed. So yeah, that's the priorities page, and we'll be able to see in action in just a moment here. The next page that we'll talk about is the taxpayer dividend. I'll spend a little bit less time on this one because this is primarily focused on communicating to more like external parties and specifically residents. It's not really intended to be something that we're making decisions off of, but rather a communication, a sort of marketing tool, if you will, of here's what we're investing in, and here's why you should be, proud of where your tax money is going to, that you, as a citizen can see value coming out of the, fees and rates that you're paying for services, things like that. it basically tries to take all the data and put it in an average citizen's terms. So it's looking at what their typical tax bill of the year is and how much we invest with it. It also heavily leans on this idea of $1 can do more than $1 of good. If we're investing in a program that scores very high in infrastructure and very high in community well-being, it's essentially, that $1 is going to 2 goals. It's kind of doubling your money there. We get like maybe a little bit creative with the math. There's nothing nefarious or wrong or incorrect about it, but it's just there more as a storytelling tool, and definitely geared more towards our residents, the press, and less towards being a decision maker and deciding what next budget is. Again, it is currently just an internal only site, but this will probably be looked at and beefed up once we get that green light to now, if you wanted to make it externally facing, add more to this, and we can discuss and explain more of it when that time comes. And then the third page that we'll talk about is the strategic overview. And this is looking at all the programs through our 16 category framework. And so what the 16 categories are is it's a binary yes, no to 4 different questions. The first being, is this a high or low cost program? Is it above the median program cost or below the median program cost? Is it a high or low scoring program? Is it above the median score? Is it below the median score in general? Is it a mandated program? Yes, we have to do it. No, it's an optional one. And then the last one is reliance. Is this something that we're the only game in town? We essentially have to do it for one reason or another, or there's a lot of competitors that maybe can do it. And so using these 4 yes, no, binary, black, white, we roughly group these programs into these 16 categories, and each one has general trends, general ideas, archetypes that we'll assign to them. And not every archetype is going to be perfect. Not every program, matches it to the T, but the idea is it's once again a starting point for discussion. Instead of saying, okay, here's program A, okay, now how do we discuss it? Here's program A and it falls into category 7. Okay, let's look at the features of category 7. Here's the general type of trend we might feel about it. So, it's something that, scores really high and doesn't cost a whole lot. So maybe we, figure out how do we beef it up. This is a prime target for something that's, creating a lot of bang for the buck, or, a different category. Maybe we start a discussion somewhere else. Again, it's not, we're not saying this is exactly what you need to do with the program. It has to, go this particular direction. There's always nuance. There's always shades of gray, but we think it is a worthwhile starting point that can take, some of the mental burden off of beginning the conversation. And once again, there's going to be search and filter options in it. So on the screenshot, I'll demonstrate more in depth in just a moment here, but the 4 different colors are just representing 2 of those 4 criteria. So we can see on the left is the lower cost programs, on the right are the higher cost programs. And then, sorry, I'm blanking. Costs, left and right. And then the green and blue towards the top, those are the higher scoring in general. And then the red and orange are the lower scoring in general, the aggregate score of it. And then the different lines separating within that are those reliance and mandate attributes in there. And so the idea is, again, we're giving you a starting point, an archetype. Let's kick off this discussion, but it's not ever going to be as simple as, oh, you're in category 2, you're one of those red circles at the bottom, instantly cut, or you're category 13, a blue circle near the top, we're going to double your budget. It's never going to be a simple black white. It shouldn't, being in one category or another isn't necessarily inherently good or bad or anything like that. It's just to figure out what the future of this program might look like, a general direction that feels, effective or natural to take. So I think with that, I can jump into like a live demo of the site, and open to, if you have anything in particular you want to see, jump in and ask. But I'll just kind of poke around for now, showing a few areas, showing how you might use it. But yeah, open to any thing in particular that people may want to see. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay, seems to be up. So we're beginning with the priorities page, and we can see that we've got 124 programs that have entered here. There is a guide just kind of to orientate you of what the site is, what we're intending it for it to be, and so kind of explaining what the tree map is, and it is geared a little bit more towards maybe like the general public looking at it, but explaining that we can drill down into a particular department. We have the search and filter options, and then this is to here, okay, are we on the right track? Are the priorities, are we demonstrating that, hey, we're trying to meet these, we're investing in what we've decided is in our strategic plan and we've declared is important to us. So a particular priority, outreach and communication, just choosing one here, we can see that, different departments, the different sizes are their relative budget sizes. The lighter color is a little bit weaker in this area, and darker color a little bit stronger. So kind of natural that town manager, mayor, and council are darker, more in tune with the outreach and communication priority and focus area, rather than public works. But public works obviously is going to do much better in infrastructure and facilities than many of the other departments. You've got different colors. I personally like the red. I think it's more obvious the difference between them, but you can choose your favorite color here. When it comes to finding a particular program, you might not know the exact program's name, or you just kind of want to, hey, what are we doing in relation to a certain area? So maybe I search for the word youth. Certain departments will get highlighted, emphasizing that they have a program that has youth somewhere in there, whether it's in the name or in a description of a program. So going into Parks and Recreation, sometimes it takes a second. I don't think all of these programs, maybe all of them are related to youth. Let's see if I can re-trigger it. Maybe all of them do reference youth, or yeah, I think it's close. Anyways, again, there may be the occasional bug or glitch in it. All that update, it'll all get resolved. We want to make this as perfect as possible. We're just waiting for that cybersecurity sign off to say, yes, it's good to go out to everyone. And then along with that, we'll new enhancements, features, bug fixes, and all that. But so in Parks and Rec now, I'm looking at all these programs in relation to infrastructure and facilities. And so some of them dark red, scoring very high. Parks Management, others are a little bit lighter, but still there. And then others have near white, so lower scoring on it. Here, customer service support, understandable that customer service and support isn't necessarily top of the charts for infrastructure and facilities, but it definitely serves a purpose. I'm sure it's scoring well with, community well-being or outreach and communication. So, it's still justified, it still has its purpose, still makes sense to have. Clicking into a particular program, you can see more detailed information about it, what its overall score was, not just in this particular area. You can see what those individual scores were. Once again, it's a 0 to 4 scale, with 4 being the highest. And so we can see that, demand is scored high. This is something that the community people want, but it's, less aligned with our strategic focus area of infrastructure and facilities. And then line items, revenues of this particular program. So we've got some employees, seasonal generalist, administrative supervisor, and scrolling over a little bit, we can see how much of their time goes towards it. So the customer service specialist, 100% of their time goes to it. Makes sense. They, travel and training, 20% of that travel and training budget goes to this particular program. Office supplies have 20% there. So you can get a sense of what exactly is going into a particular program. And then as well as, if you didn't want to filter, you want to see how it's scored in other areas, you get that full scoring area breakdown here. These are the community priorities. So ones that are externally facing, programs that are typically externally facing. Our primary beneficiary is the public. It is local businesses, it's neighboring towns. Then governance and priorities, this has a different subset of programs, and these are programs that are geared towards us internally being the primary beneficiaries. So our employees, neighboring departments, sister departments, helping each other out. And so switching over to one of these governance priorities, we'll get a different breakdown. You'll see that human resources is a much larger square, rectangle here, and that makes sense. Pretty much all their budget goes towards internal type things, and so sizes shift, scoring shift. Looking into HR, we can see employee relations, and yes, obviously employee relations you would hope would score pretty high on the priority of being a highly performing organization. And we can see, once again, going into line items, what's contributing to this cost and revenue here. We got our HR director spending roughly about a third of their time involved in this. Our special event supplies budget is 100% dedicated to this particular program, this service that we're providing. And so, that's an overview of this tree map area. You can click around to the different priorities and you can apply different filters. Maybe we only want to see quartiles 1 and 2. These are our programs that scored generally the highest across the board. And by selecting or deselecting these quartiles, some of these programs will come and go. And you can use the relative size to see, okay, how big of a portion of the pie is this particular program? How much of the budget is eaten up in relation to the subset we've selected? And then, down below it is, kind of once again explaining the size, and the color intensity is how to read it, how to absorb that information quickly. And then it'll give a breakdown of, okay, we're looking at a particular subset of human resources here. What is human resources total budget? What's this ratio between the smallest and largest department? Again, other quick little factual tidbits to try to get you orientated and digest the information as easy as possible. So that's the priorities page. I guess I'll pause. Any questions here? If there's a particular scenario you want to see, happy to demonstrate that. Hopefully I didn't flip around too much, making anyone nauseous, but I wanted to kind of show a little bit of everything it had. If we're okay, I can move on
This is really
the other pages.
Very deep. And I guess when I was watching it, I was thinking, how does like a department head use it? How does that roll up to the town manager? It's so deep and so technical. how would you use it in a different way than traditionally, knowing we have all of these departments and how that rolls up into a budget? How do you see that as helpful to you, I guess? is the
So in just a little bit, we're gonna go over a few of probably the more obvious questions that the tool lends itself to answering. And it's those questions, it's the questions and our desire to answer those questions that bring us back to the tool, where we can look at the tree map, we can look at how we rank each program in the quartiles and make data-driven decisions. So what you saw in the tree map is eventually a tool kind of like ClearGov, where the public could go in and actually see for themselves if we desired that,
Right.
as a community, how each of the programs that we do provide today line up against our priorities. And so if there's no direct questions about what you just saw on the tree map, maybe we can get to the questions, because those are more policy type questions that I think would probably be or should be on the forefront of your minds and the minds of our leadership team as we try to develop a budget every
Right,
year.
right, yeah.
That was one of my questions. Do we have access to all this information?
You will. There it is. Okay. The address up there.
And before I forget, Ian, I just had a question from the beginning. When you had 577 insights, just curiosity, how does that stack up if we picked another town that you worked with 38,000 residents and a comparable budget? Does another town come back with 2,000 insights or 3,000 or 100? I'm just curious on like where we are in the spectrum of comparable communities when you do the same exercise with them.
Yeah, so it's right in line. It's that's the amount we would expect, and that's probably from like decisions we make on the Tyler side. We are aiming to provide. The goal is 6 insights per program. So you had 124 programs, and we're shooting for 3 on the expense side, or 3 on the expense side, and 3 on the revenue side. Sometimes AI doesn't quite get there. There just aren't enough examples. Sometimes you do have a truly niche program that there's nothing really one-to-one lines up, or maybe the program was explained in kind of a weird way, or used abbreviations that the AI wasn't continuing with. So we shoot for 6 insights per program. We don't always get there, but I think we're at 577 amounts to being like 4.5 to 5 insights per program. So we're pretty happy with that. We could go beyond. We could offer 10 insights per program, but there tends to be diminishing returns. We're taking what the AI feels most confident in, and we probably just want 1, 2, 3 that feels good about, and not necessarily digging deep, scraping for 7, 8, 9, 10. So we can provide more, but that is us on the Tyler side having a goal and thinking that we did a pretty good job hitting what we were trying to give you.
Thank you. And one other quick question. When it comes from the policy perspective, like if we, which we are not, but if we were a defund the police town from a policy perspective, would naturally a lot of those insights come up very differently based on what you plug in from a policy perspective? Is that kind of the starting point of kind of our strategic plan and from a policy standpoint?
Yeah, if that was our inclination,
Right,
our strategic plan would be a different strategic plan than it is today.
right.
And it would manifest itself like that, and then that would kind of bleed down into how departments are scoring versus how the peer review group is scoring, and it would ultimately manifest itself through a different outcome than what
Come
you
to
see
this,
here.
okay, thanks.
Yeah. I don't think it would affect the insights too much. That's mostly just coming off of the objective description of the program. And so whether we, have a certain, slant or attitude towards a program that probably shouldn't come off. It should be more factual in how the program is described, and so the insights are pretty agnostic, neutral in that matter. But if we have a certain slant opinion, attitude towards something, that should probably definitely show up in the strategic plan, definitely show up in the scoring, and would affect where it shows up in the category and kind of what conversation starting point we're going to have around that program. And I think, we find in our data, just using the defund the police as an example here, we find that often the data does tend to moderate a final opinion and perception of things. So whether you take one extreme stance or another extreme stance, a lot of times the data allows you to be like, hey, like we all come into this thinking like we don't want this program, or we want to, triple the size of it. We really, really want it. And then the data shows maybe some realities, maybe some other attributes we weren't thinking about. Again, that do we have to do it, the mandate, or here's where it's meeting other strategic goals that you wouldn't naturally think it meets. And then having this extreme stance of like, oh, it needs to go away immediately. We tend to see, okay, there's benefits. We like this. It has other, ulterior effects that are good, and you end up in the middle. Or if you say, oh, we know out of the gate we're going to triple this size of this program, it's the best, it's first thing. It's like, well, okay, maybe it's not perfect at doing a couple of our other focus goals. And it's not to say we meet in this middle ground of do nothing ever and we just sit there twiddle our thumbs. It's just understanding that everything does have kind of this shade of gray. And as much as we'd like snap, easy, yes, no decisions, everything comes with that trade-off of maybe it could be a little bit better, or maybe it could be a little more efficient, or maybe we can generate some more revenue out of this. I heard that, and so I wanted to share kind of like that experience that we see.
I have a question on the tree map. Is there a map that shows kind of an averaging of a program across all priorities? Or do you need to, you know what I mean? So you get kind of the overall score for a program based off of all the priorities? Because a program might score really high in one priority and low in another priority. So is there a tree map, a visual that gives like an overall score for each program?
Not directly. You won't see like a place to get that color of it, but it should be able to kind of pull on case-by-case basis. Perhaps that's a feature we can add. I'll talk to our developers to see if that's possible.
I'm glad you just said that, because I think I would.
Particular program, quartile 3, so that means 1 being the highest scoring quartile, so 3, it's in that 50 to 20% scoring, and then you can also see what that total cumulative score is. So it's normalized out of 100, so scored 33.33 out of 100, with, again, our highest scoring programs are still not 100. They're going to be in the 80s, and our lowest scoring programs are not zeros. They're going to be in the 10s, 20s, and so you can get a sense of kind of where this program falls in general. But unfortunately, they're not this time a kind of a direct overall color.
Is that something that you guys can look at? Because I think that would be, instead of multiple clicks to find that information and doing your own kind of calcs, being able to just hit a button and see a program's overall score, factoring in how it did across all programs, all priorities. Sorry. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, make note of it.
Yeah, Shane, that information does exist in the data tables, but not visually, which would be nice.
Yeah, I guess I'll make the quick pivot here. This is not the one and only data source. It exists because we wanted ease of use, prevent barrier to entry of viewing it, to make it as quick and digestible as possible. But all the data exists within the tool. You do have to log in to see it, but we do have the ability to generate a variety of Excel reports on it. And so if you want to dig deep into the data, construct your own pivot charts or custom graphs, more than welcome to. But we find that, we wanted to help you take action. And so this is us trying to maybe spoon feed what we thought might be some quick and easy things that everyone would want to see and see easily. But it's not the only thing out there. If you have someone with initiative that really wants to view a certain thing in a certain way, the underlying data is in there, and you can present it however you want. But this was our attempt to make things as easy as possible, eliminate that barrier to entry.
We all appreciate that. As you were talking data crunching and pivot tables, our finance director was getting kind of excited up there. But for me as a visual learner, I think the tree map, this dot map, heat map of sorts, and where each program landed, those types of visuals really helped me out, and I think the general public is going to feel the same way. And so I appreciate you demoing the tree map side of it. I think that's very helpful. Thanks.
Yep, sure. And I won't dwell too long on it, but this is the categories. And when you start hovering, looking over into it, it gives kind of an explanation. So category 7, it has certain features and what we might trend towards. In this case, category 7 implies that there is a level of mandate. We have to do this. The state says we have to, federal government says we have to. So, we still need to accomplish the service, but maybe there's room for outsourcing a portion of it. Maybe we can find a new way of funding it, some new revenues coming in. You'll see that there's a lot of things like, right on the border, right? This is the median cost. And so something is, maybe just $1,000 below the median and something is $1,000 above the median. And so a little bit of adjustment in the data, and something flips from one category into another. These categories are going to have overlap, some similarity in the trends, but also, right, we're understanding that just because it's in a certain category, that isn't like it's pigeonholed there forever. It's definite. We know what to do, but we think it is still useful in utilizing and answering some of the questions that we'll present in the final few slides here. Scoring wise, this kind of made me chuckle, but town manager had one in category 9, so this would fall in the top 50% of scoring. But then this same town manager program, I looked at the scores, and they are identical. We just had to cut off somewhere, and so I think alphabetized it, made it jump into one category or another. And so again, just to emphasize that once the same category is not stuck there, there's nuance, but again, it has value. That's why we're providing. That's why we're putting so much emphasis on it, because we think it will help with your discussions going smoother, get everyone on the same page, and be set off in the right direction quicker.
And Ian, just out of
So with
curiosity,
that, I think we can transition back to the PowerPoint. We have a few more slides. I see we're getting closer on time.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure we finish it out.
oh, that one, yeah. No, it's okay. No, no, good.
All right, excellent. On the next slide, what does the future of budget development with priority-based budgeting look like? We have this data, and these were 5 questions that Chris Fabian, the ResourceX founder, put together and kind of formed the basis of why we have these 16 categories. We're trying to answer these for you, trying to take that proactive so you're not starting from scratch on answering each one of these. The answers are as close to provide you as possible. Still have discussion with these questions, but you're not starting from zero each time. And are we in this business? That's that level of mandate. Is this something that we want to be doing? We pride ourselves as a town doing, or if we just have to, maybe we start looking at outside parties, the private sector, to help things out. Or maybe it's something that, we really want to do this, and we start taking on partnerships. We'll do it for our neighboring towns. They'll pay us a fee, we'll handle this task for them. Over delivering versus mandates. Okay, it is mandated, we have to do this, but are we doing the bare minimum, and is that good? Are we doing way more than the bare minimum? Is that good? Things to consider. Fund it differently. It has its standard traditional revenue model, but maybe there's a way to employ the entrepreneurial spirit. Maybe there's some brand new grants, legislation that may influence things, and we can get a new source of revenue. Could someone else deliver it? Kind of related to that top, are we in this business? Partnership with local businesses, the county can take it over for us, things to consider. Is demand changing? That's one of the things that was scored against. Next year, in 5 years, do we see our residents still wanting this even more than ever? Is this, something that's fading, a relic of the past? Maybe it's staying neutral. If it's staying neutral, okay, we don't need to think about hiring new people, but also we don't want to move anyone around. These are important questions to consider when looking at, say, a new budget request. Something comes in and we're going, okay, this budget request is, a reaction to demand increasing in the future. Budget request shows some entrepreneurial spirit, where it may be. These questions can kind of help get to the bottom of what's going on with the upcoming budget. Moving on to the next slide, I think our last couple. With priority-based budgeting and the data that comes with it, we think that all parties involved, all stakeholders, are going to have increased transparency, trust, and confidence in it. When you're a decision maker, you can understand what's going on with, the budget more. You can see what do our departments do? That question of what do you do? The program inventory, and then the quick, tree map, other supporting data. We can get a sense of the scale of this program, how many of our employees are going towards it, the FTE count, and so decision makers have more orientation. They can see what's going on with the departments. The departments, on the flip side, can probably view the whole process as more predictable, know what questions the budget team is asking, what questions council is asking, and then can proactively address those questions. They know maybe what the criteria requests they're going to be graded on, and so they, as they're making the requests, know, okay, this one feels really good or not, and there's less surprise all around. And then residents or external stakeholders, right, the budget can seem crazy, especially if you just hand them a finished 200-page document. Here's the budget book. The average resident has no interest in reading that, or might not even be able to read it. But if you give them something like the Present PBB site or some other, charts, simplified, digestible manner, you might get more public buy-in. Say, yes, I think you're spending our money well, or they'll have opinions, feel more comfortable to share what the future of the strategic plan and focus areas should look like. And ultimately, we're uncoupling these budget discussions from just pure accounting. Accounting still needs to exist. At the end of the day, you still hard post your financial budget into the ERP system with the line items. That end result is still the same, but we think that the path to get to that final posted budget with all the accounting nitty-gritty stuff doesn't have to be that way the whole way. We can have more human discussions, more approachable discussions. And then on our final slide here, I believe just the last few items are going forward, the data will continue to improve. We saw that, great example of, okay, maybe that records management program could be scored under governance instead of community. Year 2, year 3, beyond, we've done the heavy lifting. All this data carries over, and now we're just modifying, making slight tweaks. We don't have to start from scratch every year and rebuild all this. And so with less effort, we have more time for that review, that fine tuning. I also wanted to say that Tyler will continue to support you in this project and innovate and provide new ways of digesting this data that you've created. And so you can expect more features with that Present PBB site, more charts, better insights as AI improves. I know we're working on with like a chatbot analyst, and so on that Present PBB site, instead of even knowing where to navigate or what to click, you can just type in this chatbot on the side. So we're hoping that gets released soon. Anyways, not to get too much about going on in year 2 and all that, but you can expect this to continue to evolve. Data gets better, Tyler support will be even greater. Also, the future of the budget, the scoring criteria may evolve. We may feel that the scale, what we scored things on, didn't quite hit the mark, and we're going to adjust that next year. So the program may stay exactly the same, but it'll just adjust the scoring as we realize, scoring needs to be fine-tuned. But also on the flip side, maybe now having this data in front of us and we see the scores, we see what's actually being invested in, there's room to maybe adjust the strategic plan. It doesn't have to be drastic. We don't have to burn to the ground, build a whole new one, or maybe it just reinforces that we really, really like the strategic plan. We have great focus areas. Maybe we just want to bulk up definitions or supporting ideas. I know you had a retreat recently about it. I think it was maybe November, December, around the time of the Insights report, where you reviewed it, and so the idea is, if it wasn't already using the data to support it during that retreat, future retreats, you have scoring data, more information, maybe public sentiment on this budget and the sites that maybe inform what those future revisions to the strategic plan look like. We're trying to transition the town in general from having a reactive budget, saying, less tax revenue this year, so I guess now we got to cut, to having a more more strategic, proactive approach. And so, even if things are fine, status quo, everything feels kind of the same as last year, that doesn't mean we just sit in the same budget as last year. We employ that entrepreneurial spirit. We have insights. We say, what does the future of this program look like? And we constantly find a way to improve. And we, maybe disaster-proof some of these programs if they have alternate funding models, or greater efficiencies in it. Something COVID 2.0 happens, we probably will feel more secure in that we know everything about our program. We know what we have to do to pivot. We've made it the best it can be up to this point, and so we can weather storms easier. And lastly, that goal, it kind of stuck with me. One of our colleagues, Stuart, he says this a lot, and I think it's a worthy goal, is to make that budget into the most effective policy tool it can be. Not just simply it's a matter of accounting that we have to have or makes sense or is the best practice, but transforming that into the policy tool, saying, here's what is important to this town. Here's what the town stands for, wants to do. Here's why we're the best at something, and using that budget to prove it, to reinforce that. Making it as leveraged and as effective as possible. So I think that covers everything. Hopefully it gives you ideas of, where to start these discussions, what questions to be asking, what the future of your budget, what the future of your programs might look like. I appreciate the questions that you asked during it, but with whatever time we have, more than happy to field questions. Jesse and I are here until you're tired of us or until there's recess or something like that. But yeah, appreciate everyone's attention, and hopefully you're excited about the budget process as much as we are.
Thank you, Ian. Mayor and Council, what do you think? Lot there, very technical.
Very
but
technical, right?
What do you think?
Well, from your perspective, for this budget year and then the following, how do you see it being integrated as part of your decision-making? Are we still in the foundational part of it, or, you're going to use this tool for 20% of your decision-making as we kind of roll through? Because obviously there's refinements that can be made to it, repopulating some of these areas. How do you see it for this coming year and maybe the next year?
Well, we'll certainly make some of those corrections on how we score some of those programs, and getting through, I'm so grateful that we did our first implementation on an existing budget, because that allowed us to see and not have to worry about seeing and implementing a new budget through the tool.
Right.
So now that we've done that, we'll be able to make some of these corrections. As a good example is the Records Bureau.
Right.
And that should have been scored as a governance program and not a community program. It's hard. I can clearly see why that program was entered initially as a community program. We get a lot of public records requests.
Right.
But even though we get a lot of public records requests, the lion's share of the work that they do is more internal facing than external facing. And because it supports the court system. And
Right.
it supports,
Every
you know,
officer,
every officer. So
report writing.
It really is an internal, so it's a governance program, and it'll score better if we go that route than the community route. Because when you're scoring against the community, you're saying, okay, how well does this program serve
Right.
37,000 people, right? And so, as opposed to how well does this program score or serve the internal stakeholders, right? And so that's a different measurement.
Right, if you're using it against Park and Rec, where we have 20,000 people at Fiesta Sahuarita.
Right.
Right, I mean, how's that gonna stack up, you know,
Right.
against that? The slide after, I forgot what the title was, but, I took a picture of it because I couldn't read the small writing, but the next slide had town clerk as very light. And I'm like, well, we can't do it without a town clerk's office. So it just, yeah, and does the size of the department, enter into it,
The size is the size of the square. So the size of the program, so the size of the shape is indicative of the size of the budget that's allocated to that program.
Right, and not necessarily the people, but
The
it could have a
shade-
correlation.
The shade is how well it's scored against the priorities
Right.
of that category, right? So, it's all going to be so for starters, I think what we're going to do, we'll make those corrections so that when we go through the next round of scoring for this new budget that we're putting together, we'll see those corrections in play. How did those questions, some of those more policy level questions resonate with you guys?
Well,
Can we go back to that slide?
yeah, I thought it did, again, over-delivering or mandates, obviously funding it differently, we're always looking and doing better, right? Some departments are very active, like the PD, and getting outside grants, right? So if that brings things to light, where other departments could, take advantage of that or see the benefit of it, I could see some benefit, from that.
So, for instance, like, are we in this business? If you have a program that doesn't score very well, but it's got it's got a decent allocation of money to it, we should be asking ourselves, is this a business that we should be in? Now, it does not mean that every program that scores low and has a lot of dollars to it is a program that we're willing to get rid of, right? And when I say get rid of, remember, I started this whole process out with, we're not looking at letting people go. Because as sure as there's a program that doesn't score very well, there's a program that has a very small allocation of money but scores really, really well, and we should be asking ourselves, should we be enhancing that service because it's so strongly aligned with our priorities? Should we be doing more of that, right? Or a program that has scores really well, has a little but has revenue potential, and so should we be enhancing that so that we get a little more revenue to build that program up because it's scoring so well? So these questions, funding it differently, are we over delivering? Is this a mandate? You could have a program that doesn't score very well at all, but it's there because it's legally mandated.
Yeah,
The state's
legislated.
mandating us to do it. We don't like it. We'd rather not do it, but it's our lot because the state's mandating it. We have a contract, so we're legally bound to do it. Council has established a policy, so we're doing it whether we,
Right.
whether,
Right.
you know what I mean? So, could somebody else do that? Is there somebody else in our area that is supposed to provide that service or is already providing that service, and should we be duplicating that? You know what I mean? So all these types of policy questions, what I'd like to do is I'd like to, when departments are submitting their operational requests, asking some of these questions based off of the tool and getting their responses, and that's going to kind of funnel into what we end up seeing at the end of the day in terms of a recommended budget to the council.
Right.
So you just made a comment about we're not gonna get rid of people.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the intent here.
Right, so where are those people gonna go? Because
So-
a lot of other departments, you have to have degrees, you have to have certain, I mean, like, somebody from Parks and Rec can't go be a plans examiner, say that's where you need more. So how are you
Yeah,
gonna
so,
work that out?
so that's not, the intent of this exercise is not to cut our costs. Now, if we were in the middle of a recession, absolutely, I'd be looking at this as a tool to help us guide our decision-making on how we cut back. We're not in that situation. This is a matter of a tool that provokes conversation and forces us to make data-driven decisions. Now, at my first, our priority as a leadership team is to see how we can take resources that we need to allocate from one program to another, and how can we best utilize those resources. In all cases, is there going to be a fit? There might be instances like you just brought up where there's not a fit that way. But we're not at that bridge to cross. When we get there, we'll have to make those types of decisions. But our intent is not to do that.
Right. I mean, I could use the example for that, like in Park and Rec, if we came to the conclusion we had too many events, right? But the fields weren't in good shape. So a Park and Rec person could go from programming to facilities within Park and Rec.
Now, whether they
Because
wanted to do that or
right,
not,
right.
but we could provide that opportunity for sure.
Right.
My next question is, how much is the program?
Oh, we're already
Well, what are we paying for it?
60 a year.
When does this go live for the program directors to have access to it?
I think everybody has access today. Okay. So the tree map side of it is fresh off the plate. So, but everybody has access to the back side of it, to see the scores and stuff. Yeah.
And to the insight section, do they have access to that as well?
Yeah, that's been provided to them, the
Okay.
insight section.
I think that'd be really good for the departments to look at that and get ideas and pull from that.
Yeah, we've issued that to everybody already, and with the ask that they look at that and, and see if there's nuggets there for them to pull off of. So, yeah, that's already been asked.
I'll jump in real quick. One thing I didn't explicitly mention, but on the insights, in relation to that, like, unease of like, oh, does this mean like cut the program or get rid of it? None of our insights ever say fire everyone or abandon the program or it's bad or anything like that. It's always going to try to maintain, we're providing the same service level, we're just doing it in a more efficient manner. We're looking at, okay, how can we keep this program going, but just in a more cost-effective manner? It never says, insight number 1, get rid of it. Insight number 2, fire people. So on the Tyler end, we're aligned with that idea of it's a natural reaction. All of our clients feel it to some degree, but we're not in here to be the Grim Reaper and say, here's the 10% of your staff you're firing. We want you to keep your staff. We want to, even there's an excuse to hire more people because of the way things are evolving. And so, just clarify on the Tyler end, we're fully on board with we're not here to get rid of people.
And I think that kind of the idea I'm thinking about lobbying, right? You make an investment to be either, more efficient or open our minds for finding other revenue streams or whatever it may be. So it's actually a cost savings, or as a minimum, a more efficient way to provide those services, which a lot of times does become a cost savings. Or you're getting more done for the same dollar as well.
Yeah.
So it's an investment, I guess, is how you see it, right?
That's how I see it. And there's always two sides to this equation, right? It is a tool, and it is a tool that would help us in times of a recession, but it's also a tool just on a day-to-day basis to help us be as efficient as possible in our use of the taxpayer dollar.
Right.
So, if we have a program that is scoring really low, without justification, like it's not a mandated program and it's not a sacred cow, kind of thing. For us to ignore that and just keep going on is not being good stewards of the public's tax dollars. So this is a tool to be used to help us make informed, data-driven decisions. AC?
I just wanted to provide a comment that Jesse made in the chat here, and he says that we want to preserve every program and find ways to fund new initiatives. That's his comment. And then I also just wanted to remind everybody that we just went through a revamping of the goals in our strategic plan, right? Well, that will necessarily impact the scoring of all these programs. So one of the challenges we had with the old strategic plan goals was that they were too narrow, and that many departments and many programs had challenges connecting to those goals, right? Because they were too specific. Now, our goals, the draft goals, I think we're bringing the plan back to council for approval soon. Once you ratify them, they're broader in scope, and more departments are going to be able to find a home in those goals, which will affect the scoring next year. So 2016 was really our dry run. It was a year for us to learn how to use the program and how the scoring process works. One of the ways that I think we're going to help the budget process out with the departments is when departments put their programs together, they also had an opportunity to score their own program against the focus areas and against the basic programmatic attributes and leave a comment. And then the budget team got together and evaluated those comments, and then we did our independent scoring. And that's the one that kind of ruled the day that in the demo that you saw. I think in our budget meetings coming up, we'll have an opportunity to talk to the departments on why they feel that their program scores the way that it does, which we didn't really have that opportunity on the 2016 budget. So I think that'll help the process out quite a bit.
Any other comments or thoughts? Diane?
So when the slide was up from the police department and the records department scored low, and then it was determined that that really needed to be not there, but in a governance section, have all the departments been gone through to see if there were any other anomalies like that need to be moved around?
And there were a handful of those. Yes.
And has it been run again after that, after you repopulate to where they should be?
No, that'll happen when we go through this
Yep.
next cycle, because we knew that the strategic plan was being revamped, and so we wanted, the next time we go through it,
Right.
it'll be scored against the new strategic plan, and those programs will be in the right
Right.
category.
So it's an ever refining process, at least over the next couple of years, for sure. Yeah.
I'd like to say always.
Always, yeah. Thanks. I think are we at lunch? 11:30? I'm just trying to stay on track.
We're actually a little ahead of schedule
Oh.
in terms of the lunch, but the lunch is ready, so we might as well, it's a good break. Let's go grab our lunches, and then we'll come back and we'll jump right back into the major revenue forecast for 2027.
Well, that's exciting. Everybody has their ticket? Okay.
Thank you, Ian and Jesse.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your time, and really happy to hear about the leadership there and how we can help you also. Appreciate the time that we spent with us.
and Diane, we're gonna let you guys grab your food first, so if you want to head out, grab it. Por favor. Por favor. We want you guys to be able to get back to your seats so we can keep working. She passed them out, so get rid of you. Okay.
It's not just like, oh, I'm just going to use it for a presentation.
Right.
It's just like a miracle.
It is, especially, like, I don't use it for legal work necessarily. When I get on Westlaw, sometimes I'll ask the question to give me kind of a head start on it, but then I have to do all the legal analysis to make sure that it's correct and accurate. But for things like, I can do a presentation to a group of HR people and city and other lawyers on the Tiger Act, which is an Arizona statute that basically for public safety and 911 operator that mandates that we're allowed to do counsel in the state. So I'm like, I know of it, I'm not really sure familiar with it. But so I asked ChatGPT to do a presentation for me, and so it gave me kind of, it saved me 2 hours of work. Instead of taking 4 hours, it was 2 hours. And on something like this, where it's really not like, it's really the right or wrong answer. You know, unlike when you're giving legal advice, you kind of want to be right, or at least be listening right, or have an opinion that's based on the law. This is, more law. And so it's like, I got my MPA years ago.
We missed you the other day. Congratulations.
Oh,
I know, because my son, family. Yeah, so my son was getting driver's license on Friday, storm meeting, and he went to do it. And his kid is anxious, and the only opening was at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. I'm like, sorry, that was not, I made those decisions. I thought, I hope she's not sick, because she's getting sick, like Venus. Tuesday, she'll be back, maybe tomorrow, good. And I told her, yeah. So that was what, it was like family takes precedence always. I couldn't tell that kid, sorry, I'm gonna go to the ground. Sorry, gotta go. You'll toss dirt. Go toss some dirt. Yeah. So that was one of those decisions. Yeah. I don't regret it.
Yeah.
Because when he passed. Yes. Yeah. So how do you feel about that? Well, that's the one. Really? Yeah, all my kids are now drivers, I'm like, okay, I succeeded. How old is he? 16. Jackie, my middle child, because she's the older twin. Yeah. Alzheimer's. But, and she left, got married, was in Newark and at Penuma, and I was like, wow. And it's crazy how the relationship is. And I was like, I'm gonna come get you. So I had friends that I would say, Jackie, I'll come for her tonight. But yeah, one day she was like, I'm going to act on it. So you stretch her out for me. So if you are, I won't take you. Unless you go under your shoe. So under the liner of the shoe.
and see if that was just, because I need to be able to get out and.
Yes. Maybe you should go back to Amanda and do those 2 days.
And you know, why am I taking you out? But if I didn't, she would have found someone else who would know, you know, stipulations to her, to me taking her, so. But I did, and then 3 months later, I brought her back for good.
Yeah.
Tried to throw her off the balcony.
Oh,
Yeah, she was lucky.
I didn't rush out Slag because I didn't want to be first
So she didn't go, but her.
I was saying, I just like stood off from a distance and let
It's like,
her
okay,
go
I'm done.
first.
Yeah.
I'm done, I'm coming for you, but I will not bring you down.
Yeah.
I'm glad it was just, it was a good positive reason and not like.
Yeah, that was it. That was my only reason.
The sky did not fall out of the sky.
Yes, so good.
What are you over there, trading and sharing? and-
I wanted to try to see what the catfish was, but
I know.
didn't want to try a catfish. Just wanted to have one.
Yes, sir.
You have a police department as a municipality, you have to have a records department.
Right, that's why it dawned on me, right?
I don't think mayor's gonna cut it.
No.
I'm just trying to rectify like what is it?
I'm just like, well, why would that be the lowest priority for a police department? Knowing it's imperative, you have a police department.
Yeah.
You weren't over there sweating, were you, chief?
Mayor, it's, I think the Records Bureau
Right, yeah.
only serves really the PD and maybe the clerk and maybe the prosecuting, right?
Right,
So it might not score like a lot higher.
right, but it is part of the mandate.
But it's part of the mandate, right? So,
Good. Especially when the vote opens up from. You want me to hear that?
my lunch had a donut in it.
I'm sure it did.
I'm gonna go out there now somewhere. You gotta do it, and I didn't. That's some fun stuff right there.
Boy, that shrimp was delicious.
I know. Good size.
So good.
What for lunch, Chief? Probably a healthy sandwich.
Community development has that public hearing with the planning and zoning commission over at Robinetta.
But your goal is to stay here till 5:45.
Unless we get that earlier.
Okay, but that's what, I just want to make sure your schedule.
Because the goal is to stay, you can have it a little later and wrap up. as opposed to-
I'm good with that. I'm not coming back tomorrow.
Oh, you have to be out here because of the.
Well, it turns out it's over at, it's at
Oh,
Robinetta.
yeah.
I thought it was here. Oh, well, that's awesome. Yeah. So we could still-
And we can have dinner there too?
Why not to?
Oh, okay, well, it's after 6, I'm like, well, let's give you some more time.
No, we're having bagels for dinner because they're still over there.
Bagels and donuts?
They've been
Australia
donuts.
donuts.
LDCC also have a program there till 6. The public hearing that starts on 6:15.
How many did we have him in
Is there any
person.
time I can leave this one? I can get that.
6 or 7.
Okay.
I have David's medical report. So you can put a quick one. And it talks only there from
One with a gal from a Sonoran Desert Conservation Group. About policy. She
I had to
acknowledged
go over
she was a little
to,
embarrassed that
like, now
this
to get
way
up
in the
back to 20
process.
minutes. I don't have to.
And the other was a couple that wanted to talk about it. That's all it was.
I'll do it too, but it's senior citizens.
I think there was another couple that was here, but didn't actually address the commission.
So it's all over a bunch of things. If it's not gonna work, it's fine.
So, when we take our next break, that'll be right before we move into personnel matters. Before that, we're talking about policy consideration, and then after that, we're talking about capital improvement.
Okay, and if it's the lingering comments, I might just leave for the leave before the work starts. So what is the one before it? I know I can write a meeting schedule. What are we talking about before the break?
Policy considerations.
I won't leave too early, but sometimes it's the lingering comments. It would just be. I really don't want to be a call to offering before she makes a decision. I have a new grandbaby coming. I have 2 family members graduating from college. And I'm moving my daughter here. So all in July.
Did you find a house for them?
They're with us for the year. Because we only have 1 kid left and we have 5 that are out.
Right, so you have to rotate out, you're rotating back in.
Porter's the only one home, he's gonna get a sophomore, he won't, a junior, he won't get very much. Which I work, so Hannah will be seeing about herself. The only thing we asked her to do, like, we'll pay your rent, and like, nope, the only thing we need you to do is to make dinner. We'll pay for the food, but if you'll take dinner, that would be the greatest thing to do. Planet, Frederick, not every day, we're gonna do that.
Oh, man, it's like that shrimp.
I know, but I don't know. It doesn't have like a ton of rice on it.
It's people don't want to. They don't have to pay rent.
Right.
We've never done a lunch, a meal this way, food truck, so wanted to experiment.
Yeah. It worked out well.
For my daughter's wedding, we tried to, it's always walking out, I'm finding a gas station, can't think of his name right now. He was so good. I was like, they didn't have lunch, we guys that eat food like that.
You brought it in?
Huh?
You brought it in?
And it was so good. It was easy to eat, but you need to get everything.
And that's becoming more popular. I went to one in they brought, I think it was Chief Wonders, I'm surprised that it was, and they brought the pizza, the brick oven pizza, and they were truck. So it's catering of sorts, but it's actually, they're bringing in the whole facility that they already got, right here.
Yep.
We had a baby shower for my niece and they brought a taco truck. Taco and no hot dogs.
That's what my daughter married an Idaho boy, and she's like, better. I'm a Southern Arizona girl, so we did Sonoran hot dogs, homemade churros, tacos, veggie chicken, and BGs.
Oh, wow. That's all Arizona based. Kidding me, right? Including Eegee's.
Yep. Well, it had to be. We have it.
It working? The
This
sooner
is a-
we can get started, the
This is a
sooner.
working lunch. so
Working lunch.
We've gone from lunch, let's go to the working part.
Great,
We've gone from lunch, let's go to the working part.
great. We'll turn the time over to AC, and he'll walk us through what next fiscal year is looking like.
And we're starting off with Rosie, 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 right?
Mr. Mayor, we'll see.
Well,
Let me get to the slide here. I just want to caveat things again that this is very early in the process, you know, because one of the things that we do when we're forecasting next year's revenues, we also look at where we think we're going to end in the current fiscal year, which we did in those earlier presentations. So again, you know, the farther along we go into a year, the better we'll know what our year end is going to look like. So on things such as our general sales tax, or TPT, we don't even have December in yet, and December is a big month for us. So also what you're not seeing here are any potential impacts of any state legislation that might.
I was going to mention that, and obviously, I'm hearing this, especially because of the big, beautiful bill aligning with the state, what they're going to be doing, that the budget could go into June or July.
Yeah.
So how would you, what is your thought on how we come up with a tentative budget, or we can't really be tentative, right, by statute, we have to have, but then we could amend it potentially, so would you want to go in high in some things to give us the ability to add things to it if?
Yeah, in situations like that, what you don't want to do with the budget is shortchange your budget, right? Because when we adopt it, that sets the cap, and you can't go above that. So if we've been awarded a grant, but we're unsure of the timing and we think it might get, we're going to program that in, right? And then if it doesn't happen, then that becomes part of the discussion that we have when we give you the updates, or in my quarterly report, you know, we'll address it. But obviously, we probably also wouldn't have the underlying expenditures associated with the grant revenues
Right.
until we know that, you know, we're going to get
coming
it
in.
anytime soon, yeah.
Right, thanks.
Okay, with that, what I'm going to present here are our major revenue sources for our governmental funds. So we're not going to look at the enterprise funds. A lot of those are based off of user charges. Those user charges are structured to, you know, capture enough revenues to cover all the costs. So generally, that formula works out pretty well, and our forecast for the enterprise funds looks positive. So the emphasis here is going to be mostly on the governmental funds and the taxation and the state shared revenues and whatnot. So for the general fund, we've got three major revenue sources that account for about 90% of the total revenues in the general fund. So what you're not going to see here are like those Parks and Rec charges, or investment income and miscellaneous charges, fines and fees for the courts. But obviously, our general sales taxes are a large component of the revenue sources. The current year budget is $10.6 million. Again, we expect to be about $10.9 million at year end. That's a difference of $357,000. I'm sorry, $10.9 million at the end of the current fiscal year, and the forecast for next year is $11.2 million. So you see, under the forecast change, I've got two different colors. The light color is going to be our forecast relative to our current budget, and then the dark color here is going to be the forecast relative to the year-end estimate. So for transaction privilege taxes, we're going to be about $654,000 more next year in the budget than our current year budget, and which is $357,000 higher than what where we expect to be at the end of the current fiscal year. Okay, that is 3.3% more than our current year estimate. So that's still a decent amount of growth, but it's not crazy growth because we do try to be, reasonably conservative when we put together these estimates. The driver for sales taxes are the number of people that are in the town. So I use regression analysis to come up with these forecasts, and our population and the change in our population can account for 90% of the change in our sales taxes, and our standard error for that prediction is plus or minus 6%. So that is a good model. It's served us well in the past, right? Typically, we try to be reasonably conservative, so sometimes I look at that standard error and factor the revenues down a little bit. But I don't do it too much because by being too conservative in our forecasts, right, it just hamstrings our ability to deliver service to the community because we're not going to be able to add as much.
Are we using, now that we have like a Burlington and Boot Barn, are we using Placer AI to track like how many more visitors up from Mexico or Nogales as we expand our retail base? How many we're attracting from outside the community?
Those are all great things to do. We're not quite at that level yet. I think if I can find an accounting supervisor one of these days, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more wherewithal to sort of fine tune a lot of these projections and account for things like that. But yeah, that would be a great thing. I'd love to get into that.
Right. Well, especially with Roadhouse, some of the retailers that might attract from outside the community.
Absolutely.
To understand where our shoppers are coming from, it helps, like we did with Landing Roadhouse, because we knew how many people were going to Harkins and their Grant Road location, but just in general, right, where are we capturing from outside the community as we grow?
Now, some of that's a trade-off, right? You lose Joann's, but you get something else in.
Right.
So it's the increment above Joann's, or if it's not as good of a retailer, how much below what was there before.
Right, or even when Alex brought up maybe a church is going into Big Five, well, from a retail perspective, or from a sales tax perspective, not a positive.
Yeah. But, we are looking at another retailer coming into town, and we have used Placer AI to help kind of guide some of those things and what we can expect as far as revenues if that occurs.
Yep.
Okay, so next we have building permit fees. So our forecast next year is $2.072 million. This is $61,000 more than the current budget and $256,000 less than where we expect to be at the end of the year. There's a little bit more volatility in building permits than there is in sales taxes. The driver for this is the number of single-family residential permits we expect to be issued during the year. So if we're spot on the number of SFRs that we're going to get, then we're going to be pretty close to this. But the variability is, well, how much growth can you really, how close are we on estimating how much growth there's going to be next year? So this year's number is based off of 356 SFRs. The budget assumed 320. And next year, we actually expect to have about the same number of SFRs, about 357, so one more than where we're at this year. So why would revenues go down? And I think that goes back to the volatility in the revenue stream, because one of the things we don't know is, a home may get permitted, but how big is that home? How many features are in that home that might drive the amount of permit revenues that we generate?
And do you track at AC? Because where that might go down a little, a $400,000 home is going to produce construction sales tax that's going to be higher than it would have been at a $300,000 home. So one could be a trade-off of another potentially.
Correct. Now, one of the things I don't do in my modeling is I'm not building in like the average size of the home that was permitted. That's taking it to another level.
Right.
But my modeling already at a higher level is pretty good. But that's, that it just takes time to be able to get that granular. And not only that, is if you're going to incorporate that, you have to have all that historical data to make forecasting in the future. And then how good are you at predicting like the average size of a home in 5 years?
Right.
Right, because I use these forecasts 5 years in the future. It's going to be easier for us to project how many SFRs, not necessarily the size of those SFRs.
And it might be the size, but also what's a home cost in 5 years as well.
Yeah, on our
contracting
taxes,
contracting
that comes
fees,
into play. For state shared revenues, the state economy is going to be doing pretty good next year. A lot of that is from state shared revenues. So in the general fund, you're looking at the income tax, the vehicle license tax, and the state shared sales tax. So this revenue stream is going up quite a bit, primarily because of income tax collections from 2 years prior. That's how it works on state shared revenues. That number is going to be a known figure, okay, because they know how much they collected 2 years ago. Where there's a little bit of variability is, well, how much is our growth rate relative to everybody else's growth rate over that time? Because if we're growing at a faster pace than the municipal average, we're going to capture a larger portion of the pie than we have in the past, because these revenues are distributed based off of municipal population.
Right.
So we do a pretty good job of forecasting this. We use the JLBC, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee's Finance Advisory Committee, their projections for the state economy when we build our own projections. They're the experts, right? I can't see my opinion superseding what they've done, and they also tend to be reasonably conservative in their estimates. For vehicle license taxes and HERF revenues, we use Arizona Department of Transportation, their projections for the future. So these revenues are going to be 1.36 million more than the current year budget next year, and 1.16 million more than where we're going to land at the end of this year. So a decent amount of revenue growth there. Overall, our major revenue sources in the general fund should be about a little over $2 million higher than the current year budget, and 1.27 million more than what we're estimating to be at the end of the current fiscal year. So that revenue growth is good. It's 7.5% above the current year budget and 4.5% above the current year estimate. But we need that amount of revenue growth to really, almost hold even, because there's a lot of pressure on the expenditure side, right? So all of our costs face inflationary pressure, right? You're going to carve out anywhere between 2 to 3% just for inflation alone. We have pressure on our medical insurance premiums, right? Our life insurance premiums, dental insurance premiums. So this type of growth, a lot of that's going to be consumed just for the things that, doing business as usual.
And we're lagging always 2 years, which I have to always remember, on the collections side from state shared revenue, right? It's backward looking 2 years.
They don't use our population from so they use their current year population, but they use their collections from 2 years ago.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But yeah, they're collecting more today than they were 2 years ago.
2 years ago,
typically.
right.
Yeah, so but that's kind of how the formulas always work, so it's, we're used to that kind of a lag. So after you carve out all those things that we sort of maintain over year to year, right, then you're going to have the amount of money that's left over to fund things like, well, we got a market study. What are we going to do with that, right? We got merits we need to fund. We've got new position requests. And so you're going to see some of that play out a little bit later when HR gives their presentation. Okay. Moving on to the transportation fund. So the revenues that you see here make up about 89, almost 90% of the total revenues of the transportation fund. You see that our state shared revenues, I talked about this earlier, where our current year-end forecast is actually, our current year-end estimate is actually under budget, right? So when we're looking at what we're going to plan next year, we're only about $9,000 more than what we budgeted in the current year. And it'll be about $104,000 more than where we're going to land at the end of the year. So it's basically flat. For transaction privilege taxes on our utilities, and this is the dedicated portion, that's the increment that you recently approved, that gets put into our streets program, $17,000 over the current year budget, $16,000 over the current year estimate. I did a regression analysis on this, and we can expect about a little under 2% growth in our utility taxes year over year. And that's just historically what it's been.
That's pretty significant, right? When we're having stresses on inflation on the roads and all those types of things. That's not bad to have where we didn't have it before as we're being attacked.
It certainly helps. So the revenue stream is growing, and as people do move into the town, it grows by even a little bit more. But it's not keeping pace with the cost to do the maintenance. So, right. That's where the challenge lies. Okay.
Was there any component of the use tax
was this, or that was just in the general fund?
No, the use tax we kept into the general fund, yeah.
But that would be one that could be allocated for whatever the council,
We thought at the time that the nexus was really clear, a lot clearer using the utility tax
Right.
as transportation because it deals with our right-of-way.
right, and roads
as
and,
opposed to use tax.
right,
We did put our franchise taxes there, because the franchise taxes are related to use of the
right,
right of way.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. On the capital infrastructure improvement fund, this is a good one to look at because this allows you the ability to understand how much money we have to cash finance our capital projects, right? And our capital projects are big ticket items. So contracting TPT, the lion's share of this, it comes from home sales, right? Not resales of homes, but new home sales. As home sales dry up, so if we run out of inventory, this becomes a problem for our capital
Right.
plan. Because this is the only ongoing revenue source in that. We also use this to pay our debt that we've issued to pay for capital projects. So when we bring in the revenue, the first thing that revenue is obligated to is that debt service. So that gets kind of carved out. So what you have left is what we can cash finance. So obviously, a lot of times capital projects cost a lot more than the cash that you bring in any given year. So you have to accumulate cash over multiple years to do those really big projects. And that's where debt can come into play,
Right.
right? So if we want to do a rec center at $40 million or $50 million, how many years would we,
Save up
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't cost, in 10 years, $40 million.
What
It
it
costs
does.
$6 million.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our contracting transaction privilege taxes, we are forecasting that will be about $827,000 over our current year budget and about $243,000 under where we're going to land at the end of our current fiscal year. And again, we just try to be a little bit conservative when we generate new revenues for, new forecasts for the upcoming year. Now, these are all going to change as we progress in the budget process over the next 2 months or so, but we'll probably be around these amounts. Okay? So with that, that was just a brief overview. If you had any questions.
Any questions? Nope.
AC, overall, how would you describe your viewpoint of what next year looks like from a revenue standpoint in the general fund and just overall?
Well, as long as we have growth in the town, our prospects are good. So, I think we're seeing healthy revenue for next year. The problem that we have is because we're growing, there's also a high demand for services. And so we really feel the pressure on the expenditure side. How do we, do we have enough funding to do all the things that we would like to do?
And is
The answer is no.
inflation, and is inflation eating up a lot of that? On top of the new services, just like you said, benefits. If you're
Correct.
maintaining it, it's still costing more than it did last year.
Absolutely, quite a bit more at that.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, we'll jump right into service level trends, and we'll start with our police department.
We're already at questions? Great. That was fast. I'll put out some different notes here, try to stay on task. So it looks like we get a chance to present to you on trends and service levels from the PD perspective. I will be reading off some notes here that correspond with the bullets that you see there. I would ask that you let me get through the presentation. I think it takes about 10 minutes, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and we'll go from there. So initially, we're talking about trends without getting into the weeds, which means I'd like to stay out of a lot of numbers for you. We all recognize town is growing, and
that I can clearly state the police department is busier than it was the last year or the year before that. So realistically, we can expect an increase in population in FY '27 to about 39,300. Those are our estimated numbers. And we need to prepare for this type of growth in advance. This means preparing and putting in place PD personnel resources in a timely manner. Commercial and residential growth is clearly a positive for us, and that's a good thing, but what it means is we'll have more people in neighborhoods. We will have some new neighborhoods. They're going in just south of El Toro for sure. And we will also have some new businesses coming in. The police department needs to have appropriate resources to maintain and assure we address growth trends and maintain service levels. As I've stated previously, once a position is funded, recruited, tested, we do a background process, a hiring process, all that gets completed. We still have to send an officer to the police academy. And then once they get out of the police academy, then we have to put them into the FTO, Field Training Officer Program. And then somewhere about 1 year later from you gave us the money, we actually have an officer that can go, a very green officer, go on their first call for service without a training officer standing right next to them. So it's a full-time, 40-hour a week, often 50-hour a week, 52 weeks in a row training process. It takes a little bit less to bring on a lateral officer, about 4 months. However, we are experiencing fewer of them than we have in prior years. Part of that is a state law that was passed a while back, making sure that all officers, once hired by an initial agency, remain with that agency for a minimum of 3 years. Otherwise, if I hire somebody else with less than 3 years, I or we have to pay for all the training costs. And all the training costs means salary for that officer, the academy cost for that officer, room and board, etc., as well as everybody that has touched that officer in any training capacity way. So we're paying for multiple people at that point. So they're pretty expensive. We know about 54% of our calls take 2 or more officers. We've been tracking that now for a number of years. What we don't know, and we don't track currently, is when it takes 3 officers, 4 officers, or more to handle a call for service. And we have those. You've probably driven by incidents where we have 3, 4, 5, or more officers out at a scene. So, as a quick example, our calls for service, which does not track all activity of police officers or police personnel, doesn't come close to it. Our calls for service in 2024 were 7,845. In 2025, there were 8,388. That's an increase of 7%. So we are busier than we were before. We'll continue to be busy. I'll put this out in front of everybody. We are a safe community, thank goodness. And we will continue to strive to keep us a safe community. I think that takes us over to our next slide. And here we're going to talk about additional trends impacting the police department. So from my perspective, we're no longer a small town. I hear that. People love that about us. But we're not a small town anymore, in my opinion. So we have more traffic, and I'm talking more than just beyond our snowbirds that come in and come out. There's an increase there. But we have more traffic violations than we did before because we have more people driving in town. Those are people that are working here, visiting here, living here, etc. But this is one of the reasons we're striving to separate our traffic officers from our patrol squads. For those of you that have been on the council or working for the town for a while now, you're aware we have a special assignment of traffic officer. They're trained to a higher degree in traffic enforcement traffic investigation, etc. And they are called out to deal with some of the more significant traffic collisions, felony investigations involving DUI, reckless driving, etc. They have always been attached, since I've been here, to patrol squads. Most towns, somewhere in the area of our particular size, perhaps 5 to 8,000 people less in population, start to separate, what I refer to as bifurcate, their traffic unit or traffic bureau from their patrol bureau. So this doesn't mean that patrol officers won't be doing traffic violations. They will. They'll still be making traffic stops, issuing citations and warnings. What it means is our traffic officers will be enforcing traffic laws with more emphasis and regularity than patrol officers. So these are the ones we direct towards a particular area, a business area, intersections, areas where speeding is occurring, school zones, that kind of stuff, at particular dates, times, and they address those types of issues. I've spoken before about the complexity of calls and it requiring more than a certain number of officers. Prosecutors and juries expect more evidence to secure a conviction, which equates to accountability, and accountability equates to lowering the number of reoccurring crimes because somebody's been held accountable for it. They typically stop doing that. So for some good news, for the first time in about 3 years, our current staffing level has improved with at least some consistency. We currently have all but one civilian position filled. That happens to be a CSO, ACO position. We're working on filling that now. As of this moment, all but 2 of our police officer positions have been filled. And I've got down here in my notes a capital however. So, however, a number of those we've hired or provided a job offer to still have to complete an academy. So, for example, last week and this week, I gave job offers to 3 police officer recruits. That's good news. The day that I made job offers to 2 of them, I was notified yet again that I have somebody in background with a federal agency leaving us. So these numbers change on a regular basis. Liliana will know this almost, I don't want to say weekly, but every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something comes up. So,
Hey, Chief. Chief,
Yes.
let me interrupt you for a second. I think what John just said is incredibly important. It's a revolving door to some extent. There are some departments that are just fraught with attrition concerns and issues. PD is, and it's not this PD, it's not John's department.
Right.
It is across the country, certainly in every organization that I've worked for here in the state of Arizona, attrition has been a problem in our law enforcement agencies. I asked Chief to pause here for a second because when he said, hey, I can tell you right now that we're down to 2 vacancies. When I came on with the town in 2022, February 2022, that was, I mean, he was double-digit vacancies in his department. So credit to Chief, credit to HR, credit to Chief's command staff. To some extent, to a certain extent, credit to our public affairs group. Just really, and credit to the council for allowing us to implement additional, benefits and changes. And it really is taking a village to help with this issue. But this is amazing to be able to have our chief stand in front of us and say, hey, I'm happy to say that we only have 2 vacancies right now. Right. Now, it's ebb and flow. I'm glad we caught it on a good day, but the fact that we're here and seeing some success in our recruitment is a big deal. Thanks.
No, and I would add also to our officers, because I think I've learned some of our best recruiters are our own officers for that. So that's a big deal. And as Shane said, it's always growing because every time, the legislature, the governor gives a pay raise, right, to DPS. We always talk about our comparative communities, but DPS can, raise the pay You don't even have to go to Phoenix, you know, you can work basically out of your car or your home, whatever, and still be down here. So just, we have to always be vigilant with these comparative, you know, studies on, it's going to be a never-ending process to stay competitive.
So, Mayor, I'm gonna go off script here for a minute. I was on a conference call with probably about, I don't know, 50 other chiefs and half a dozen sheriffs this week, connected with the Attorney General's office, and the AG, Chris Mays, was presenting that she was fully supporting a raise for state police officers. I had her go back to the slide, so I had to raise my hand electronically. She chimed in and said, "What do you need, John?" And I went off and said, every time you do this, in the long run, it's a positive. However, every manager in the state turns around and runs their hands through their hair, starts
Right.
pulling on it, going, "You got to be kidding me again."
Right.
So I want our officers to be appropriately paid. They need to be appropriately paid. But when I asked what she was actually looking for, she didn't have an answer. And then lots of little thumbs up and positive comments through the Teams system or the Google Meet system. So we do run into that, and it's a chasing issue. So I will say, remember this bit of good news on our current staffing is connected to calls for service, and those are connected to complexity. Some calls for service, you can have one officer go out there and handle it. They're there for an hour and a half, they're done with it. And other than our records department touching a report on it, it never resurfaces. Other ones are much more significant, and we have to utilize some significant overtime to address incidents as well as minimum staffing. I'm going to comment on this. So, officers and other employees take time off for a variety of reasons: sick time, comp time, vacation time, injury time, admin time, baby bonding time, etc. And that impacts our staffing. If you don't know it, our day watch and swing teams, minimum staffing is 4 officers and a sergeant. Graveyards is 3 officers and a sergeant. So that's what we strive to meet as our minimum staffing. With that said, when we meet minimum staffing or go below minimum staffing, we have to backfill. We bring people in on overtime. There's a question out there, it's a common question. What happens if we hire more officers? Does that help drive down the overtime cost? I don't have an absolute answer for this. I have 40 years of experience with this, and there is a understanding, a concept out there that if you have, if your staffing is 10 officers or 10 employees, and you hire 2 more officers beyond that, that it takes care of the number of officers that'll be off on vacation and comp and all those other reasons. And then you can push aside or reset short-term priorities and not automatically have to go into a backfill. So there is a formula for that. I've referred to this to Beth before as this is the 7% formula. So the agency I came from figured it out at 7%. If you had 7% more people, the on-duty injuries, the sick time, the vacation, and all the other reasons why people go off can now be pushed aside, and you don't automatically fall into minimum staffing where you're coming in and now paying people time and a half to fill what was filled with straight time. It's a little bit more complex than that, but if we had more officers and we could keep those positions, that's key. We could direct short-term priorities instead of automatically backfilling somebody being off, and that backfill obviously occurs on overtime. Our current staffing model allows us to respond to calls for service and provide, and I've got my note in here and I'm going to say it, somewhat minimal level of patrol in different parts of town. We're not doing as much patrol as I want to see, and what I mean by that is proactive patrol. We're not simply called to your neighborhood because a bicycle was stolen. We're actually in your neighborhood because that's where my patrol officers should be a certain percentage of the time. So that is part of the impact on staffing needs. I'm hoping that our market study comes out and helps attract and keep our employees. Money is a factor on why people leave, but it's not the only factor. With that, I'll touch on community events here, to include our signature events. I live here in town. I think everybody knows that. I've got a son and daughter-in-law, and now a grandson, that lives here in town. And I love our community events. They do take a certain amount of resources from the PD into this for them to be successful by way of security and safety. I know Devin and his crew, PRCS, do a fantastic job in putting these events on, and they are a plus. They're what I refer to as, they help our quality of life here in the community. People have a sense of being, belonging, etc. So these are pluses, but I want to make a note, the more successful these are, the more of an impact they have on the security and safety end of this. Again, some more trends. We want, obviously, officers proactively patrolling neighborhoods and business areas. Unfortunately, we're not meeting these goals. I touched on that a moment ago. We are currently staffing teams to minimum, assuring that we have at least minimum staffing on there. By minimum levels, I mean we have, or are assuring, we have at least 4 officers on and a sergeant during day and swings, and then 3 officers and a sergeant on midnights. Our response to calls for service takes up the vast majority of our time during a shift, and it leaves little time to patrol neighborhoods and business areas. So we're not advancing our community policing efforts like I want to be at this time. This is something I'd like to have the PD improve on. I briefly talked about, earlier about separating our traffic officers from patrol squads. So yes, patrol officers would be doing traffic enforcement, but traffic officers would be concentrating on it. This would be a significant step forward for the police department, viewed as a positive by those officers that are in traffic positions or interested in traffic positions. It'll help address poor driving and realistically sharp curb sharp increases in traffic collisions. We will be more visible with more traffic stops, and that doesn't necessarily mean more tickets. What that means is more education in this effort. I don't know who popped that up there. But the traffic officers, again, concentrate on enforcement and education efforts. Again, I'll touch base on records here. That was mentioned earlier. You see the number there of 3,000 plus records requests a year. So we're currently full staffed in our records bureau. Hooray. We were down 1 to 2 positions for approximately 1 year. If we can maintain full staffing, we may be able to make a small dent in some of our requests for records in our records bureau. However, it'll be nominal. I checked in with our record supervisor the other day. Our new goal, our new plan at this point will be to have a records request that the Records Bureau deals with done in 10 to 14 business days. So I think that's probably realistic if we keep those positions there. So that means your copy of a police report, traffic collision report, some of those will be done faster, but the outside end would be, we should be completing that within 14 days. We are working towards addressing a backlog of requests associated with body-worn camera or BWC recordings. These are quite different from records requests that are done by our Records Bureau. So if you don't know, BWC recordings are done by our CSS, Crime Scene Specialist staff. We've made advancements on clearing dozens and dozens of BWC recording requests, but still have a list to get through. I'm going to refer to another document I have up here. There is an old law and new law list. The old law list was created before new law came out and said you can now charge people for requesting these recordings in order to offset some of the cost with redaction. That old law list was originally 96 requests. Some of those requests was a single body-worn camera recording of 10 minutes. Some of those requests were, I want all 72 body-worn camera recordings connected to this case, and there's 114 hours of them. If you're not aware of it, every second, every moment of a recording has to be reviewed by a person audibly and by video to ensure we redact everything. We have completed 80 of those 96 on the first list. We have 16 left. The plan that I recently put in place, and Shane, you requested some comment on this, is to make a priority that we complete this old law list so we can step into the new law list. We have 16 of those requests left. Some of those may be multiple recordings. I will be signing one person full-time to pull through and sort of power through that. Marana PD has a person that does this full-time. And I think we were advised they get everything done in 48 hours. My staff connected with their staff at their level. And the answer was no, that's not correct. That's a goal. And there's a response within 48 hours. But you receive the stuff somewhere between 30 and 45 days later. Thank you. So we'll power through this old law list, the 16 requests that are made, and again, that may be several hours of recordings for each one. And then we will start into the new law list, which has 62 such requests currently. So there's less now because people go, oh, there's money attached to this, maybe I don't want it. So we haven't started into that list yet. I'll be having additional conversation with staff this coming week and the week after in regards to how do we assign somebody to stay on top of this. So once we get rid of the old list and we step into the new list and we get the new list down to a manageable amount, how do we stay on top of that? So we're working on that right now to develop a plan. We were doing 58 hours a week, so more than a full-time position, to get that first list down to the 16 we have it right now. We had several people working on these. 2 people have to review it. 1 person reviews it. So the software does its job. Then a person reviews it, makes corrections, and then another person reviews it to make sure it's been done correctly. So we're working on that right now, but realistically, this will go back to our CSS staff, and it may be a case where we assure 40 hours of work are done on this each week. What that does is cause displacement. All their other duties, I squish the balloon over here and it stretches out over there. So I take care of this issue, but I have another issue. But we're working on that. We understand people have a right to have these types of recordings after redaction has been done. So we're driving forward on this as quickly as we can. But these people, it's not as if they weren't doing other duties. They were doing duties. We're reprioritizing them. So I hope that answers questions on that area, and I'll be open to questions here in just a minute. What I will also comment on, I think the last bullet on here, our expansion is underway. The police department expansion. Thank you to council members and all the people here in town hall staff. Beth, where are you at? She's in here somewhere. Did she step out? Beth has put up with me multiple times. She's out there right now. Beth has put up with my frustration on this project. We started this over 4 years ago, and now it's underway. So this is a positive for us. It will help with recruitment. It will help with retention. And more importantly, it's going to help with workspace for our current employees. And depending on how FY27 works out, we can wind up addressing some space issues, workspace issues here in the future for possible additional employees. Some of the why behind these trends and service levels. Again, I talked about no longer being a small town. We need to recognize this in association with economic development, public works, PRCS, and clearly policing, and probably other departments as well. Anna, I think I didn't mention yours, I apologize. But part of these challenges from a PD perspective is growth within the department, as you see there. I'll again remind people the time it takes once you approve a position. If it's an officer position, it takes a year, and it's paramount that we stay ahead of the growth. Needed developments within the department to assure we maintain service levels and address trends. So trend is one of them. A trend is our growth. We need to move beyond the basics of patrol. This is important to understand as the town gets bigger. Some of its policing resources need to change. As indicated previously, traffic, separating it from patrol, is one of those changes. That's a positive for us. Additionally, our SRO program, I know it was commented on earlier by comment through Mr. Lytle. However, we just filled our 4th SRO position here recently in conjunction with working with SUSD. So we don't pick them as the PD. The PD and SUSD selects the SROs, so they have input on this. But there's another example of patrol can't do it all. So we used to have 3 detectives. We currently have 7 detective positions. 5 of those are currently filled. And additionally, we're in need of a team of officers that can direct, that we or I can direct to special problems, community policing efforts, dealing with homeless issues, transients, and quite frankly, tracking down suspects that don't simply stay in Sahuarita. They go into Marana, Oro Valley, the county, Tucson, etc. I would call this team sort of a directed action response team. Multiple agencies utilize this type of directed patrol, and our trends currently have been showing and continue to show the need for this, as opposed to now I take my patrol officer, have them team up with somebody else, go up to Marana to find somebody, locate somebody, and what does that do to my patrol squad? It makes me go back down below minimum, and I'm right back in that vicious circle. So we're looking at trying to do something along these lines. The terminology we put on this is DART, Directed Action Response Team. And these are the people that would be going to neighborhood watch meetings. These are the people that would be going out and looking for a suspect. These are the people, when patrol can't handle it, they would be directed to deal with this. So you can think of it as a community policing type of team. So I believe DART would help our community policing efforts, would be a positive all the way around. And that would be internal stuff that the chief and the commanders move around internally if we have the right resources. So I think that brings me to questions, because Devin's up next.
Thanks, Chief. Just a couple of quick ones. If you could address Councilman Lytle's request for drones. I know that, we have to have everybody on board when we talked about earlier. I don't know anything about these drones, but somehow those came up. And also, for the council, when we do the market survey, can you address where we should be aware, because not every position is created equally, because we have commanders, lieutenants, sergeants, and officers, where we should be looking at where there might be a disparity from us to other communities to be watching for?
Sure. Let me deal with your last question first. So I believe there is, I'm visual like Shane. You show something in front of me once and I go, I got it. However, I don't know if you retained it that quick, boss, but with that, our officers are off about this much. There needs to be an adjustment from my perspective. That's my professional opinion. Then there needs to be a bump in raise, or in salary rather, excuse me. Our sergeants are so close to the last numbers that I closely examined with all of our regional counterparts. And what I'm talking about regional is here in Pima County. We're all competing for the same people. Our sergeants are toe-to-toe, shoulder-to-shoulder. They're also the most expensive overtime, probably in the town. So I think they're toe-to-toe. There may need to be almost no adjustment there. My sergeants are going to hate me for saying this, but those are the numbers. My lieutenants, so if my officers are this far off, my lieutenants are this far off. And my commanders are this far off. So it's hard to compare these folks. A number 2 here, a commander, does things that an assistant chief at other agencies do. The title gets lost. A number 2 at the sheriff's department used to be called the chief deputy. It's now called a chief over there. So the sheriff changed it. At Marana, a number 2 is a captain. At Tucson, a number 2 is an assistant chief. Everybody has a different title. There are differences between Tucson and the Sahuarita Police Department. But as I remind Chad, my counterpart, there's also a difference in resources, Chad. You simply say something and 4 people make it happen for you. So an adjustment for officers, a more significant adjustment for lieutenants, and more so even for the commanders. That's my take on it.
John, let me just interject. I mean, that's exactly why we're doing the market study. Right. So in all fairness to what Chief is saying and to your question, Mayor, I think we need to wait for the market study to help answer that question.
Right. And with that market study, based on what I just heard, is there a way, Yolanda, that their number 2, it's going to have a different title than somebody else's number 2, our number 2, their number 2. Are you able to kind of equalize, compare that evenly? Yeah. Keep apples against apples and oranges against oranges. Thanks.
Now, it is a struggle.
Right.
I mean, it just is.
And
When
it's
you-
the
when
revolving
you're comparing
circular.
yourself to larger agencies, it just is always going to be a struggle. But the last consultant that we had wrestled with the same thing, and they tried to make sure that we were looking at comparables, apples to
Positions,
apples.
right.
It's just hard.
Yeah.
But rest assured, the consultants know that struggle for an agency like ours, and they're looking at our benchmark communities, and they're looking at job descriptions and titles and doing the best that we can.
Appreciate that.
So now as it goes to drones or UAVs, so the police department, actually, your police department, your local small police department is ahead of the vast majority of most when it comes to a lot of our technology. We were the first in the state to have a federally licensed UAV program up and running. Others have followed us since. Some of them have surpassed us. I look at our UAV or drone program as drone and robotics. Robots are coming. We have robotic dogs that would clear a house before we put an officer in there. We just have to breach the door, and then the dog goes in and looks. So with that, the system that Mr. Lytle brought up, Councilmember Lytle brought up, is Skydio. It has teamed with Axon, which is evidence.com, which is also Taser. So a multi-billion-dollar company that is not going to go away anytime soon. They have a thing called DFR, Drone First Responder, that they want to sell to agencies all over the place. And in the long run, that's a package we should look at somewhere down the road. It'll probably be a different chief. It's several years from now. But with that, it is USA made here in the US, and passes all the requirements that the state has threatened to put in place, our state legislature, as well as the feds have threatened or put into place. Florida was one of the first states to adopt USA-made drones or robots only. So for the vast majority of you, if you don't know, we have multiple different types of drones that fly, and those drones are made in China. So we are in the process right now of trying to replace them. We have had Skydio reps come out before any other agency here in the county even thought about it, come out and present on this with their drone first responder. To keep it really small, drone first responders, dispatch gets a call for service, and they say, hey, there's a fight over at the Speedway gas station. From 1 or 2 or 3 locations in your town, a drone takes off automatically, goes to it, and live feeds it to an MDC in the car. And the officer goes, that car is no longer there. It's northbound I-19. And now they know where to go to start after the car is supposed to respond there and lose several minutes. So that technology is coming. In fact, it's here. Multiple agencies deploy it in California. I believe Scottsdale is implementing it. Salt River may have it, and Queen Creek currently has DFR, drone first responder. That's great. I'm looking for USA-made drones right now, and we're trying to purchase it, actually, Mayor and council members, here in this FY26. I'm not looking for the suite of options. I'm looking for the drone that says if I utilize it, I can get FEMA money reimbursed. That just came out this last week. If you utilize Chinese-made drones and they're attached to your hours of operation, we're not going to reimburse you for that. Okay, doesn't mean we can't use Chinese-made drones. We'll use what we have to for right now. But we are in the process of moving over to this. The system that Councilmember Lytle brought up is important. It will be more important in years to come. I may be in front of you making that type of request at the tail end of my time, I don't know. But right now, we're looking for American-made drones. It could be a Skydio product, but it wouldn't be with a suite where it launches off the top of a building and goes automatically. That's about the highest end package you can get right now.
Right, thanks.
I hope I'm answering your question.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to have a response for him when he got back. Appreciate it. Thanks. Any other comments? To my right? Diane? Microphone, yep.
This isn't connected to drones, but do we have cameras on any of our traffic signal lights that can shoot pictures of license plates?
I believe there are some cameras on intersection light standards. I don't believe any of them are actually recorded right now. I've made this request before. I'm a proponent of cameras. I think they help solve a lot of stuff. If you look at the most recent thing with Guthrie and Tucson, they are relying on cameras to address a lot of that kind of stuff. So in the long run, I believe that would be a plus. There's a cost to that. But the vast majority of police investigations right now rely on cameras to identify who was where and all that kind of stuff. And I think we could, my opinion as a police chief, we could do a camera system at certain key intersections that do not become Big Brother, that automatically delete after a certain amount of time. I don't care who's coming from whose house at 0 dark 30 because they hooked up. I really don't. What I'm looking for is who is passing through the intersection here, here, or here after we had a homicide or a major assault. That's what I'd be looking for. So.
Aren't the cameras, Chief, I thought the county, wasn't that for traffic, not, for accidents or something? I heard that a couple of years ago. I thought the county was monitoring to those. Are we monitoring those cameras?
We have none here in town that record. There may be a handful of cameras right now that if you logged into a system, you can watch it live, but then you can just report what you saw on the monitor. So there's no recording that you can zoom in on and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't record license plates or anything like that. That technology is out there.
Right.
So, and we've had vendors visit us with that technology to explain how it works. It's just, it's a priority. It's at the lower end currently for us.
Yep. Diane, did you have a follow-up, Diane?
Yeah, when we had those explosive devices and there was concern whether they were IEDs, that camera technology to snap the picture of the license plate, if someone was coming from outside of our town to do something nefarious or dastardly, that's a really good tool to have.
That's correct. And in that particular case, the intersections that I would select, it would have picked up on 2 of those intersections, the people that were involved.
How
So,
expensive is it?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, council member, I apologize.
No, you don't have to apologize, but
yeah,
I've
but-
got an interest in that one.
Yeah, so.
And what's a directed patrol team?
Directed patrol is something separate from a patrol squad. So squads work day watch, swing watch, and midnight watch. And that covers our 24/7. A directed patrol squad or team would be working different hours, different days of the week, and they would move to the need at the time. So sometimes they'd be going to a neighborhood watch meeting. Other times they'd be in Tucson tracking somebody down that came off and ripped off $900 out of Walmart, that type of stuff. So they can do anything from dealing with transient and homeless encampments to adding emphasis in a certain area, enforcement of different types. So.
Okay, thank you.
Things we're probably having to move on, I'm guessing? You
Yeah,
know,
we're
a
a
couple
bit-
minutes, that was
we're a
12
bit
minutes, I
behind,
think.
So, let's have, thank you, Chief, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Jody's going to come up and handle the Parks and Rec side.
Thank you. I'll try to expedite this just a little bit. So as we were evaluating our trends in the department, something that we reflected on was the fact that in 2023, you adopted the Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Master Plan. And in that plan, it detailed a number of things by collecting community input and then assessing our inventory of facilities in the community. The highlights that you see up on the screen here are some of the things that were either the most requested, most important, or most absent from our system. As we took a look at implementing some of those things, and I apologize, I used the royal we here, I wasn't here, but as the town started implementing marketing and communications and adding and improving facilities, we started to see the incremental increases in things like park usage, rentals, and permits. I'm going to run through a couple slides and show you some of the details, and I have some other little specifics on each one. This one here for social media and marketing, we developed a little team of people who do internal to our department marketing and social media. You're going to see, I don't know if you can see the numbers, but we had some of them that, like the second bar down, total number of social media followers. Those numbers are small relative to the great big numbers, but they're still really significant. We went from 7,000 followers 3 years ago to 15,000. That's a doubling. Also, the number of website sessions where people go to our website and do something, probably register or get information, has increased pretty significantly. The one that really kind of blew me away was the bottom one there. That's our reach. And it means 2 different things as I did a little research in it. Facebook, it's the number of times people saw your posts. On Instagram, it's the number of, they do an estimate for the number of people that are going to be exposed to your posting. That number really is a monthly number. That's 420,000 individual touches within a month. And that's up from 137,000 3 years ago. So you can see that that's a large reach into our community. A couple of other things that we've done, we've implemented a newsletter. That's about 5,000 people on a monthly basis. We've developed a program guide that's persistent out in the community and details all of our activities going on for the month. And that had 2 impacts. One was to get the information out into the community and have it be out there for a period of time, but also it provided some structure for us to unify our activities around so that things were more consistent, more regular, and the community could depend on those. You'll see our event attendance has grown, and I don't see Lacey just yet, but she's going to be here and talk about this a little bit more detail in a minute. I had to separate these into 2 separate slides because the number of people who come to our signature events is so significant on an annual basis. And you can see the growth between 22 and 25 on that slide as well. Same with the special events, and these are the smaller events. Food Truck Fridays, the Sunset Market Series, and things like that. I believe those are a direct reflection of the marketing efforts that we've done, but also a reflection of the team that puts these events together, because they've put together some really spectacular events, as you all know. Park visits. This is also pretty interesting. And as you look at the different parks and the number of people that we're seeing on an annual basis, a couple of other things to note. The splash pad has obviously increased the interest at Animax, and last summer we saw between 400 and 600 visits a day, which is a pretty significant growth in use. That's up from about 100 a day previously. When you look at the Man in the Maze, we've been open since mid-December, and between that time, we've seen 1,600 visits. Just for comparison, Quail Creek over the last 6 months for the disc golf course there was about 650 visits. So quite a significant interest in that facility, and anecdotally, you'll see it if you drive by the parking lot. Overall, park visits are up about 44% over the last 3 years. That compares to about 7.47% in population growth over the same time period. So something's happening. We believe a lot of it has to do with the marketing impact. Permitting, you'll see the giant growth in 2025. That's really the impact of getting a permitting process in place and standardized so that people can come and use our facilities on a regular basis with the appropriate management controls in place, like making sure that things are permitted for health, safety, fire code, that they're in the places we want them to be, and that they're selling things that are acceptable. One other thing I want to note, I think as special events, or not special events, as permits gets more widely understood, that's going to grow revenue, not just necessarily from the permits themselves, but from the activities of the permits, people renting facilities and using them for different kinds of sales. Facility rentals, you'll see that both the number of bookings and then the number of hours is also up. And of course, that makes sense. We just brought on La Villita, so we have more space to rent. It freed up Animax with activities being displaced to some degree. So that's encouraging. And I think that will continue to grow as time goes on. Let's see. That's the end of this part, but you're going to see more of me here shortly, so I'd be happy to answer any questions about the big picture trends. Lots of growth is essentially what we see. Councilmember?
Could you go back about 3 slides? There was one where you showed a slide. No, not that one. No. One ahead. Go ahead. Advance.
This one?
Okay. So, Man in the Maze. North Santa Cruz Park. That looks pretty even across. Why no growth in that one? What's that saying?
Well, to me, it says that the park hasn't changed a lot and that the population is pretty stable in that area. That would be my intuition. I don't have more information than just what I can intuit based on the numbers and the things that we see. We do see a lot of use in that park. I think that the facilities that are there, we've had some interest. I think you know that Councilman Lytle is interested in seeing some courts in that area. And we do have some design work for the area just directly south of the park with some conceptual expansion opportunities. And honestly, I think that's a great opportunity, that whole space, to maybe build a relationship with Rancho and consider that as a potential location for some other opportunities.
Couldn't it also be part of the programming isn't as much driven there? I think of the car show at Quail Creek. You know, we had huge events there, of course, huge events at Animax, of course, Man in the Maze went from just passive use to disc golf course. So I'm just guessing, that part of it is there's not a lot of programming, big programming that goes on up there. So back to your point, it's just kind of a standard usage,
Yeah.
which doesn't really, because there's no new homes growing up there, right, that would add more population. But that was just my initial thought.
Yeah.
Diane, did you have a follow-up question on that?
No, I was just wondering whether it meant it needed some love and to give it some oomph to make it more attractive, like a dog park.
Right, or programming.
Something else, whatever. Yeah, I just caught my eye. Just
I think
curious.
that's a possibility, and I think one of the things that I'm seeing, I got fresh eyes here in the community. We don't have a lot of space that is specific for events, and that facilitates them very easily. We're always squeezed in around everything,
Right.
which is nice, but it displaces other activities, and it also doesn't allow for the event to really grow and develop as easily. So that's part of why I think that's a good opportunity, that location. But I think your point is well taken. There's not currently a lot of events there.
Yeah, that's the least probably amount of parking available almost from any of these sites. There really isn't any overflow to go to. You can push into the dirt at Quail Creek, which we did at the car show, but probably not there. Whatever the spaces are, they are.
Yeah.
Shane?
Okay.
So Mayor, Council, we're about 20 minutes behind, so why don't we go ahead and advance that one more, please. We'll move into the policy discussion.
That it?
No, there it is. Thank you.
Oh.
That's it. Perfect.
Lacey. Got Lacey here. I think all of you probably know her. She is our events person extraordinaire, so I'll let her talk about her slides here real quick.
I'll ask our policy consideration team to make sure that they're moving through their slides as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lacey. I'm the event supervisor for those of you that don't know me. I'm going to talk a little bit about our special events and partnerships. Over this past year, we had one new event series. That was our Food Truck Friday series. It was a 4-part event that took place at Quail Creek Veterans Municipal Park, 2 in June and 2 in July. We also had 2 new standalone events. We had the movie at the Splash Pad towards the end of summer last year for those kids going back to school, and then Huddle Up, which was our nod to the Super Bowl. We had one new partnered event, Oktoberfest. That was a partnership with ASA, which was formerly SACA. And then we had 3 new events that the Parks and Rec team supported. SP's National Night Out, Rancho Cerritos Boo Bash, and the Villas at Green Valley, their annual trunk or treat. Those last 2 events that I mentioned that we supported, those were part of doing when we removed Spooktacular from our programming. Speaking of Spooktacular, this is a little bit about how we reallocated those funds. We had $40,000 set aside for Spooktacular last fiscal year. We reallocated those to several areas amongst our events, 3 of them being our main signature events. Cerritos Stars and Stripes, the first one, we did an increase of $15,000, and that went towards our finale show of our fireworks on site, as well as our drone show and adding in sponsorship logos to that show. At Winterfest, we did an increase of $10,000 that allowed us to get a larger ice rink. The ice rink this year compared to last year was about 1,000 more square feet. And then at Fiesta Cerrito, we did an increase of $10,000. We did higher quality carnival rides. We brought in a carnival company that actually travels throughout part of the country and puts on larger size, and able to hold more capacity. And then lastly, we added $5,000 to Cerritos Sunset Market. That was over 8 events at our spring and our fall series, and that was allowing us to get higher quality bands.
All right, moving on quickly then. El Tour, just as an update. I don't know for any of you who participated in the area, saw what was going on or were in Tucson. This year was larger than it has been at 11,000 riders. It was quite a sight to see where they were starting off. I got to see the start this year. And about 2,000 of them came all the way down through this leg because they'll start and some of them duck off at 35 and then 65 miles and do a different route. Changes this year. As you know, we were in a contractual arrangement with El Tour to cover the costs of the event, which I feel like is a real win. It's covering completely the cost of traffic control and law enforcement. In addition, they're going to be making some contributions, and we are still having discussions about it. The method of collection for nonprofit contributions was different than what we understood it might be. So we're having some conversations with them to meet the anticipated output into the community. So far, we're talking about some direct contributions to nonprofits here in the local area, and then also supporting some programs with youth bicycle safety through some contributions. I think this is a really good opportunity to start building cycling as a component in this community's programming structure in ways that maybe we hadn't thought about. Cycling is a really big part of this area, as you all know, and we don't have a whole lot going on specifically from a programmatic standpoint in Sahuarita yet, and I think it's a good opportunity to think a little bit about that. All right, and then I think I'm the first part of fees. So Parks and Rec fees.
Just interrupt you, Jody.
Absolutely.
Is there any policy question or consideration tied to the first two presentations on special events, partnerships, nonprofit support, anything that's going to be hitting our council by way of policies?
Nothing that I can think of. I know that the special events, you all were aware of the change with eliminating the Spooktacular, and the report back was from that standpoint. And then from the standpoint of El Tour, and if I'm not answering this, Shane, just tell me. But from the standpoint of El Tour, they have a major impact on the local community in terms of people's ability to get around. And because of our retail structure here and the way revenue flows, it's not easy to get money back into the community simply by having a lot of cyclists here. But I think we do hope that if we are successful in getting some of those additional amenities like a hotel, that we might have the ability to host a starting point for that race as well in the future.
Thank you. As it relates to the new contract terms, did the changes that were made this year satisfy the need in terms of our operational support for that event?
They did.
Okay, so there's no further policy consideration on that. All right, thank you.
In terms of fees, so I wasn't here when you considered field fees most recently, but you saw earlier in a slide that it was, because we didn't adopt the fee increases, we didn't see that revenue. We're in the process of discussing with the community the possibility of raising some of the fees. And part of that stems from what I believe is an appropriate estimated revenue source. The department, so let me back up just a little bit. At NRPA, a national standard is a 25% of a departmental expenditures to be recovered holistically through the whole gamut of things that you spend money on. Currently, our field revenue is at about 15% of its direct cost. So that's the direct cost of fertilizer, mowing, landscapers, whatever needs to be done. If we're going to reach 25% in our department, we're going to have to move some of our fees higher. We are looking to see what that structure looks like, and in our conversations with the users, we're trying to do two things. We're trying to talk about fees in a way that will be, I won't say acceptable, because who wants their fees raised, but will be understandable, and also be partnered with operational improvements that they will see a benefit from. Because I think they make a really strong point that if they're going to be paying more, they ought to feel like they're getting something for that. So with that in mind, we've had 2 preliminary meetings with the groups to talk about operationally what we can do to improve. Some of those things are improving the quality of maintenance on the field, and I've worked with Dylan about putting together a rest and remediation schedule that takes those fields offline periodically to allow them to recover and regenerate. And so we've got that in place for this upcoming season, and I think we're going to start to see some benefits from that in 6 to 12 months. We're also looking at different ways that we can handle billing so that they see billing in arrears. It does a couple of good things. One, it assures them that, yep, they used all those times and they don't have to go through the process of paying for them and then getting refunded for them. We're also looking at their request, at the possibility of them controlling the light schedule so that they can turn the lights on and off, which gives them more direct control over what they're paying for. They requested that the lights be turned on a little bit earlier to address the dusk issue of not being able to see when it's starting to get dark. And they would also like to see the field schedule online, which we currently don't have. So we're looking at those operational changes as we think about how we might address fees. We had originally presented to them a schedule just as kind of a conversation starter. I will tell you that they are not universally happy about the possibility of fees being increased. But what we are proposing is, based on their input, splitting apart the different types of fields. So on this slide, you'll see the multi-purpose field, which is mostly soccer, but other sports as well, and then the baseball fields. Those two fields take a pretty significantly different amount of maintenance effort. So square rectangular fees that don't get drugged, they don't get lined on a daily basis or a regular basis, take a lot less maintenance, and we're considering the possibility of splitting apart the fees for each one of those types of fields so that they're a little cost differential. You see it in other communities, most notably Tucson to our north, and I think it's appropriate based on the amount of time they take. We're also looking to possibly implement a fee increase over a period of 2 years. So if we want to be at X%, first year will be half of that. It allows the user groups to have some time to budget and adjust as they think about what they're going to charge for their activities in the community. Couple of other things that we're looking at adding is a fee for Man in the Maze Park, which seems appropriate given its usage and interest. A couple of other smaller fees there with a water fee and a power fee. Those are things that get requested that seems appropriate to charge for. And then a few things with our SEPA changes. Those permits can be very labor intensive, as all the directors know, because they participate in reviewing them on a regular basis. We're looking at adding one that is a kind of a small special type of SEPA that are just specific for internal to Parks and Rec impact. So if it doesn't affect streets, they don't need to be involved in the review of it. So I don't know if you have questions about this. One thing I want to reiterate is I know that they can be pretty fiery as a group in their response. I wouldn't expect that to change. However, the thing you can anticipate is that they have had their interests addressed. They have been considered. They have been folded into whatever we bring to you as a recommendation for change in the future.
I want to underscore what Jody just said. One thing that you can expect is that they're not going to come to the podium when proposed fee adjustments come to your table for consideration and say, well, we've never been told about this.
Right.
There's been ongoing conversations with our RSO groups about the need to make a change in the fee schedule, and they've been provided opportunity to weigh in and better educate themselves on the why behind what we're looking to do. So, thank you.
And I appreciate, the connecting the fee to a value with improvements or control or whatever it might be. And I certainly like the idea of phasing those, because even when utilities go to the ACC, usually I'll give you the 14%, but it's going to be phased in over 2 or 3 years to lessen the impact. So I like all of that, but especially the nexus between if they're paying more, they're getting more, because that, I think, gives us some ability to what Shane's point, or at least they've been talked to. I mean, that's the good first point, but also heard and listened to in some of those adjustments.
I do want to just also mention it's not always going to be a fee increase means an enhanced service. I mean, I know that that's what we like to have happen, but the reality is that inflation hits us, and it costs more to power those lights, and it costs more because our salaries go up, because minimum wage goes up. So we'll do what we can to make sure that we're striving for that outcome, but it's not a dollar for dollar kind of arrangement. So.
Right. I know it's tough, but it does get passed on to the families, into the kids. And when you have multiple kids and multiple, it's what the we're here to do, is provide these services, but, you know, when you have your standards of 25% or whatever it might be, it's a tough balance.
There was
But-
just a couple other things that I forgot to mention. One thing that we did see is over the last 3 years alone, we had about a 10% increase in electricity costs. So that's significant. The other thing is these fees generate about half of our revenue in Parks and Rec currently. So we're looking to diversify so that there's more opportunity to generate revenue and it's not all on the user groups. Part of the reason that we talk about aiming for a certain percentage is because we recognize those fields are a public good that everybody uses, and it shouldn't all be borne by the user groups, but the heaviest users should certainly pay a portion of those fees. So I just want you to know we are looking at the regional rates to make sure that we're comparable. And the offsets that we're talking about in terms of additional services, they're intended to be offsets that are created through savings of staff time. So if we can create some operational efficiency in the person who does the scheduling, he has more time to do other things for them. And so that helps and creates better service for him. So making the schedules available online is a direct result of them taking control of their lights and doing that part of the scheduling. So that helps all the way around.
Yeah, I want to just say that I'm glad you're going to raise the fees. I think as long as they're comparable. The one thing that, I don't know if you guys realize that we're in a great location where the people that come from Nogales and Rio Rico always are driving into Tucson for their tournaments and their activities. And to be able to stop here in Sahuarita is wonderful. And so I think as long as our fields are up to par and the fees reflect, especially, they're going to be paying that fee no matter if they're going to be going here or they're going to be going up to Tucson. I do have a question regarding the light. When you said that they're going to be responsible for turning on and off their lights, I'm concerned about the off, not so much the on. Is what happens if, what's the repercussions if they leave and they thought so-and-so was going to turn off the lights and they didn't get turned off?
So they'll be scheduled to go off at 10, regardless of whether they leave them on, but they would be billed until 10.
Thanks. And I'm sorry, Jody, just one quick question. I know that we've had these conversations before, I think it was more during COVID, on town user groups as opposed to outside user groups, you know, for-profit, you know, not-for-profit, based in Tucson, based in Sahuarita. Is that going into any of that fee schedule at all, and looking at it, differentiating? Because, you know, who are we really here to provide for, and can we differentiate those rates?
Absolutely. Currently, what we've planned is that it wouldn't be differentiated by where you live. That's something that we might consider in the future. Partly, I don't want to make too many big changes too fast because that gets hard on the implementation side. It is a consideration. The other thing, though, that I want you to know is that when we allocate the fields, first consideration is given to our local users. My hope is that if we allocate the fields to our local users first, give them first dibs on them, basically, and then we open the schedule publicly to allow for other users to reserve the fields, that will also see an increase in revenue in that fashion. Because currently, you can't see the schedules online. You don't know when they might be open for like an hour. Maybe you want to have an evening picnic with your company, play baseball or something. That's not really available very easily right now. And when we start to make those changes in the online platform, I think you'll see a correlating growth in our revenue too.
Thanks.
Jody, and then you don't have to respond to this as you're walking back, but I have had a comment or two about the complexity or the unuser friendliness of our application process for vendors.
Right.
And so if that's something that we can just kind of look at as a sidebar to all this. Thank you.
Can I add a second sidebar to that? Not only the complexity of it, but when we have our big events, let's say the food trucks, you know, some come down from Tucson, some are local, you know, so if there's a way to, maybe it's too complex at the beginning, but, you know, if our homegrown vendors have the opportunity, kind of like if Ticketmaster, right, if you're a fan of Barry Manilow, you get to have, you know, buy tickets 2 days early. So if we can look at those possible things, because from our perspective, whether it's Grow in Sahuarita or user groups, I would always like to tend towards our local businesses and things.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Where local vendors are getting, they're getting the first bite at the
Yeah.
apple, a window for them to jump in and do that before anybody else has a chance to compete.
Yeah, thanks.
Has that been, are they aware of that?
We are getting ready to have a vendor meeting, to give them more information, which is that, but part of it will be that information.
Okay.
Lisa, you're on.
Earlier, we heard about our implementation of priority-based budgeting and how we may use insight and optimization reports. Today, I would like to share some insight we learned about our regulatory licensing program, specifically our business licensing program, through the optimization report. The report suggested that we streamline and automate licensing to reduce response times and improve service delivery to generate increased revenue. However, we currently do not charge business license fees, and we identified this as an opportunity to revisit that policy decision. Before we start that discussion, let's review past policy decisions. The town's business regulations were established in 1996 to ensure consistency for local businesses. In 2012, Council adopted Ordinance 2012-063, eliminating the general business licensing fee as a policy decision intended to reduce barriers to business. That action occurred during what was often described as the town's town of no philosophy: no property tax, no impact fees, and no general business license fee, reflecting a deliberate effort by the council to keep costs low and support economic activity. To be mindful of our time, this slide really just looks to the future, specifically on how priority-based budgeting can improve our decision-making possibilities. So I'll turn it over to Luke, who will review the analysis that he's done on business licensing.
All right, so looking at our benchmark jurisdictions, Sierra Vista of Arizona charges a $50 application fee, a license fee of $50, and $50 for renewals, and also have a $5 late fee if you're late on your renewal. Marana, Arizona charges $60 for their license fee and $40 for renewal. Oro Valley charges an $80 license fee and $80 renewal. And the City of Nogales charges $35 for application, license, and renewal. So we took that kind of as like the low end of the benchmark. So starting from no business fee at all, let's start at the low end, so $35. So we have Sarita. If we implemented a $15 application fee, a $35 license fee, and a $35 renewal, the projections over 5 years would look something like the next slide. But this will still keep Sarita within the lowest of the compared jurisdictions. So these projections are based on the projections that I believe community development provided for us over the next 5 years. So again, on the low range with the $15 application, $35 license, and $35 renewal, in the first year, based on the businesses that renew and apply and what we've seen historically, it would generate somewhere around $61,000. This takes into account about 20% of the businesses not renewing just because now there's a fee and they don't want to pay the fee. Year 2, it would generate somewhere around $62,000. Year 3, $65,000, $67,000, and all upwards of $70,000 by the end of year 5, just looking at our population growth. I think we're estimating about one business for every 150 residents at this point. If we went to the high end of that, which was proposed previously in Lisa's slide, keeping a $15 application and $50 license and renewal, over 5 years, it would generate anywhere between $85,000 to upwards to $100,000 in revenue. So keeping this in mind and thinking about being proactive as a town and as a staff, and we've seen from Jody's presentation the quadrupling of permits and the doubling of facility rentals. So how can we use or utilize this $60,000 to $100,000 to support the community? Well, some ideas, one is to support economic growth. So they've got the Grow in Sarita program, looking for ways to upgrade that, the Business Hub, a business incubator, other kinds of programs that we can start to support economic development. And then also taking a proactive approach to compliance issues of a growing community, utilizing this money to increase outreach and education, or to also provide tools or even personnel for necessary compliance, software, technologies, and equipment.
As we look to the future and seek to improve service and diversity in our revenue streams, and business licensing fees may be an unrealized opportunity that warrants further consideration. So what we're asking today is whether or not the council has an appetite to explore this unrealized revenue further.
Good question. We have some questions down to my right. Diane, or was that Kim first?
That Kim first.
Okay.
I don't have a question, I have a statement. I think
Okay.
we're foolish to be giving up this revenue. This is a one-time fee per year. It's not a monthly fee. And to be able to have a community resource officer be able to enforce, because right now, talking with Lisa, that they need the businesses to renew their license, but when there's no fee to it, what's the incentive to renew? So, and it's the same thing, to be a business here, to have no fee. I mean, when I was looking into it, the surrounding communities do have business fees. I think we're still on the low side. I would bump it up to $60 for the licensing to be more comparable to where we should be. But I just think this is an opportunity. Plus, we contribute $25,000 to the chamber. And listening to their review, we only have 100 businesses that even are members of this chamber, a chamber that doesn't reside within our jurisdiction. I'm not saying because I'm 100% for chambers, but at least to me, if we're bringing in this kind of money and depending on how it all works out, we'd be able to cover that, not in our general fund or wherever we're getting that $25,000 to give to the chamber. It'd be coming right out of the licenses, which is the businesses supporting businesses.
Diane? And then Debbie?
I agree with Ken.
No, that's a short, right to the point statement.
This is a great start for community pool.
After the electric charging station. No, that's to the pool too, as well. I know it's a big change because, I was here during the era of no, right? No impact fees, no property tax, and no business. But we do grow, right, and we do mature. I certainly, because it is a change, I would be more in favor of the lower end one, at least to see how it's received, right? How many people drop off, how many people, don't renew, because part of the thought process of having it free was it was gonna encourage the businesses all to register, right, to get the information on those types of things. So personally, I'd be okay with it, but I certainly would want to start on the low end, see how that goes, and then, like we talked about park and rec fees, maybe ramp that up over time. But I certainly can see some value, but I'd want to see, starting on the low end, how it's going to work out, how many businesses we lose track of or don't participate, but that's just my thought. Yes?
As a business owner,
Yes.
first I'm in Green Valley, so I'm like, phew, I get to avoid all this. Because I'm not seeing much of a benefit from this. I was part of the chamber for a little bit, but didn't see much of a benefit from that either. So, as a business owner, I like to keep my own money, and maybe I need to be convinced more of why I'd want to license my business. I guess it did let me get a little card at Restaurant Depot, which was nice.
Right.
But
Well, and most of it, I'm sorry, Steve, part of it was, the theory was if it was free, then you'd be on the list, for Grow in Sahuarita and any of the activities that the economic development team. So it was to make that connection, to provide that. So if you're not a member, you're not getting it. So there was some value to it. I know the chamber over the years has, they flip all of their events between Green Valley and here. listening to that kind of feedback, that it's not all Green Valley centric based. But I was really looking for, your input, because you're the only business owner, that's sitting up here. What about going in at the low end? Would that be more attractive to you from going from zero? You'd be less upset?
Oh, sure, paying less money is better, but maybe I don't see the benefit of this.
So, Councilmember Gillespie, if I may, I think some of the things that the compliance officer could add value to in terms of providing education to our business owners and providing outreach. Some of the things that have happened over the past 10 years is we've seen an increase in the number of home-based businesses who aren't so familiar with what the rules and regulations are, as well as mobile businesses. And if we had a compliance officer, what that one person could do is, provide education and services and answer questions and, maybe have different types of educational opportunities for those individuals to learn more about services. So rather than it being punitive and, the compliance officer's out to get you, no, what we really want to do is educate our business owners and then enforce later.
You don't have to respond to that.
Yeah.
Yes, Debbie?
So would the compliance officer be in your department?
I believe the compliance officer, the best place for that would probably likely be the police department.
So I've had an experience with economic development in the last few weeks that I think was an awesome experience. They're kind of already filling that shoe, aren't you? To my knowledge, they're kind of already filling that gap as educating our business owners and educating the community as far as how to run. I mean, I brought in a 19-year-old that just opened up a business yesterday, and they were awesome with her, with directing her on what to do. And so I think they're already filling that gap that you're wanting a compliance officer to do. So I still go for the community pool.
Mm-hmm. But
Also,
go ahead to
Alex
the
can, provide some additional information about how funding could possibly, help enhance your program.
And before you start, Alex, I just wanted to piggyback off of Debbie, because if it's to be looking in a positive way, I do agree that that's probably, a good place to house it, because it really does, the economic development team. Right. Because it really can show potential value, right, and could work in concert, with you and Victor from there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Morales, for the feedback. I really appreciate that. To your point, yes, to an extent, we are already executing or performing on that extent where we're going out and educating our business owners. Now, the tension here is that 73% of our businesses that are at least registered are home-based. Mm-hmm. As a resident, I know that there's more businesses that they just don't know that they're supposed to register for a business license. And so they just go out and sell whatever, right, from home. And so that's, we're not capturing that data, which turns into no connections done by our Grown Sahuarita team to these businesses. Now, the benefit, yes, of having a free license, it's supposed to be exactly what Mayor said. It's so that we can have the data and we can make a connection and educate them and reach out to them. My question would be to Councilmember Gillespie, in the perfect world, as a business owner, what would be the benefit that you'd like to see from having a fee?
I'll answer that second. If you're looking to get business owners on the list, charging the fee will be a deterrent to signing up for that list. Yep. But I'm going to give props to Alex. So when I was starting 2 years ago, I'm like, Alex, come show me what you do. He does a great job. So he does great. Well, and actually, I think what you do is right, because if someone is new and doesn't know what they're doing, they come to you and say, I don't even know where to start. And you say, oh, we have this Grown Sahuarita program, which is actually really good. So I think what you're doing is right. I think if you want more people to do it, don't charge them to do it. But if you're looking for ways to fund a new position to help more people do it, AC has lots of money for us, he told us.
No, I told him that he has lots of money for us.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Can I just make a comment? The one thing, though, by having a business in Sahuarita, any place, I don't care where you are, I guess I was a small business owner where I came from. I didn't, as back to when came down here, that was one of the first things I looked at. I was like, this has to be a mistake. I must be looking in the wrong place because there's no business license fee. I said, I have to be looking at this the wrong way. To me, you're part of a community. And like you just said, like what Councilmember Morales just said, a friend just came and opened a business, and they came and used our staffing to ask those questions on what they needed to do at no cost. It still costs us money. In our budget, it's still paying those salaries, that time in which it's helping. So, I mean, you're not talking 50, 35, whatever amount comes up with this per month. It's per year. And you're belonging to a community where when people are calling in, if I'm new to the community, hey, is this a legit business? Because I'm going to do business with this. At least then the Lisa or whoever can look up and go, yep, they're a legit business. They have a business license. They're here doing business in Sahuarita. I think it's a two-way street as far as security for both the business as well as the community, that you know what businesses in your community. We know, staff knows what businesses are here, and they're here properly doing business, and they're here to assist them in any way that they can. I think it's a win-win, and for $35, $50, whatever it is that the number comes out to be, I think is a small fraction of what that business, hopefully, if $50 is going to bankrupt you, then I don't think you should be in business.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Any idea how many dogs are not registered in the town of Sahuarita? Probably a lot that aren't. And but to me, hiring somebody to go find that out is not the way we want to be with Sahuarita. To me, this is crazy that we're going to start funding, putting a fee that they really aren't getting anything more because we're already providing it, just so that we can fund somebody to go out and find the people that aren't doing it. It says a community resource officer.
I don't think that's what it's for, though. Education.
I guess it depends on what we end up doing with that position is kind of the foundation of it.
I just think this is absolutely crazy. I mean, if I were a new business owner in this community, why would I pay the $35? Why? Are you going to send somebody out to come find me and then punish me that I didn't? And is that what we want the town of Sahuarita to be like? Where we are now going after our residents because they're not complying? I just think this is absolutely crazy. I think it sends the wrong message. And instead of Grow Sahuarita, which is an incredible program, and that people feel welcome and excited to be there when they hear about it, and it's wonderful, and it's spreading, now we're going to be like, but now you owe us $35, and we need to go find everybody that's not. I am completely against doing this. I feel like there's not enough benefit to what it's going to be doing in our community, because I don't think business licenses do anything for the residents.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I totally forgot to connect the point to where I was going. My mouth was going faster than my brain. With 73% plus of businesses being from home, one of the major feedbacks that we had received that they wish that they had a co-working space. Now, the Biz Hub, to an extent, provides that, but what they're really looking for is privacy, especially those that are doing sales and they want to close a sale in private. So something like this would benefit to have maybe soundproof pods in the lobby or something of that extent. I'm just planting the seed of how we can approach this to really benefit our business owners beyond just the education. Education is a huge piece. 63% of our businesses are going to fail in the first year because of lack of education. We know that. And so education will continue to be the forefront of growing Sahuarita. but there will be other benefits if something like this was to be applied. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Yeah, you said that so many of them are home-based. Those are the least likely that wants to pay a business. They're home-based because their margins are really small. And this is just attacking the organization, the ones that are just trying to get started, which is the whole purpose we did Grow Sarita. And if the pod space is what's needed, then you do a subscription where they pay part rental. You rent it out by the month, you rent it out by the day, you rent it by the hour. If that's what our residents, the business owners need, then we can do that. I think it's a fine resource, but I don't think we tack it on to the business licensing fees. Just my opinion, I see no benefit.
So Shane, here's one of those inflection points that what I'm feeling or hearing, at least from the 6 that are here, it's probably a 4-2-ish thought process that, I mean, all the way from, definite to I'd be okay with the lower fee and as a pilot and because, we had it, we did away with it for a number of years, right? And then if we do bring it back, to be tracked, studied, see the value, to Alex's point. There'd be a cost on buying these pods. I know, I've seen those at some of the events. And there could be a rental, along with that. What's your best advice on how to proceed as our town manager?
Well, I definitely, I hear 4 of the 6 that are in favor of considering this at some level, and a clear 2 that are like, this is not the right thing to do. With that said, I have to go off of the majority, so we'll prepare something for you to consider, and the dust will, the dust will settle as it settles.
And you heard even from the 2 that are opposed to it, where, if there's any movement, there's got to be value to it, right? And probably pretty distinct value to it. So
my mind doesn't think that the right place for this position is in the police department. That has the wrong messaging all the way around. As a resource for businesses, I would think that this position would either be, and I think it would land in economic development, either that or in the clerk's office, one of the 2.
Right.
So
or maybe even a combo or share.
And I'm not looking at those numbers. We're not talking about a full-time position to start with, anyway. Especially if some of those revenues are meant to help offset the annual membership fee that we pay to the chamber.
Right.
Again, that's a decision that the council needs to help weigh in on if you have an opinion on that one way or the other. But we're looking at likely starting out the gate with a part-time position. And the emphasis would be an added resource for our startup local, businesses.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
To probably augment what the Grow and Sarita program is all about.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, I think it's the correct message to attach to it, because there has to be value, in my opinion, to show why we'd be doing it. Yep.
Quick to Kara's comment, a business license will actually, in some way, can protect your business, having a business license. You say there's no benefit. Say you're in a lawsuit. The first thing everybody does on Facebook, do you have a business license? Do you have a cottage license? Do you have this? People do the research. They're calling the town clerk. Is there a business license for this business? So I think it is in some way a way to protect them and even to get their name out. You know what? Like she said, they are legit. And $300,000 is a lot of money for us to just give away. It's $35 per business. It's not per year. That's not a lot.
Thank you. I think staff's got some direction to go to the next step. Thanks. More fees? Oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, my goodness, more
poor Anna.
fees.
Oh, man.
So at
Financially conservative for decades, and I'm feeling like there's a switch.
We have to raise park fees. We should raise license fees.
Mayor, I'm value my time, I don't want to influence the discussion, but just from a purely legal standpoint, a business license fee is a tax by law.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not intended to give you a benefit, it is, the law is treated as a tax.
Oh, I see, business license tax.
where you're not intended to actually benefit from. Again, I just wanted, I had to throw it out there just for clarity, not trying to influence the discussion. I think there's already two people who
Right.
who already think of it that way, I think. But just so we're clear, you know, it's very different than these fees you're talking about, max, which you get something in return for versus a business permit, business license fee.
Right, but I guess it's still determined by us on what we decide to do with that fee.
How you spend the money is absolutely a budget policy level decision.
Right.
And whether you sort of reinvest it back into economic development or whatever, yeah. But
That means that the business can write that off.
yeah, all business expenses are right off.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
These fees are deductible, and I'm not a tax lawyer, I can't get taxes.
Right, right.
These fees, presumably, Anna's fees are gonna be deductible as well.
Right. But to the vice mayor's point, you know, if I'm going to consider something like that, whether we can do what we want with it or not, I have to see the value of it before starting something that,
Policy decision to raise taxes always hinges on how you're gonna use it.
right,
You know, is it gonna go back to that community? I mean, that's what he knows.
right.
Put it from council salary.
There you go. I like that idea, no. Anna, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy, members of the council. I appreciate you welcoming more slides about fees. So the first point that I wanted to make here is shifting gears just a little bit. It's not an unrealized revenue issue, but there were some things that we've noticed in the fee schedule. As you recall, we had a pretty big fee schedule overhaul last year. If you were there that night, you recall that the conversation was very long, and there were a lot of ideas that were shared that night, and I don't think that what ended up being adopted actually reflected some of that conversation. So as we are implementing some of these fees, we are realizing that there are a few tweaks that are needed. So you might see that coming up this year, that we make some minor adjustments to some of the fees that were amended last year. And then going back to the topic of unrealized revenue, we found two services that we're offering in community development that we are not charging for. So demolition permits are the first one. We used to charge, I don't recall when we stopped charging, Councilmember Morales might remember that. But it's a service that we offer. It does take about 2 hours of staff time to issue and inspect for a demolition permit. There's the paperwork processing aspect, and then we do go out and do an inspection to make sure that utilities are safely capped off, so nobody's going to be injured by an uncapped utility line. It's not a huge number of permits. We issued 13 demolition permits in 24 and 25, so we're not talking about big bucks here, but we are talking about shaking out the couch cushions, looking for coins. Shane has described the budget as a blanket that's a little bit too small. So if you're shivering on the couch, sometimes it's worth it to see what kind of coins you can find and go out and buy a ball of yarn and crochet a few more rows on that little blanket.
And can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Are those 13 permits from like construction companies, or was it from mom and pop people that live there?
It was mostly businesses.
So like Roadhouse.
Exactly about business licenses. Those that have the money, that know the process. I bet you other people did it, probably needed to have, we have that all the time, where residents do things that they needed a permit, they never did, and we don't know about it, and that's just the way it is. And so I just think that we're going to be shying more people away from doing this. And I'm okay with this. I'm going back to the business license.
We moved on
The
from that.
business
We moved on
tax.
from that. But from this one, it's interesting, because I'm thinking of Roadhouse, right, coming in to demolish. What they're going to do, I mean, to me, there's a safety a safety aspect on this one, because I don't want any Joe Schmo coming in, right, and not, what's that? Well,
They're
no,
going to do some interior demolition.
yeah, but they're doing some interior.
We didn't do permits ever for interior demolition. I think it was the total. Because the interior demolition is part of the permit for them to do the remodel.
And with the change in building officials over the year, that has shifted.
So like in Roadhouse's example, they would you would want them to come in for a demolition permit, or they're probably going to come in for a demolition permit, and we're not charging them, basically,
Correct.
right? Which
Right.
means we're probably not inspecting, or we are inspecting
We
it
still,
just...
we still inspect, so
Okay.
somebody has to go out there and make sure that they don't have loose electrical wires laying around,
Right,
that any
that's-
debris that's generated from the demolition is safely removed from the property.
Right.
So there is some staff time involved in that.
And are you recommending a fee? And what?
Oh,
what
that's
that
my
would be?
next slide.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And the second item is temporary certificates of occupancy. These are interesting because it's not something that's mentioned in the building code. The building code talks about certificates of occupancy. The TCOs, as we call them, are something that a lot of building officials do grudgingly because it helps the business community. So when you're in a pro-business area, you want to help the businesses get open sooner rather than later. A TCO says that you can't open your business, but you can start like stocking, training. So we go out and make sure that all the life safety items are complete. If they've got a few little things left to clean up, we allow them to start doing some of those minor things as long as they don't have the public coming in. It's offered as a courtesy. It does require a refundable bond. The cost to provide the service is in terms of the credit card fees. We unfortunately allow people to pay their bonds on credit card, and because it's refundable, they get the refund back on a check. So we get charged the credit card fee. And then the average amount of staff time with all the processing between my department and finance is about 4 hours on average. So again, not a huge number of these. We had 11 in 2024 and 2025. 3 of those had a single extension, and 2 of them had 2 extensions. And every time there's an extension, somebody has to go out, inspect, check the punch list, and write another extension letter. So there's a lot of time associated with that. And we charge $0. I'm sorry I don't have the fun animation that Lisa had.
Good.
So here you can see that our fee is $0 for both of these types. The demolition permit is a little more steady across the board. Pretty much everybody that I looked at, other than us, charges a fee for a demolition permit, and it's pretty consistent. The city of Tucson varies. It depends on the valuation of the demolition work, so hard to come up with an estimate on that, but everybody else is pretty much between $120 and $200. For the temp C of O, it's all over the map.
How do they justify $700 if it's just a couple of hours or a few hours of time?
For the temp C of O,
Yeah,
I don't know.
okay.
That seemed like a lot to me.
Yeah.
We have the same answer for a lot of questions about Tucson.
Yes, we do. It could have been rhetorical, but I thought maybe Anna might have known in this case.
Right, so Marana does not charge a fee for the temp C of O, nor does Nogales. Pima County charges a base of $265, and then depending on the number of inspections involved or extensions, it can go up from there. Oro Valley charges for extensions, but not for the original issuance of the TCO. So lots of variation on that one. Oh, they are popping
Yeah,
up.
see,
I
you were
didn't
better
do
than you
that.
thought.
All right. Okay, so I have a preliminary suggested fee, meaning I didn't put a ton of thought into this, but I wanted to provide a number just so you know where my head's at. The demolition permit, I used $160. Our hourly rate is $80, so I figured an average of 2 hours for each demolition permit, $160 makes sense, and it's also in line with the other jurisdictions who charge those fees. And for the TCO, $320 covers 4 hours of staff time. So when you look at the anticipated revenue per year, it's not big bucks, like I said. It's, small potatoes, but it's not nothing. And we do have policy that says development should pay for itself. If we're not charging fees for these services that we're providing, somebody else is subsidizing it. So what does $2,800 pay for? It pays for a year's worth of office supplies and field supplies for building safety, or building safety membership dues for a year, or preparation and testing fees for 4 certifications. And regardless of whether we move forward with a fee for this, I would like to make a policy change that we don't allow those refundable bonds to be paid by credit card. So we would do cash or check for that.
Could we possibly allow credit card, but you're going to pay the fee, the credit card fee, so they could still pay it, but you're going to get $3.25 less, on the refunding. Is that something that's doable? Because I think having the credit cards availability to do it, I think is a good idea. Us eating the charge for it, I don't think is a good idea. But if they're willing, and I do that, when I file my taxes, if you're going to process it on a credit card, if I owe something, whatever, I have to pay for that fee.
The food trucks charge you the credit card fee now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or-
because it's just costs so much.
Right. I mean, and that's a choice. If you're going to use a credit card for ease, that's okay, because I do it. But I also know I'm willing to eat the fee, not the organization to do that, so.
And go ahead, AC.
I was just going to say that the credit card companies don't necessarily like you calling it a credit card fee, but it's usually labeled a convenience fee.
Right.
But the concept is still there.
Yes.
It's doable.
Business license, business tax, it's all about how you do it.
Tomato. Me personally, I'm okay with the demolition fee. You know me, I would always like to be, cheaper than anybody else. The temporary C of O, that seems a little, we just talked about $700 for the city. And if we're really trying to get them open early, I would certainly, want that one to be, my opinion, a lot less than that. I know some of the municipalities even were at zero there, yeah. But I certainly would want to be on the low end of that one for sure.
Mayor, how would you feel about charging for the extensions similar to what Oro Valley does? So the original is not charged, but Oro Valley says if you have to come back out,
Mhm.
that's when they get feed.
Yeah, no, I'd be okay with that.
Sounds like there's a coin or two in the cushion.
All right, any
We're
other,
finding dimes and not quarters, is what I'm feeling.
any other comments or questions?
Diane?
So I'm in favor of some sort of a fee, but I thought those were too high.
Okay.
Right out of the gate.
Duly noted.
And Shane, will this is the conversation, and then listen to the feedback and then come back like the other one was at a future date?
There's no action here.
Right.
So anything that would require council action is going to be brought back in front of you anyway. So
Right.
this is just helping us to understand. We don't want to put the time into developing, a new fee schedule.
Right, and we go, hell no.
If there's no appetite to consider something
Yeah,
here, so.
I would just take back, what we always want to be, the most competitive. So I think I would take that back as kind of feedback.
Yeah, I
Kim?
really.
Again, just a comment. I thought the fees were reasonable for the reason what you stated, that your hourly rate is $80 an hour, so it stayed within those parameters of 2 hours for the permit for the demolition and 4 hours for the TCO. And I think the reason why I like your reasoning for it is when someone asks you, where did you come up with your fee? I think it's reasonable. And I think it explains to the people that are having to pay those fees why it is the way it is, instead of it just being an arbitrary number.
Yeah, it is really important that to the extent we can, we try to not just pluck something out of the air, and to have a line of logic as was presented makes a lot of sense to me. I would suggest we base it off of an hourly fee, whether it's 1 hour or 2, and I know that our staff is putting at least 2 hours into that top category most every time that they go out and do that work. To suggest that maybe on the C of O, the initial C of O is free, but if we have to come back out to do an extension because the business didn't check their
Boxes
list off
correctly, right.
and they need an extension, well, maybe there's a fee tied to that because it's having us have to go back out again and do that work again. So that makes sense, and we can develop a policy for your consideration down the road.
Thank you. Thanks, Anna. More fees are coming up? I'm just asking.
No fees.
No fees, okay, Daniel, good job.
We're good. We're good.
Just-
So, I have 10 minutes or less, so I'm going to run through this pretty quick.
We added the bow tie.
2 slides.
Actually, about
Shane's doing his part. I'm going to go over a quick update from what you guys heard in October. We'll run through that real quick, and then we'll talk about upcoming policies that you guys are going to see this year. So as you recall, we went over this. This slide should look familiar. Like I said, October 13th, I shared this with you. Our no contact list is the customers, the residents that we sent out all these cards and then we couldn't get a hold of them, whether they were out of the town or whatever, living somewhere else, whatever, coming back through seasonal. So I reported we were at 1275 October 13th. We are currently, as of this morning, 323 accounts, no contact. Could have moved, it could be 321, it could be 322, I don't know. That's updated as of this morning. And every day we're averaging 1 to 2 residents a day, so we'll see how that goes. So we're definitely getting there. A lot of hard work in that. Solid waste policy development and some amendments, that's what we're going to talk about today. Recycle program, outreach and education, that's infinity symbol. We're forever going to be working on that, revamping that, and working that. That never ends. Household hazardous waste product program. I know you guys are interested in that. As you can see, it's under construction. We're still looking at things. Much similar to the glass program. We're still looking at it. We're never going to write it off. If it's ever viable, we ever get there, we're always going to be ever looking. Right now, I just want to be upfront, transparent, and say, we don't have anything on the table, and I think after the recent visit that we had to the material recovery facility, I think everybody understands why the program is where it's at.
Daniel, on that particular point, though, because I still get asked, well, if you're not doing it, where can I go, right? We're always talking about the food bank and cardboard and such. Is there Los Reales, is there anywhere, if they want to take the effort, my daughter is one of those, where can we go? What is another option we can offer to somebody?
Great question, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there is an option. It is local. La Cañada, the Pima-owned waste management run transfer station right here in La Cañada, in the mixed recycle bin. They have a huge 20-yard roll-off that's down about street level. You come into the gate, make a right, there's a mixed recycle. They will take glass in there. That's as far into it as I'm going to get with that one.
Yeah,
So-
does it cost anything to do that?
No cost to the residents. It's a Pima County-owned property, managed, contracted by Waste Management to run it.
Dan, why don't you get real with the council on that? And I'm asking you because all
Okay.
of the council went to this MRF site,
Yep.
and they saw the problem with glass recycling. So what really is happening when they put glass in that mixed recycle bin?
You got it. So ask a straight question, I'm going to give you a straight answer. 2019, we officially announced that glass recycling was not viable. We've gone over the silica, we've gone over what it is that makes it up, how heavy it is, how inefficient and how costly it is. The reality is, once it's mixed into that mixed recycle, they are taking it that way, they're taking it out of the transfer station that way. They could be sorting out or at least attempting to do a program. We'll give them that grace to say maybe they are trying. Right now, it's not a viable program. So the reality is it's usually getting sorted out and then it ends up in a landfill. Okay? Yep.
Everybody okay with that? At least.
Not okay with it,
Not
but
okay with it, but it is the answer.
that's life.
what it
That's
is.
where we're at today. Okay. So what you're going to see in the coming year or over the next couple months is you're going to see not a lot of policy coming to council for you guys to change anything. We did a lot of work on the front end to make sure things were vetted through legal, vetted through you, hitting the intent. But we missed the mark on a couple little things. So is it safe to say, John, that I have, you just got them, I know you haven't had time to review it, but we are working on to see what level they fall out. Can these additions to or to better meet the intent of council, I've talked to several council members, the mayor, we didn't quite hit the mark meeting exactly what some of our residents in particular instances needed. So we want to go back and alter it a little bit, not necessarily policy, but we're seeing where that line is. Do we need to alter the town policy, or can we do that as a SOP within the solid waste program and leave a little bit of, latitude so we can negotiate with residents on some things? So right now it's in review and legal. Is that fair to say? Thank you, John. One of the things we're looking at that has to go to policy, town code, right now, if you remember, we first tried to put out service days of Monday through Thursday. That would have been perfect. That was ideal. That was, shoot for the moon, right? Or shoot for the stars and fall short and hit the moon. We've done a fantastic job. Given the size of our town, geographic area, the service routes that we need to run, the reality is we couldn't do that, right? So right now, we're functioning Monday through Friday with our sections. I think everybody is pretty well happy with that, and we have room for growth as well in those expanding areas. So it fits where we're at. So we wanted to let the dust settle, get through a couple cycles and get through a couple quarters before we made that final decision. So you'll be seeing me come back to you guys to ask you to make that amendment, to go simply from Monday through Thursday, we're allowed to do solid waste services in the town of Sahuarita, to Monday through Friday services. That's it.
Yep.
Large lots, we've gone back and forth, a lot of council members involved with some particulars going on in certain areas, and I found a couple different things going on. We saw there's an accessibility, there's animals, there's, they've been hauling it, they have their own trailers, there's all kinds of things going on. So these are the things that we're getting vetted through legal right now to see what's going to fall and actually have to be a policy change or a town code change, or is this something we can do at the solid waste level? So real quick, I'll run through these other large considerations, and if it's not on here, doesn't mean we're not thinking about it, just means it didn't make the board today. So the large lot, the 2+ acres, we're looking at adding a little bit of customization, adding options that allow for commercial, private haulers, or self-haulers. Right now, town code says they can opt out of our service for residential service. If residential doesn't meet their needs, they can go to a commercial service. We'd like to add to that a couple other options, because we found some stuff that doesn't quite meet the benchmark of having to have a $150 a month service for a commercial 4-yard or 6-yard, but it's greater than the residential. So we want to find something that fills that gap too. That's just kind of a rough idea of what we're looking at there. Private roads, restricted access. You may or may not be aware, we have some houses that are, years ago, is one parcel, it's 20, 25 acres. They chopped it up into 4 or 5 different parcels. The only way to access those homes is through the original access. It's all private land to get all the way back to the residents that live all the way back. And they have all different houses. We're not going to take a commercial truck and take on the liability of damaging their property and damaging the commercial truck. So there's some inaccessibility. We'd like to build in a little bit of flexibility there to help those residents out as well. And then, of course, like I mentioned, the agricultural use. Hypothetically, if you were to buy a horse or a cow and start your own farming at your house or something like that, you're probably going to have different needs than we can support, right?
Nobody's crazy enough to do
Nobody in the room. I'm just throwing that out there. But that's the stuff that we're looking at. And if you guys have any questions on that.
How did we go from the large lot? I thought it was 1 acre.
No,
It's always been-
it's always been 2+ acres, 2 acres or over.
Shouldn't 1 acre be, 1 acre's a lot
Well,
for
not-
people to be hauling.
I'm on an acre, it's not.
Yeah, and most of the stuff off of La Cañada, those are 1 acre lots, and they're basically big home lots, or all of Stonehouse would be exempt from that.
Okay.
They're 1
When
acre
when we
lots.
factored it in, it was, when we got to 2+ acres, the reality of homes dragging those carts, the 100, 200, 300 feet, it's not very practical. So that was the thinking behind the 2+ acres when we presented the policy to you guys, or the ordinance anyway, so.
Anything else?
Any of your thoughts? Shane, from your perspective, some of that stuff, I guess, is already in code, so it has to come back to us. Some of these slight adjustments, if you're going, for me, if you're going from Monday through Thursday to Monday through Friday, if we're still picking up the same cans, if it's Friday or Tuesday, I don't care, because I don't know what's happening in all the other zones. So what is your thought on, I guess it's up to legal, but I would say as much as freedom as we can give to staff to be able to make some of those adjustments, I'm perfectly fine with it, especially it's meeting the needs of the residents.
Yeah,
But I know some has to come back because of.
It seems to me that there are going to be some things that we need to bring back to you because it was already adopted as such by council. But if we have to come back to you, we'll be certainly looking for opportunities to pull those things back out and just make them administrative and clean the ordinance up that way.
Right. Yeah. Thanks. Any other, yep, Diane?
So I really appreciate this approach because we don't all wear the same shoe size.
Correct.
And I love seeing that this program has evolved to recognize that and to try to hear with your heart and respond to the needs intelligently of our residents. But I do remember a little old, I shouldn't call her a little old lady. That sounds kind of funny, doesn't it?
Yeah,
But
I think you're okay.
I got that young spirit, though. So there was a senior citizen at a town, one of our meetings, and during the call to the public, she came up and spoke with her soft, tremulous voice, and she was pleading with us. I think it was about, can I have smaller garbage pails because my garage and blah, blah, blah. What happened to her?
She has her small garbage
kids,
pails.
kids.
I actually personally delivered them to her. That was what kind of pushed me over the edge to make that recommendation, because in no world would I ever, we tried it at my past organization. We did volumetric pricing. In a business world with a business lens on it, it doesn't make sense. And I came here and I recommended we don't do that. And then I heard the residents and saw the residents, met the residents, and I said, let's rethink that. That's the type of organization we have. So that's exactly the intent here. And I remember hearing, I want to say it was the conversation that I had with a council member. And the last words were spoken that the council member expressed to me wasn't that the intent? And I walked away from that conversation going, yeah, I think it was the intent. So we might have missed the mark on the intent. So doing those negotiations is something we should do, because we can.
So, but I'm not clear. So for people like her that need the smaller pail, those big pails, especially if they're, I don't know how many it would be in a home as for a single person, but they can be a bit to negotiate. So can other residents get the smaller pails if need requires it for them to have it?
Absolutely. We do that outside of those designated communities like that we had agreed upon, because they were added cost, added shipping, and they're coming from the other side of the country. So there was a significant added cost to that and time to get them. And we had to estimate what we were going to, and if the community was even going to really embrace them, which they did. Outside of those communities, have we limited anybody? We have not. We don't look at and go, well, there's a line on a map that says that you live inside the line, so you can have them, and you live outside this. We just wanted to start in those communities that we felt really did need them, and then we did a lot of one-on-one. I would talk to the residents and really find out and make them understand that it's not going to change the rate. So
Right.
By doing that, by council agreeing to that, then we don't have volumetric pricing. We have one standard rate, and those residents who really found value in having that smaller cart got those smaller carts. Now we're dealing with an issue of where we're actually running out of the smaller carts.
Yeah.
They're almost gone. They're not stocked, and that would be ideal. When we get to the point where there's a couple hundred more on the order, then we'll be looking at ordering more, because as you know, we have to order them anywhere from 408 at a time to get half a truck, or 816. So right now, we're right in that. I'm collecting those pre-orders, and once we hit those numbers, we'll make another order.
So how do our residents know that that's an option for them?
They call me.
They have to know it, and they have to.
They just have to call and ask. They've been pretty proactive. Word of mouth in the town of Sahuarita is amazing. You go outside and you see your neighbor and they have a tiny little cart and you go, I want one of those. How'd you get that? Call the town and order it. Or Waste Connections now is taking those pre-orders and locking them into their account. So we're sending them that direction. All service and orders is being handled through Waste Connections. So it's pretty user-friendly.
And I like the way that we started with it, because we did want to have conversations. Be careful. You don't think you're going to need it, right? Even as a person of one. So give it a shot, give it a try, right? And probably a lot of them said, yeah, I probably do want to keep it now. But now we're to the individuals, right, where it is fitting their life, better, and we can make that accommodation. But I think trying the best that we can, because, even when I have no one but myself and my wife, all of a sudden you're filling up the can, and.
Yeah, the way we rolled it out was a good, smart, probably the best way we could have rolled it out, and we found good success. I have yet to have a customer call me and say, I got the smaller carts and it's too small for me.
Right.
Because of the slow, methodical way and communication that we did and the way we build in the same. Why get a smaller cart just to have something that's different if what you need is the larger cart?
Right.
So I haven't had any calls back saying that, take this thing back, give me my big cart back.
Right. They've got to live with it for a little while and feel it's the right thing for them on there. Thanks, Daniel.
Well, I congratulate you guys. You did a great job, and this is beautiful to see that you're responsive and you hear, and we are not rigid, and we can be flexible and respond to the needs of our diverse community. Bravo.
Thank you. And it's the direction, it's the intent, right? That's what we're looking for, is we're ever searching for council's intent and then trying to meet that. So we appreciate it as well.
And Daniel, I'm sorry, one last question. Maybe it's for John. If we get to the point where we probably will, there might be a handful of people over my dead body, come after me, get me.
Nope, she's happy. She's happy.
Are we to a point, have there been people, do we have a handful of people that are fighting back and are not going to comply, and then what do we do?
I will say this, Mr. Mayor. I have not, to date, I don't have a single name for a single resident in the town of Sahuarita that we have had interaction with that still is not in some way, shape, or form captured in our service. There was some rough ones,
right.
And the town manager's office did intervene and helped out, really. Not, there was nothing really going on. It was just a very slow process and frustrating on both sides. But we've been successful on every single one.
Great.
Every single one. We don't have any that we have contact with that are absolutely refusing right now. None that I can think
Great.
of, unless I'm mistaken. Carlos, you out there? Yeah, no?
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Community cleanup, please. Thanks, Jody.
Well, I will tell you, community cleanup in Sahuarita has been a topic of discussion, I think, for the last several months. It started a little bit, I think, at the request of Liz through communications with all of you, including town management. And we started talking about how we might help support community cleanup. And I really appreciate the comments this morning about what your intent is and how you'd like to see it roll forward. I think that's a brilliant idea. I honestly, I think that the way community cleanup works best is when the people in the community embrace their community and they develop a shared set of values about pitching in for the community. And I think the only way that that happens is by the leaders in our community connecting with people that they know and the service organizations and demonstrating that commitment to the community by coming out once in a while and doing something together. And so Liz contacted gosh, I don't know who she contacted first, but anyway, she contacted me. We've had several conversations
I
about
think
what
we've
her
all been
intent is.
contacted.
Yes.
Yes, okay, so we've all talked to her. I have taken the step of developing a spreadsheet that identifies all the various things that she feels like she needs at this point, the things that we know need to be done, so that we can get together and have a discussion about who can take on what. We know, at least in Parks and Rec, we can support her with some pieces of our existing structure to make it easier for the community to do this, and I think some of the other departments as well. So I expect that pretty shortly here, we're going to have a reasonable understanding of what the town will do to support this effort, and that it will be primarily community-led. So May 2nd is the date I've been given, 8 a.m. I don't have the location that we're going to be meeting, but there'll be more information to follow. That's all I have.
Yeah, just for the council, that's the old banner.
On the banner, yeah, the banner's the old date.
And then the left side where it says May 2nd is the real date.
Sorry, that was her image, the
Yeah.
little garbage can guy, so I put that one up there.
Thanks. And I don't know, Diane, if you think that, depending what you do, that might be a good communication, launch, the next level, the beautification.
Did you see that as being part of the Sawarita Beautification Coalition?
So here's what I understand. Liz has a, what is it she calls it? Oh, I thought I had it on the slide. She has a name for her Facebook page that she's been generating interest from. Keeping Sawarita Beautiful, that's what it is. And she'd like to use that as kind of the name of this effort. And she would like to see it continue well beyond when she's no longer able to do this. And so what I understand is the effort is that we're going to build off of what she has. Any imagery or anything, still to be considered, but certainly it's not our event, it's hers, so that'll be directed from there. We can support, though, because as I mentioned earlier, we have a marketing team that could work with her, and that would be our intent.
In addition to that, we will, again, rally our own staff that week, and probably that Thursday, last day of the week for us anyway, I'll make some kind of friendly competition between departments, and we did that last year. We'll do it again this year and get our employees out in the community picking up trash as part of the overall effort that week.
I think they call that leading by example, no?
I think one thing I would add too is we had a similar sort of thing where I came from, and one thing that made it successful was having business leaders in the community, and by that I mean we had the newspaper editor, we had the Chamber Alliance was there, and in addition, some of our elected officials who pitched in, and they also rallied their little circle of friends. So it might have been your book club or your friend group or your family, and they all came out in force in support of it. And I think that was part of what made it really successful. What allowed it to dissipate was when it all got turned over to the community, the town, as an effort that they were putting together, because we lost the volunteerism. And it's partly because our effort as a town staff is not, we don't maintain volunteer groups typically, unless we've got that as a specific task, because it's a specific effort in and of itself, so.
Thank you. Who's up next? Okay,
We
let me
have
guess.
Anna coming up to talk to us about the policy committee, which is a relatively new committee that's helping us. One of the things that I was charged with coming into the town was to shore up our own internal policies and make sure that our walls are strong and we've got policy to cover operations. Our policy committee has been a huge help to the budget team, who historically was shouldering that responsibility. But the policy team has come in, led by Anna, and what they do is they develop policy for the budget team's review instead of the budget team having to go through and do all that. So Anna, take it away and give us an update on the good work you guys are doing.
Thanks, Shane, and you've already covered half of my first slide, so I appreciate that. That's okay. So like Shane said, we were created last year to help support the budget team. There were some policy gaps, and we are trying to help fill those. So we've got a group of 5 core members with broad expertise, broad perspectives, and I think that's what you need in policy making, to make sure that it's considered from every angle, because organization-wide policy has a lot of impact. So we also have consulting members as needed, so depending on the topic or the scope, we have a few other members of the team who participated as necessary. Thus far, we have completed policies for uniforms, business meals, an incentive for degree license and certifications, records management, AI, and we've also done courtesy reviews. There's not a process that requires policies to go through policy committee, but if someone wants our help, we're happy to give it. And so we conducted some courtesy reviews of very focused policies for acting pay and vacation buyback. And Public Works also asked us to review their departmental inventory management policy. In process right now is the fleet policy, which I promise is really close to the finish line. Everybody keeps asking about it. So close, so close. We have a driver's license and accident reporting policy that goes hand in hand with the fleet policy. They touch each other a little bit, so we're going through right now and making sure that there aren't any conflicts and clearing up some of the overlap. And we're also working on a courtesy review of the Parks and Rec public playground policy, and you'll be hearing more about that at the end of the month. Parks and Rec will be bringing you a study session.
What's a driver's license reporting policy?
So the driver's license policy talks about the requirement to have a driver's license if you're going to drive a fleet vehicle. It talks about the process for the town to double check that your driver's license is still in good standing. So there's always a check upon hire, but then say 5 years down the road, somebody gets in a little bit of trouble in their car,
Right.
and their driver's license is suspended. How do we make sure we're catching those?
Yeah, I can't imagine anybody thinking they could drive a vehicle without a driver's license, but.
You'd be surprised.
We had an inspector that.
That's what I, yeah.
And had his license suspended.
Oh,
He still came to
can
work
we
early.
trophy show?
And then it was in the newspaper.
Yes, I guess I am. Holy mackerel.
And that's why we need a driver's license policy.
Thank you. Jeez.
So our risk manager is helping us to identify those policy gaps and make sure that we get ourselves covered where need be. Up next, we've got quite a few policies in the hopper. There are over 10. The budget team has already helped me prioritize those, so this slide was written about a week ago, and that work has been done. So as soon as we're through the fleet policy, we'll start working on the next ones. Some of the policies in the hopper include social media, travel reimbursements, small furniture purchases, and the donated leave program. And that's all I have for you. Any comments or questions?
Well, it sounds like great work. I remember when Shane first got here and something happened, and I'd call him and go, what do we do? And he said, what's the policy say? And I'm like, I don't have a clue. Do we have a policy? So I appreciate all the efforts to try to, as we grow to a more mature town, that we actually have some of these guardrails and things in place. But any questions for policies? Seeing none. When's our break?
Right now.
Oh, right now. Okay.
Good timing.
Thank you.
So
Doing good.
let's do a 10-minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
So it will be you and the mayor and then them four. I can
Some of the questions probably coming from Shane are actually coming from me to Shane.
So I'll put that, yeah. Okay. I know Alex asked last week I guess they're going to be for a site visit tomorrow. I had told them kind of schedule our during that time. I don't have this information on the business. That's probably Alex is right there. And they're just coming for like a site visit to just talk to Alex. Yeah, his original. And so he said, that he's still and if she knew
Oh, I'm sure we
you never get like this many. Yeah, well, we moved to that school.
But not actually, yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't have anything else on the schedule. His name is a lot more prepared, right? So
Keep it up.
yeah, I will go ahead and like that too. And then I'll talk to Alex, just I'll put everything on your calendar.
And you'll take the lead on jumping in on that email?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Not me.
Does she have
very helpful. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. I mean, meet Monday. Will you speak on my behalf?
Okay. Okay. Mayor and council, let's go ahead and get started. We have up, our next section of the conversation or discussion is on personnel matters. We'll start with an update on our attrition study, and I think that's Luke. Luke, this is your father speaking.
All right. So I promise I have no more fees or legislation in this upcoming presentation. So we're going to talk about the attrition study and kind of go over what we learned from this year. We took some of the lessons from last year in terms of ideal attrition rate, and then kind of did our own little delve into where can this study make the biggest impact.
So to begin with, we looked at key data points for our analysis, and we looked at 496 employees, which includes both current and former full-time employees. And we also made use of historical data from Sahuarita, Oro Valley, Marana, and Pima County. Unfortunately, we did not have fiscal year 2025 data for Pima County available, but we made use of the other jurisdictions that we normally use to benchmark. And we also considered both hire and termination dates, and by terminations, we are looking at people who ended employment with the town for any reason, either voluntary or involuntarily. And the focus of our analysis were mainly on attrition and turnover rates. We looked at turnover rates by department, we looked at attrition rates by tenure in years, and we also looked at the data from our exit interviews, which informed our recommendations, as you will see in the course of our presentation.
So the first thing we looked at is just the growth in the town staff over the last 10 years. And as you can see, despite some dips and peaks, that the overall trend is we're growing. And why this matters is that as a town staff, we can stay ahead of the community growth, we can continue to provide the services. And so we're just ahead of the projected town growth according to PAG of 2.1%. And our highest year of staff growth was in 2023 at 7.5%. Then we looked at the turnover rate of the town entirely, and we calculated the turnover rate by dividing the number of employees during that left in a certain period, divided by the average number of employees during that period. And so our average turnover rate for the last 10 years is 13.1, and given last year's study where they identified the ideal turnover rate of 12.5, we're just ahead of that, but like they said, it's on a 10-year, like over a 10-year period, so we can see fluctuation as the town continues to grow. Oh, sorry, this is all the way too. Then we compared the attrition rate to the town growth, so these last two slides that we showed, and you can see that despite the peaks and valleys of the attrition rate, that town continues to grow almost at kind of that same period, responding to whatever staffing needs we may have.
Okay, so moving on to our regional turnover rates. As mentioned in the previous slide, we analyzed 3 other jurisdictions. And we looked at Marana, Oro Valley, and Sahuarita, and Pima County. And as I mentioned, we don't have the data for Pima County for fiscal year 2025, but we're still able to analyze from the other jurisdictions. And from the chart, we can see that comparing FY 2024 and 2025, we see a downward trend where the other jurisdictions in this region saw a decrease of about 3 to 4% in the attrition. And on the overall average, we can see that there was about a 10.58 regional average attrition rate since 2018. So this over the past about 7 to 8 years, we see a downward trajectory, and this is mainly to inform us of how the region was faring how the region has been faring over the years, and we can see that like from the 3 jurisdictions that we analyzed, it was a downward slope, so there was a general decrease in the attrition rate across these regions over the last year.
Let's just pause there for a second. What it does suggest is that as much as you work to, consider policy changes by way of benefits and different hiring tactics, our efforts to do stay interviews and to connect with our employees on their experience as employees for us as an employer. There is something about the forces outside of our organization that play into this. Obviously, if all of the agencies that we're comparing ourselves to are also seeing a reduction in attrition, it suggests that maybe the value society places on having a job is up, right? So people are more inclined to stay with their companies because there's external forces at play, or there's uncertainty in the market and what have you. So I'd like to say that we're seeing this decrease in the slide before that showed that since 2022 we've had a constant downward trend in our attrition.
Was there anything significant that happened in 2022?
No, but yes, but the point is that there's I'd like all of us would like to say, hey, it's about everything that we're doing today as a team, but no doubt that plays a big role in this, and the chief's efforts on fixing or addressing the attrition rates in PD and the success there. We're all playing a role in that success, but there are things happening in the world outside of our organization that also play a factor, and it's a little bit nebulous and undefined. I don't know if I can tell you exactly what that is, but there are obviously those kind of forces out there.
Well, and I think when you had one of the consultants once, they did focus on, you're never going to get it zero, because, we have lots of spouses who work for Border Patrol, right? And they're going to move in the military. So there's a healthy, a level, or you're wanting to promote people, right? You can't do them in the organization. They're going to go look outside, and we support that. And they move on to a better opportunity. So I think there's probably a healthy one, and we're probably approaching, that no matter what we do, forces outside of our control are going to dictate that, but do as much as you can.
Right, and I think last year when we presented the attrition study, the magic number for us based off of our size as an employer and our circumstance was that 12.5% attrition rate was actually a good target to be trying to maintain as an average over a period of time, and we see that we're at 11.5% for last fiscal year. It doesn't suggest, though, that Oro Valley is any better, because their magic number could be, you look at 4% is really what you need to be.
They're an older one. They don't have probably as many Border Patrol and transient community as much as we are. So everybody, I think, is going to have their number, and we are a transient community to a large degree on there. So.
Thanks, Doris.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to the next slide, we also did an analysis of our attrition by department over the last 10 years from 2015 to 2025. And from the chart, we can see PD being the highest and law being the lowest. And as Chief mentioned in his presentation, this is something that is seen across board in the police department. So that is what we also saw in our analysis. And then we also have other departments following. Public Works with 37, Parks and Recreation with 28. So these are just the trends from the highest to the lowest across our department in the town over the last 10 years.
So what we wanted to know is, how can we make these attrition numbers matter more, right? And what can we take away from this? So one of the things we did is we looked at where attrition happens. And based on the last 10 years, covering over 232 terminations, we see that there's been attrition or a number of people leaving during their first year of employment is 64. So at some point we hire them, and within the first 12 months they leave for whatever reason. After 2 years, so if we can get the person just past that 12 months and get into month 13 or 14, the attrition rate drops by half, right? Which would represent a huge savings to the town. Could we make a significant investment in hiring, especially when it comes to police officers, right? Key findings from this is you're nearly 7 times more likely to leave during your first 12 months of employment here. And after 12 months, like I said, it's reduced by more than half. So again, decreasing the first-year attrition would represent a huge savings to the town. After the first year, so that little dotted line there shows the average attrition rate after that first year. So from year 2 to year 16, the average was just over around 10%. All right. So again, trying to make an impact with this, we looked at police officers, and I think Police Chief informed me that we're off a little bit from his numbers by about 2 or so, but still the overall trend holds true. That within the first year, the police officers saw a high attrition rate, followed by the rest of the departments. We looked at this chart to see, okay, well, maybe there was a year, something like happened, maybe there was a lot of political activity that year, or, lashback against law enforcement. Maybe officers thought, no, I don't want to deal with this. But the high years there didn't really highlight anything political or that was going on in the general public that would explain it. And then we looked at the reasons. So we got reasons that police officers leave within the first year. So 14 left, and they were classified as, it was a voluntary departure, but they were considered rehirable for whatever reason. Then voluntary personal, also rehirable, voluntary better job offer. Like Police Chief said, like money matters, but it's not the only reason that people leave. And then there's involuntary personal, voluntary not rehirable, and then voluntary move rehirable. And this is just in the last, I think, 10 years of data. But anyway, it suggests that maybe there's some way we could make an impact by affecting that voluntary other rehire category.
Okay, so, sorry. So now in order to make our analysis more valuable and actionable, we decided to inculcate some of the data from our exit interview into the analysis. And we looked at data for the last 2 years, that is from 2023 through to 2025. And out of these years, we had a total of 101 people who left the town. And from the breakdown, 78 left voluntarily and 23 left involuntarily or were considered not rehirable. And from these people who left, we're able to have a total of 8 exit interview responses that we gathered from from the survey that was conducted. And from the exit interview survey, or from the exit survey, there are multiple choice questions that the respondents had to provide answers to, and the chart over here shows a breakdown of some of the responses that we got from the 8 people who left. And out of that, we have 2 responses each for the category of lack of career advancement, lack of job satisfaction, and work environment. So 2 people each chose these reasons as their primary reasons for leaving the town, and one response each for the category for compensation and benefits and personal reasons. So on average, we are looking at a total of 8 responses per year for people who leave the town. And currently, we are putting effort in place to work to improve the response rate, because we believe that reasons why people are leaving a town will inform recommendations that we make to improve the attrition of the town. Okay, so the next slide talks about some details for responses that we received from the people who left. And these were based off of suggestions or improvements that the people who left gave that they think the town can actually use to improve the employees' experience here in the town. So these responses are based off of responses or categories that were from the work environment as well as lack of job satisfaction. So they mentioned supervisory training as a reason or as an area of improvement that the town can use to improve the employee experience. So supervisory training for other supervised employees. Another also said to enable and empower employees to do their job and let them grow and develop. And that this should be a part of mentoring and succession planning, but these processes are non-existent in the town. And the final response was that employees should feel that they can share feedback without feeling that they are complaining, and leaders should act as an example and not be an exception. So these are just responses that some of the people who left gave for how they think the town can actually, or what the town can do to improve the employees' experience here in the town.
Yeah. So we can see just from these few responses we've collected that it's important feedback, because maybe it is a program that we are offering, but we're not doing well enough to promote it to the employees of the town, or making it perhaps more available or just better known. So our recommendations from this study were twofold. One, to adjust the exit interview process to achieve a higher completion rate. So one of the things we thought of is an onboarding document. So when you're signing your new employee paperwork, having a half sheet or part of one of those paperworks that just says, I will participate in town surveys. And it's not necessarily something that's enforceable, but it's a psychological trigger that people think, okay, I've committed to something, and perhaps they're more prone to do it. And then in addition to the surveys, maybe doing like a one-question interview in person and documenting this, just something just like, how could we have kept you? And having them give you some feedback in case they decide not to do the survey for whatever reason. Improve the survey email. There was some wording in there that we thought could reduce the risk and make it sound a little more friendly, and assuring them that we are going to use this information to improve. And then assess whether or not the exit interview survey can be shortened. So people who are now not as committed to the town because they're on their way out might feel more prone to take the time to complete it. Our second recommendation is to transition the stay interview process to meet our probationary period of 6 months. Right? So I think it was on a 30, 60, 90-day calendar, which is 3 months. We were going to say adjust that to, with a kind of a temperature survey to see how they're doing, to every 40, 90, and 135 days, so it covers more of that probation period. And then provide that feedback to supervisors based on the responses we receive from those employees. And then those supervisors should be empowered to adjust mentoring efforts for the new employee. And then hopefully this improves overall communication and relations between the supervisor and the employee as they get that feedback throughout the entire 6 months. And we have one more slide. It's a short one, but I'll pause there if there's any questions on the recommendations.
Debbie?
Go ahead. Yeah, why don't we, maybe Liliana, if you could jump in and.
But you have to go to
up the mic,
microphone.
please. The short answer is yes. Implementation has been not as successful as we'd like it to be, so we're suggesting some other approaches here to help out.
Yes, it was implemented, I believe, last year, but we haven't been successful in scheduling and meeting with employees, either because of scheduling or availability or follow-through from staff.
So we're looking at improving on the process.
Yes, yes, we are.
What are you improving on, and what's different from what you did 2 years ago to what you're going to do now?
We're going to have, so this time what we're going to try and do now is schedule or send out surveys to employees at the 45, 90, 135 days to see a short survey, to see if that makes them want to participate more. If we don't get a response, then maybe follow up on that or reach out to the supervisor. But that's where we've been stuck.
Liliana, can I help out just a little bit
The
on that?
participation, yes.
Yeah, thanks. So we have an HR department of 4 people. And they're incredibly busy serving this organization. One of the thoughts here is that rather than have the 30, 60, 90, now we're recommending 30 or 45, 90, and 135 interviews in person, we would interview through survey. We would review those surveys, and it'd be a short survey, something very easy to fill out. But we would look for trigger words or trigger responses as to if there was a concern or what have you, and then that would trigger the in-person interview to follow up between HR and the staff, or HR and the department head, or both. So it really is using a little automation, little technology to help make that connection. We have the onboarding that happens with all of our employees. I get a chance to meet with all of the employees as they're new, and we introduce them to the culture of the organization, all the departments, things that they should be aware of as they jump in and be a part of this family. But these check-in, these stay interviews, if we were expecting a member of HR to do every single one of those and serve the rest of the organization, that's where I thought the failure was happening. And so by implementing a survey, as a first line of connection. And then if we see problems in the responses, indicators that they're not connecting with their team, or they're not connecting with their supervisor, or they've got questions about policies or what have you, then that would trigger the follow-up with HR and allow them to be more effective in managing their time.
And part of it was, I know they've been very, very busy on the hiring part, right? So
Yes.
you're operating thin. I know there was some absences because of, medical issues and things, so you already were lean on top of lean and hiring. So it just wasn't a perfect world at that point.
Something
Trying-
falls through, yes, I agree, but we do intend to do better. And another idea was let the new employees coming in during the new hire orientation, let them know these surveys are going to start coming out so that they don't feel like we're on top of them or targeting them. It's a friendly survey.
Yep. The only other suggestion I'd make, because I see 45, 90, and 135, but also, we saw the big drop-off, between the first year, maybe, with the 365, well, I guess you would have it already, because that's when you do the merit and all those kinds of things. But, at the evaluation, especially that first year and probably the second year, make that maybe a little more intense or deliberative, because it seems like if we can
Keep them
really
after the,
focus,
right.
keep them on board, then we have them, from that perspective. And
I like the idea of the in-person interview as opposed to the survey. I mean, I know it's more time consuming, but I think you can get a lot from an in-person interview, body language, a survey. Being that new into this organization, they may be afraid to express themselves in writing. As in an interview, they may be afraid to, but you may be able to read off of them with the body language.
We can do a lot to help manage that expectation in our orientations with employees, so that they know right up front that this is an organization that cares. And these outreach efforts, whether it's in person or through the survey, is to give them avenues to voice, for their voices to be heard. And the reason why I think we need to try something different is because we've attempted to do in person, and it's just not happening unless we want to add more staff to HR. It's just not practical. It's not feasible. So I'm asking council, obviously this is important for us, or otherwise we wouldn't even be talking about this, and we want to be successful. We just feel like we need to take a different approach, and we want our employees to feel like their voices are being heard and they have an avenue to get issues out on the table if they're experiencing something that doesn't feel right to them. And so we've got a pretty robust orientation when they first come on with us. Again, I'm part of that process. And then we'll have these check-ins, and if there's anything, any kind of indicator, if they don't respond, or if they respond and there's words that they use or phrases that they use that are not like, hey, we really enjoy being a part of this organization, that kind of stuff, I think that should trigger the in-person, where there's a follow-up with HR. HR reaches out to them and says, hey, thanks for filling this out. Tell me more about your response here. What are you experiencing? How are you feeling? And then that might trigger more conversation with department head or immediate supervisor or what have you. But we got to try something different because it's not working right now. So,
Diane?
Okay, so I have my social worker hat on. Do we have any data on how our attrition rate during the first year compares to our sister towns and cities like Marana and Oro Valley?
Didn't we have those?
I want to say we asked for them, and some of them said they don't track.
That's my first question. I've got two more.
We asked for a range of data from the jurisdictions, whether it was just a reluctance to do a study like this, or they don't have that data, but we got a lot of, no, we don't track that, no, we don't have that. We can work harder on that kind of data for the next attrition study.
Yeah, it's not only the data, but I'd like to know if they have a formula for success that maybe we could benefit from. The other thing I've learned, and I'd like to know about, is there do we have an employees suggestion system where the employees get to give input and then they bring up issues for resolution? And if we do they feel heard? Because I know from my years of working in the hospital, they always rolled out these consultants. Oh, we care about what you think. That was a bunch of hooey. All they cared about was so they could say that they hired a consultant to hear what the employees' concerns are. They never talked to us or took our suggestions to heart or consulted us for any new programs for our thoughts and ideas. And it was like, come on, who are you kidding? It was an exercise in futility. So that's why I'm raising these questions. And have any interviews been tried with a peer rather than a supervisor or a director? Because oftentimes folks don't feel free to speak what's in their heart if they are feeling disconnected or disgruntled or dissatisfied, or there's an issue with a supervisor or a director.
So I'll take some of that, and I think Liliana's prepared to fill in the blanks. I don't think that we have a real robust system where employees can, like a suggestion box or what have you. I know that we've played around with some ideas, some creative ideas, and how to encourage that, and those ideas are still being tossed about between the town manager's office and HR. But I can tell you that what I have started, and it began this in January, is a donuts and discussions exercise once a quarter for any employee to anonymously submit questions to Bianca through a portal, and that I take an hour or an hour and a half with employees here in this room, and we'll mix it up to be between different facilities, and just sit and have a conversation. It's just kind of raw. It's real, and given the response from our last go around, this room was essentially packed, and we had lots of employees and lots of good questions, and not enough time to get through it all, which I thought was a good response, and so I'm looking forward to more of that.
Looking for the power differential, though, because when there's a power differential in relationships, you are more hesitant to speak freely. That's why I'm asking about, has there been any attempt to use a peer? It doesn't have to be within their department, but a peer rather than a supervisor to just check in. How you doing? How are you finding working here? Any issues that need to be jumped on? How's the fit for you? We want you to thrive and grow rather than leave it, in under a year.
If I could just jump on that one, I guess, because I know you and I discussed about you starting that, and I think it was Bianca that came up with that awesome trademark, right? Discussions and donuts. But with the power differential, it didn't seem like that affected it when you had a whole room full of people.
No, there were some tough questions in that in that meeting. I promise you that. I did not get the sense that there was bashfulness. The questions were there, and obviously, if you came, you didn't hear your question raised because we didn't have enough time. There's going to be one of these every quarter of the year, and employees are. I've asked department heads to do everything they can to accommodate an employee that wants to participate in that. It's 1 hour every quarter, and they really supported it. They helped out, and this again, we had a weird table configuration, but literally there was standing room only in this room, so we had a lot of turnout.
I want to add something. I know as a town, we don't have a suggestion box, but PD does. I think that's the only department that's doing it at this moment. They have a suggestion box. I think we saw a good turnout from the Donuts with the Manager. A lot of those questions, because of that meeting, because the questions were submitted anonymous, it was a great turnout. And because of that meeting, we started tossing around ideas, about 7 or 8 of those questions were HR related. So that's where as a team, as an HR team, we're trying to figure out how we can best engage with employees so that they don't have to wait for donuts with the manager to get clarification on things.
Thanks.
For the new employees of the temperature survey, would you give them an option for people that really don't like doing surveys? So if they wanted to, instead of answering the questions, I'd rather talk to you in person, could you give that as an option?
We could give that as an option, yes.
That's a good idea, gives another avenue. And Chief, I was just curious because I saw, the last 3 year, it was 5, 4. So do you think well, I know we've done better on hiring, but are a lot of those, I just think I heard one, we get the person tells us I'm clean, right? And then you go and you get the background check. Is there any, and you fail during the process, is there any sense of similarity on, because it was like 5, 4, and 5 over the last 3 years that we've lost in the first year? Is there anything we can do? 5, 4, 3. Actually, that's a good trend. I read it kind of 5, 3, 4. Is there anything you think we can do during the hiring process? But I don't know why those people left, to help nullify that or, get it down a little bit lower. At least the trend is in the right direction, but.
So we have found out that when we lose somebody in the first 12 months, it's a fit issue.
Mm-hmm.
They're not a bad person. We didn't discover something in their background that says
Okay.
you can't be a police officer. That's all done before we give the job offer.
Right.
What we have found out is this is from my perspective,
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, they've been unrealistic on what police work does.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had people come back to us, even though it's been drilled into them, and tell us, this job is really dangerous. And we've had them come back and say, I really didn't think I'd have to do this much shift work.
Right.
Things of that nature. And occasionally, through all the processes that we go through, multiple interviews, a background investigation, criminal checks, fingerprints, psychological, medical testing, etc., we find out that the person doesn't have the it factor
Mhm.
of being able to direct people. They're not a bad person, they just don't have the ability to direct people, which is part of police work.
Right. Yeah, no, and I had similarities on the school board. Teachers, great, but unless you have classroom management, they could be the best educator, but you have to have that skill set, and it's probably very similar to an officer because, it's about people, in difficult situations, whether it's education or, out on the street on there. So that's really good clarity. And same thing with a nurse, yeah.
So
AC had a comment question.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one other piece to the puzzle, and I know you all are very familiar with it because we do it with Shane, and that's the 365 evaluations and how us department heads, we give Shane some feedback, and I know that that information goes to you, and I got to admit, the first year that we did that, I was like, how honest am I going to be here? How am I going to couch these things? But I think, I hope that you find that useful, that information that we provide. But we've also instituted that for all supervisors in the organization. So that's another opportunity for employees to give their direct supervisors feedback. And as a department head, I look at those on my the people that report to me that are supervisors to see how my line level staff feel about their bosses and so on and so forth. So, but yeah, do people come into the organization that first year and just embrace that idea and just say, I can, double barrels to my supervisor, maybe not, but I think it's an overall culture shift that we're trying to.
And it takes time.
It takes a little bit of time, but, we're also.
He was just raw with me from the beginning.
Right, it never ended.
Yeah, so, once you're eligible for retirement, it's like guns a-blazing.
Guns a-blazing.
No. But anyways, I thought that's an important piece.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I'm going to paraphrase this, and I don't remember who said it, but if you don't measure it, you can't improve it. Right? So we're taking this 3-year average, or 3 exit interviews a year average, and look at that's our baseline, and we're going to improve on that going forward. Because our big question during this whole attrition study is we know the numbers that are leaving, we just don't know a lot of the whys.
Right.
So a couple of future studies that we just put on here for proposal is, one, add a metric or analyze upward mobility. So are we tending to promote more within, or if not, are people getting promoted out? Are we developing leaders? Are we developing our employees? And then also, Councilmember Priolo, to your point, since PD had the highest one, we were going to look at them first, but is there some secret sauce that somebody else is doing that we can implement to maybe help mitigate some of that, first year shock type of stuff? And so that concludes our attrition study. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank Doris and Luke in partnership with HR, putting this stuff together and analyzing it and hunting it all down. It's no small feat. So very important for the organization to understand more about what's happening out there with our attrition. So thank you for the analytics. Appreciate it.
And these are sensitive questions, so other organizations may not want to cough them up all the time. So I know it's probably a lot of tracking and retracking, running things down.
All right. And now we get into staffing levels, vacancies, minimum wage update, and a very general overview on the market study. The total budgeted positions for fiscal year '26 was 231. We have 216 filled. 20 of those are seasonals. And total vacancies are 15. Across different departments, we have the accounting supervisor, which is a very hot topic. The HR director also. Recruiting, we do have 6 vacancies with PD, but we have 3 pending start dates. And then solid waste compliance coordinator. So this is a very small update. Early this year, it went up to 1515, which was 1417. I know it seems small, but it is a 3.1% increase. Now, we only have 2 employees that were below the 1515. However, if we just adjust the minimum and don't adjust the rest of the scale, then we run into compression issues. Any questions on that?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Diane?
Can you define compression issue?
Let's just say a compression issue is getting a newer employee with less experience closer to a more tenured employee. The pay disparity is shorter.
I may have already been working at the town, Diane, making $15 an hour, and then when that kicks in, the mandatory minimum, that person just jumped over me as a new hire. And when the school district went through this, it cost them the first year, I think, $1 million just to adjust, because they have a lot of employees, the minimum. Because of relieving that compression issue, at the long run, it was $1 million that first year to try to adjust for that.
So Liliana identified an impact forced on us by the state changing the minimum wage. And it really technically only impacted on paper 2 of our employees. So you think, well, that's not that big of a deal. But the reality is that whenever the minimum wage shifts and you don't move all of your ranges that same percentage, it creates compression in the whole organization. So that's the compression that Liliana is really talking about. Over time, that compounds and it becomes a bigger and bigger problem. And we're going to see that manifest to us when we see the final recommendation of the market study, right? Because our consultants are aware of that minimum change, that minimum wage adjustment, and that's going to impact the entire organization. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Is that the top? I know that was supposed to be an increase the state passed. Are we done, or is there still another drop that it's going to continue to go?
I think that's the last one that I'm aware of, but I might be wrong on that. Because I thought it was
I'm just
3
curious.
years. I thought it was 3 years.
No, I think it's in perpetuity. I think, yeah, based off of CPI.
Really? Holy crap. Oh, I didn't know that.
I don't believe so, but I'm not sure.
That's a parking lot. We'll have to follow up on that. Yeah, yeah.
Well, all the college kids want to come work here now.
Right. Well, everywhere, yeah. And that's,
No,
and-
I'm talking about, like, I have children that lives in Idaho, and they're moving here for the summer because theirs is like $7, $8.
Right.
And they're like, let's move to Arizona.
Well, the unintended consequences, why I know a lot of people, were against it, was it's, kiosks are going to be placing you at McDonald's, right? Because to stay in business, I can't pay 15 entry level
Yeah.
and compression and all of that. So we'll just get rid of the people. I mean, that's what you'll end up seeing.
And next to
No, I
our,
can tell.
our next slide is the study scope and market approach. So we don't have results for our market study at the moment. We have a very general overview. We should be getting results within the next 2 weeks, and then meeting with leadership team to look at results and see what needs to be changed, what questions need to be asked, or if there are positions that still need to be reviewed. So from this year to the study done in 2021, you can see it's more comprehensive. So we're actually looking at 116 positions, all of the positions, as opposed to 92 with the re-review in 2023 last time. I do want to point out that mayor and council are included in this study.
Well, we are the most important people, so
Yes,
thank
you
you
are.
very much.
Yes, Councilmember Pirillo.
When was the last time that mayor and council were included in a market review?
They were included in the last, in 2023 re-review.
That's the first time it was.
Yep.
Okay, so it's every 3 years that there's a market review?
No.
How often is it?
Well, it depends on really, it's every 3 to 5 years, but it depends on how fast your organization is changing and how fast the industry is, how fast the social economic factors are playing out. So there isn't a hard rule, but because of the kind of changes that we've seen around here with, the governor increasing the DPS salaries and wages, the federal government and what they're doing, the governor and increasing the minimum wage, it felt like it was time to do it again, so, thanks.
Just for the record, it is increased every year, permanently.
Yeah.
At that same rate, 3%?
No, CPI.
CPI, okay.
Yeah, so minimum wage.
So we're going to be at $20 an hour,
my God.
minimum wage pretty soon. It's going to be,
And that was passed by Proposition 2, so.
Yes, it was.
Not
And that's why it is that way.
better keep increasing those fees. No.
We should have had a slide up here, application fees. Do you have another question, Councilmember Pirillo?
Yeah, I just want to ensure that every time there is a market salary adjustment review, that the town council's included in that.
No.
I don't want us to fall behind.
That was a previous request of the council, and it maintains today. Every time we go
good.
out to do a market study, it'll include the council.
Just understand, though,
What?
that you can't give yourself a raise.
I know that.
So if you give the council votes an increase, it only takes effect after the next election, so it can only go into effect at most every 2 years.
I understand.
I'll vote for a $25 increase an hour for all of you.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Right.
we don't get paid minimum wage. I think we get paid
my
like $2 an hour.
After John's comment, I think we should exempt the town attorney and anything associated with that market adjustment.
All right, any questions on this slide, on this information?
Nope, thank you.
And just to give you a quick look, these are all the comparable markets we're being reviewed against. Some of the public sector and then the national ones as well. This will give us a
Thorough.
thorough report. And so what is the budget impact? We currently have, which leadership has not reviewed as well, we currently have for new positions and reclassification requests, we have 10 requests for new positions and 7 reclassifications requests. You can see the total just for that is at 1.18 million. Because we don't have final numbers, we're using this 2022 study, what was recommended for a full implementation of the 2022 market study. It was at 0.98.
Oh, you almost gave me a heart attack. I thought that said $98 million. I didn't see the dot. I'm like, holy mackerel.
It's 0.98.
Okay, thanks for
Which
that
equals to roughly 2.16. And this is what we have in our general fund right now to be able to.
I can jump in on this because this number is generated by finance. So we looked at those revenues before, right? So that was sort of the starting point. We have $2 million extra in revenues compared to prior year budget. But then you start carving out the things that we're sort of quasi-committed to, right? And that would be, well, inflationary impacts for our non-payroll costs. That kind of comes off. We have an estimate for that. Do we want to maintain our medical insurance at the same level that it is today, next year? And what are the premium increases associated with that? We build in the assumption of a 10% premium increase. Hopefully it's not that high, but I think we're hearing that it's going to be pretty high this year.
10%.
Right, so that's a few $100,000 that comes off the top. We're committed to the merit increases that we instituted this year that carry forward to next year. That comes off the top. We know that there are positions that were approved that were grant funded in the current fiscal year that are not going to be grant funded next fiscal year. Some officers with the Arizona DPS grant, right? There's 3 officers. Well, the general fund's got to absorb those costs. That comes off the top. We would like to do another 4%, up to 4% merit increase or some sort of pay adjustment with, merits or COLAs, some combination of that. So we've pulled out 4% off the top for that. And then what that means to future years' budgets, right? That comes off the top. And then basically what you're left with is, about $550,000 that could be used for other types of pay adjustments, such as the market study or new positions.
So for this next year, you can see we have tough decisions ahead.
Liliana, let's just pause here for a second. I was insistent on a slide that would capture the big picture for the council. There's a lot of asks, there's a lot of requests, but at the end of the day, there's only so much to spread out amongst all of those asks. So I think there's a lot of hybrid scenarios. You could say, forget it with the market study and let's just use it to get as many of our new request employees as we can, which has a total of $1.18 million, which obviously there's not enough there. You could say, well, let's just put it all towards the market study and hold off on that. So one idea is if you take and you try to implement as much of the market study as you can, then what you're doing is you're sending a message. We want to take care of the people that we have today, and we want We want that to be our priority. We want to shore up those walls, make sure that we're as competitive as an employer as we can be, as it relates to how we fare against our comparison jurisdictions or benchmark jurisdictions. But there's always going to be, I appreciate, Anna, you brought it up. I've used it before, the analogy, right? You got your body and it's cold outside, you put a blanket on. The blanket represents our resources. And this year, it looks like we're going to have a blanket that's significantly too small to cover everything. Either we cover our toes and our shoulders get cold, or we cover our shoulders and our toes get cold. There's not enough. So we're going to have to wrestle with the needs and prioritize. Your feedback as a council, given that this is your budget document, is incredibly important to help shape the kind of budget that I recommend at the end of the day. But these are significant differences. There's discrepancies there. There's obviously a shortfall that's, you can't ignore it. And so I just wanted to make sure that there was one slide here, just on the personnel side. We're not even talking about anything else.
Yeah, capital.
But just on the personnel side, there's a big picture here that you need to be aware of as council. Thanks.
Can I ask an unfair question, maybe? For the chief, just to get our thoughts, thinking, because we have 6 positions, right, requested, and you just went with, officers, sergeants, lieutenants, commanders. From your thinking, like, how do you balance that, to Shane's point, retain new, because obviously there's not enough money to do both. Kind of what's I'm not committing you to this, but just kind of your instant first reaction, because it's probably going to apply to everybody, all department heads, but you have the biggest request, and we had a good presentation on the market study coming and what you feel is the gaps. Just from an internal perspective, how do you see it?
From an internal perspective, and I've already put this in writing, and I've connected with Beth and Shane at different points. We need to take care, if I'm assigning a priority, the priority would be the people that are here doing the job right now, this market study, finding them the appropriate salary grade, salary rate, et cetera, would be the highest priority. So to take a line from a James Bond movie, there are dinner jackets and then there are dinner jackets, and this is the latter. So there's priorities and then priorities.
Right.
So that would be the first one, take care of the people that are here doing the job right now. The second priority that I had put out from a PD perspective was the reclassifications.
I didn't catch that, the 4 PD, yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
And then
new positions.
the actual new positions, I can tell you, I believe all are needed,
Right.
but these are tough decisions.
Right, thank you.
Can we hear from the other directors if they feel the same way?
I'll just, absolutely, but I'll tell you that in leadership meetings, when we've presented, if we ever got into this situation where we had to choose between authorizing new positions or taking care of what we have today, and please, anybody, welcome to stand up and correct me, but the answer was, let's take care of the people that we have today.
See a lot of nodding heads. See all nodding heads. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Dr. Gillespie.
Kind of question for the chief, though, with priorities, like if you had to do a drone, like pay for the drone or pay for 2 new officers, where's the priorities there? Okay.
Yeah, and to remember that the drones would come out of CIP, which is they don't compete for this money.
Okay.
Just kind of as a side note. That's a subject.
Okay.
Yeah, training for this new drone person and things like that, that's true too. Was this, yes, Diane?
How much did that market study cost?
I believe it's 25. It's under 30. But I don't.
$1,000.
Dollars, yes.
Is there another way?
Excuse me?
Is there another way of getting to the same place without hiring a consultant for $30,000?
I would,
What,
I guess no. I mean, you'd spend all kinds of staff time.
we don't have the
probably.
staff resource to do that, for
Right.
one.
Okay.
And it's behind us now. I mean, we've already engaged them. So that would be a decision point down the road the next time we want to do a market study. But we frankly don't have the internal staff expertise and time to do something like this.
Okay.
And they use a lot of the data, you know, that they get to, you know, look for once, you know, to keep that. If we were starting from scratch, just like you heard from Luke and Doris, trying to run all this information down, and that was just on a couple of different things to hit all of those
Yeah.
departments and federal and state, and you'd spend a whole year doing that probably.
Yes,
on your
I
own.
believe so. Any other questions?
No, just appreciate the department heads. That was a great discussion to know what the, because we can't cover everything, right? The blanket's not big enough, but knowing what the priority is, that's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr. Gillespie,
Liliana.
here's your drones coming up.
Well, I was thinking, I wanted to add in, with that blanket, I think it's very important to cover the toes.
I wonder why you think
said,
that.
well said.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, speaking of capital improvements, this is just your kind of your general update to remind you like what CIP is. You should probably all be getting bored of seeing this by now, but this is, we're trying to just drill it in so you guys can repeat this when you get asked on the radio without any help. So when we're talking about our CIP projects, that they fall into 3 different categories. We have our recurring programs, which are items that are purchased on an annual basis, things like computer hardware, our playground services, shade structures, and PD mobile radios. Then we have things like new and replacement vehicles and equipment. As you all know, vehicles are an extremely important component for PD, public works, community development, and for some of them, it's literally their office. So that's something that we look at every year. And then we have our one-time purchases that are over $50,000. So those are kind of the 3 breakdowns of the types of CIPs. Then we have to prioritize those capital improvement projects. And if you remember correctly, Mayor and Council, we had a discussion a while back about we're committed to prioritizing funding for maintaining existing facilities and equipment over new projects. That the town is going to take care of the things that we already own, and that we're going to do that first. So these projects, again, are our recurring projects, our vehicle purchases and replacements. So what happens is these costs get deducted out of the total CIP budget. Now, again, at Mayor and Council's direction, every year, even for the recurring projects, we review them all, make sure that they're all necessary. Are we getting the best prices for them? Is there something that maybe, isn't a priority to do this year? And the low-hanging fruit, for example, is like playgrounds. We review those every year. Which surfaces, what playgrounds, do we need to do a whole playground? Do we just need to do components? So we do review those every year. It's not just an automatic word. It's not the gold standard for, vehicles or playgrounds or anything like that. So, and then this year, we've also introduced the priority-based budgeting process into our evaluation for the ranking of our capital projects. So again, we have those 3 items that come out. And this year, we have about $3 million worth of new CIP projects that are going to be competing for funding. And those, again, are still going through the process. We are still doing our leadership rankings, and then we're also going to look at how PBB ranks everything and see what those differences look like and why things maybe are ranking different. And then we'll bring that to you when we start talking about the actual CIP. Anybody have any questions about capital projects? Okay. So Shane, feel free to jump in on this one wherever you want for the zoo access road. This is just kind of an update on where we are, that we meet with them, it's monthly at this point, Shane, pretty much? Phoenix Zoo, Pima County, and some of the other project stakeholders, such as FICO or SUSD on this project. To date, we've obtained the right-of-way that we've needed for FICO for the road that's on their project, and that includes the possibility of doing a roundabout, as you see here at the school. We've talked about that in the past as a necessary safety improvement, given the type of traffic that's going to be here and the type of drivers that go through this area. So FICO has already committed to that, the dedication of all that right-of-way. We've had positive discussions with Pima County on cost sharing for the road. We've received a proposal for a design concept report, DCR, which includes a 30% design cost, better cost estimates, and some value engineering suggestions, things along those lines, for this access road.
Beth, you said we have received it? I know
We have received a proposal, yes.
Oh, a proposal with a hard number of what the road's going to cost?
No, it's the proposal to put together that 30%
gotcha.
design, and
Okay.
then they'll give us some better cost estimates.
So Beth, I'll jump in on that one real
Yeah,
quick. So this was not programmed in terms of an expenditure, and it is a bit of a leap of faith on our part. But sometimes you have to spend money to get to an outcome, and we need to know what this road is going to cost us. And in order to get there, we have to put some work into the design. We don't have to design it to construction documents. We design it to what's called like a 30% design, and that's basically capturing all of the major engineering features and obstacles, and so you know with relative confidence what the project is going to cost you. We have to get there, and we have to get there relatively quick. So Beth has engaged one of our JOCs who's intimately familiar with that area. They helped us with the intersection for that road and Sahuarita Road, so the new intersection out there. And they've helped us with other parts of that road. So that cost is going to be around 250,000?
220, yeah.
220,000. And so unfortunately, without that information, it's hard to talk with confidence with the zoo,
Congress.
with Congress, with the county. We need to have that number. So I'm going to authorize moving forward, and it'll probably be another hit to the town manager's contingency fund for part of that this year, because they're not going to get it all done this year. So we'll use what we can of the contingency fund this year to get that done, and then we'll program it in the budget for next year to complete that work. But everybody's nodding their heads. That seems to be a major obstacle in being able to have these discussions in a productive way, because it's all just guess, back of the napkin kind of guesswork. And it's hard to have who's going to share in what cost if we don't know exactly what that's going to be. So,
And one of our congressional delegates already asked us, well, what's the cost of the road?
Yeah.
And we were like, well, I'm not sure. So and obviously, if we're going to be successful, we're going to have to design the road and build the road, right? So it's just money that won't be going to waste.
So we'll move on that really aggressively so that we can continue productive conversations.
And the money's not throwaway.
Right.
It's, we're getting a 30% plan, and we would just build on that.
Right.
And something that, Shane kind of brought up, but I bring it up to Shane all the time, that even though we use the term 30% plan, it's really not a 30% plan. You do a lot of the work at the beginning, like your geotechnical, your drainage, your survey. These are all things that you need in order to do your design, but a lot of them tend to be bigger ticket items. So you're probably paying more than 30% of the engineering costs to get that 30% plan, because you're getting all this information. And again, if we move forward with the road, which we are all pretty certain that is going to happen, we're just going to build on this. So
Right.
there's no throwaway work going on.
Yep.
So we've been in discussions with SUSD for provisions of a roundabout, and we continue to apply for CDS and other funding opportunities, and we've had continuous positive momentum on this project. Shane, is there anything else you wanted to offer on our Sioux update? Okay.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It's the first time you actually officially get to hear from me today, which is cool.
For you or for us?
Absolutely. So Lake Project update, real short and sweet. So we met, me and Jody met with the teams from J2 and Ardura back in October on site. Walked the entire lake, kind of discussed scope. At the time, we were kind of throwing all ideas at them, not just what needs to occur for the lake, but if we're going to have the whole area shut down for a year, what other opportunity can we do to improve the whole lake park? I don't know that necessarily all of those are going to make it in the final scope, but we threw every idea we could conceive of at them during that meeting. As Shane has mentioned, we were awarded $2.5 million in CDS funding for this project, and that was recently just signed into law by Trump. And then J2 was on site the last few weeks doing their preliminary surveys of the lake, doing topographical analysis around the lake, and then taking actual verifiable GPS depths of the lake as well. So work has started. Unfortunately, that's about all I can say right now, but I'm open for any questions if you have any.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. I know one of the, because we're throwing everything out there, I know one of them was investigating whether it's basically a recharge basin and letting the leak continue. Is that on the table, off the table, still being looked at?
I think it's still being looked at.
Okay, thanks.
Cool.
Any update on when we may decide where we're going and when that may start? Just
so the current contract with J2 expires in December, and I believe their tentative draft schedule that they presented to us for actually providing us their results should occur in October.
Okay.
So it's going to cross fiscal years, but hopefully in October, I mean, I should have more updates for you guys along the way.
Yep.
But hopefully by October, we should have that full plan set or analysis done and ready to full present and have a better idea of scope and cost.
Yep, and when that may happen and all of the above. Okay. Any questions from my colleagues on this one? Diane?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Is that a typical time frame for completion of a survey like this? Seems like a long time.
Yeah, it's not just a survey, to Beth's point. They're doing design and engineering work as well, so they're actually getting into the nuts and bolts of what it's going to take to do the whole lake renovation project, whatever that entails. But that, long term, that's going to mean likely dredging the lake, pulling all the stuff out, putting a new liner system in, et cetera, et cetera. So they want to make sure they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's.
And that's
So
going to include the recharge option?
potentially, they're still evaluating whether that's going to continue to be an option or not.
Okay.
Any other questions? Nope.
Cool. Thank you.
Ooh, look at that. I like that. Oh, yeah.
That's Councilmember Morales' community pool.
Hello again. I'm gonna talk about fees. No, I'm just kidding. This is the summary of the early direction that we had received from ULI based on the stakeholder interviews, review of the planning documents, and their on-the-ground site that we had last December. So while the full report is still being generated and drafted, which we expect to receive in about 60 days from them, ULI has already shared a strong preview of where they believe Parcel 30 has the greatest long-term potential. So at the highest level is the working vision that ULI has, what's the word I'm looking for? That they have recommended for Parcel 30 is to have, to make it evolve into a family entertainment center of the Metro Tucson area. Now, this idea is for the site to serve as the regional hub for community gathering, recreation, entertainment, hospitality, and long-term economic development, not just a single project. So they see it more as a coordinated destination that will grow over time. Now, to achieve this, the key priorities is first, they strongly recommend that the town serve as the master developer. Now, this doesn't mean that we become the builders, right, of everything itself, but that we lead the overall vision, coordination, and implementation. They are also emphasizing that this approach requires dedicated internal staff capacity, Ideally, at least one position directly assigned to this effort, along with a qualified development consultant to guide the strategy, partnerships, and execution. Second, ULI sees a community gathering space in Parcel 30 as a central, highly visible gathering space that would act as the heart of the site. So that would activate Parcel 30 for early through events, performances, food trucks, everyday community use. Now, this early activation helps build momentum and market confidence for future private investment. Third, ULI supports continuing to pursue a recreation center, ideally including a pool. Yay! But doing so through a phased and financially realistic approach. So this could involve a future bond election or a phased strategy tied to TPT revenues generated by surrounding commercial development. Another major recommendation is to create a clearly defined entertainment district, one that will support family-oriented uses such as dining, indoor, outdoor recreation, events, destination-style attractions. So this reinforces Parcel 30's identity as a regional draw, not just a local amenity. ULI recommends advancing hospitality by commissioning a third-party hotel feasibility study. That study would then support active outreach to hotel developers with the town and its consultant playing a proactive role. And finally, ULI advises reserving a dedicated economic development parcel within the site. This can ensure that we retain flexibility to attract future employers and diversify the site's long-term economic impact, not just retail and entertainment, but also job creation as well. So overall, the direction reflects extensive stakeholder input and professional market insight. And while the full report is still forthcoming, the guidance we've received so far reinforces the importance of intentional leadership, early activation, and phased market-driven development as we move forward with Parcel 30. And that's it. Any questions?
I have one
Yes.
comment. Oh,
Car-
go ahead. 20 years ago, 19 and a half years ago, I participated, I wasn't even on the council on the beginning of this type of thing, so that's been 20 years, I guess. I hope before I retire, we have something to see. That's my only comment. We've been looking at this, I'm hoping, I feel like we're finally getting there. So I hope that this moves forward, because like I said, I remember it was with Sharp and with the Waldens and with everybody that got in a group and we started designing this type of thing. So I'm looking forward to this actually happening.
I think the key variable that changed was the fact that now we own the property, right? And when you have that kind of variable, that known variable, it changes the dynamics of everything, because now you're not beholden to another landholder.
You get to drive.
You get to drive the engine. And so we've always contemplated that we would be not only in the driver's seat, but we would be the master developer for this. We've played around with ideas to kind of follow the model that the county did with Mosaic, which coincidentally is also the model that was used by Marana for their commercial, their
Downtown.
what's that? What do they call it?
I think it's downtown,
It's
but
their downtown. Anyway, the town owns all that property, and they are the master developer in partnership with somebody like a Mosaic to come in and do that. But they own the property, and so I think this resonates very well with me and what we've talked about in the past as a council. But that is the variable that changes everything: is that we own the property.
Yep. I just want the biggest Ferris wheel in southern Arizona after that picture. Because when I participated in it, what differentiates us, right? I mean, my parents used to live in Myrtle Beach, and they brought in this huge Ferris wheel in London. So something that is one of those regional attractions, attractors, that would be different than anybody else would have in here. And I don't know what that looks like, but certainly something that nobody else has is not a bad start. Diane, you had a question or comment?
Yes, several things. So one, I want my microbrewery at the dog park
Duly noted.
on that parcel 30, because it will be a big hit. But I'm reading, establish the town as the master developer, and there's a heavy lift, it seems. This will require dedicated internal staff support. Do we have that to bring this off? Do we have the positions and the staff and the time to do that? And how much will that consultant to guide strategy and partnerships cost?
Oh, yeah, there'll be, again, you're not gonna make money unless you spend a little money.
Right, you gotta make,
And so, we all are aware of that. Our lobbying efforts are kind of a case in point. We're not at a position where we're making any of those types of decisions right now. When we get to that point, we still don't even have the actual report from ULI. This is just kind of we told them, hey, we're in front of council for a retreat. We need something. Give it to us. And so they gave this to us. We'll take a look at that report, and then we'll start a planning effort to evolve into what we need to be. But until we see that, it's going to be hard. We don't have that kind of dedicated staff on hand today, and we certainly don't have a consultant yet, so.
And
Oh, there we go. Not a better word to use than last 6
Mine.
years of my life as Armageddon on RTA.
I figure at the end of the day, we needed something like this, right? Let me get to my notes here real quick. All right. Mayor and council, the reason why this, did you just take a picture?
I did.
Oh my gosh. The reason why this is in front of you is because my counterparts in both Marana and Oro Valley have actually spent quite a bit of time with their council members in a discussion about what does life look like if RTA fails. Now, I will say this. I believe that RTA failing in March, which is not what anybody is really hoping for. I mean, there's been a lot of effort. I'll get into that. Maybe that's not a fair assumption to make. But RTA failing for Oro Valley is different than RTA failing for us. RTA failing for Marana is different than it is for us. But RTA failing for us is impactful. There's a lot of transit services that go on in our community to the tune of between $600,000 a year and $1 million a year in terms of services that will go away, okay, if RTA does not continue. We have benefited tremendously in the Sahuarita Road Extension Project. This beautiful road that now, in many ways, acts as a healthy backbone for our community and our economic engine, wouldn't be what it is today without the RTA program. We have benefited many times over by various different projects through the RTA program over the years. So because my counterparts are asking this question and realizing that, yeah, there is an impact on us if RTA Next fails in March, I thought that it would be wise to engage you as a council today, about RTA Next and what does tomorrow look like if March 10th comes around and RTA Next fails from the ballot. Okay, fair enough? All right. So there are obviously pros and cons when you consider participating in a regional program like RTA. One pro is that there is absolutely no way our little engine that could, our little economic engine, there's no way that we could generate $81.2 million to fund the projects that we have listed in RTA Next in 20 years. Okay, absolutely no way. And I'll show you why in just a little bit. The con of participating in an RTA Next is that, actually, before I get to the con, part of that pro is that it's TPT, which means that because our little engine could never generate this kind of revenue on its own, we are actually benefiting from the regional engine. We're benefiting from registers up in Tucson and Marana and Oro Valley to kind of carry the day and help us get this number, okay?
Or visitors from Mexico shopping at Spectrum and depositing a half cent, which
Again,
goes to all of us.
Yeah, those registers outside of our footprint are helping us pay for our projects. That's the pro of participating in a regional program like this. The con is obvious too, and that's that when you're in a regional program, you're never going to get everything you want, and likely there's a lot of local issues that wouldn't even be considered at the regional level. Like, they're not going to be really sensitive to the resident that came to the council meeting just a meeting or two ago and complained about a Tucson-like experience on Las Quintas Road, right? The regional council isn't going to view that road as being one of regional significance, and so it's not going to get any love. But it's a real need for us. So that's an easy con. Does this make sense to everybody? Okay. So tomorrow, without RTA, what might that look like? We could wait and see if another agency creates a new MPO.
Explain what that is.
A municipal planning organization. That's what PAG is. But if this fails, there's been talk that Marana is large enough to qualify to create their own MPO, and we could kind of leave Tucson out and maybe some other area and just go at our own with Marana and us, maybe Oro Valley. We could wait and see, but because Marana and Oro Valley are kind of considering their own dedicated tax, I'm not sure they're thinking a lot about creating their own MPO right now. But that might be an option. We could wait and see. We could also work to promote RTA hitting the voters again in a future year, a future election. Both of those options, A and B, represent an end to the dedicated tax as it exists today. So that goes away. And then you would have to go back in front of voters and somehow argue that it's worth putting it back in, right? And that's a harder lift than to say, listen, you're already paying it and it's not really going to hit you any worse. Let's keep it for another 20 years and here's all the things that we're going to be able to do with it. That's a different type of discussion with the voters than it sunsets and then you're trying to bring it back again. So I think those are fraught with some political hurdles that I have no answer to, but I know that they would be hard to overcome. So that leaves us with option C. Option C is we could take steps like what Marana is considering and what Oro Valley is considering. We could take steps to implement our own local dedicated TPT tax for a 20-year period. Now, at any point in time, unless there's debt obligation on that, the council could elect to sunset that immediately, and those are options on the table. But for the sake of our conversation tonight, let's just leave it at this option being we're going to consider, implementing our own dedicated tax for a 20-year period of time. So I want to explore that option C a little bit more with the council. We would be faced with a couple of decision points. One is, if we implement this tax, how do we want to fund our projects? Do we want to fund our projects on a pay-as-you-go? Or do we want to fund projects using debt financing? And so AC kind of alluded to some of that in his earlier conversations. We do have some debt that we're paying down already. And so it's not unfamiliar territory for us. We're familiar with what that looks like. And then there's the pay-as-you-go, right? We just tuck it away, we store it up, and we spend it when we have enough to pay for something. The next decision point would be, at what rate do you want to institute a dedicated tax? Now, assuming that we're at option C, that means that RTA has failed, and that's going to sunset, right? So we have an opportunity, and it could be any number. It could be 0.2, it could be 0.5, it could be anything, right? But for the sake of our conversation tonight, we wanted to give you some examples of options. We have a 0.5, which would exactly mirror what the public is used to paying right now. We've got a 0.6, and we've got a 0.75. You'll see that at each of those tiered tax rates, it generates a certain number, and annually and over a 20-year period would generate the numbers on the far right, okay, depending on the tax rate that you implement. So, thinking about a pay-as-you-go option, for a project like the Zoo Access Road, we're expecting that road probably to cost around $8.5 million. It was probably closer to $6.5 million a couple of years ago, but we're thinking with the roundabout, which is an added cost, we're likely around the $8.5 million mark at this time. It would take us a little over maybe 3.5 years to generate that kind of money at a pay-as-you-go.
But that's all on our own, without any participation.
Yeah, that's all on our own. I'm not going to factor that stuff, but that's all on our own. That seems actually to work pretty nicely with the schedule for the zoo and the wastewater treatment plant, the regional plant. So that in that instance, that might be the way to go for that. But if we were to want to do something different, like if we were to want to do the La Valita Road, or we want to rip up Old Nogales and turn it into the road that was described over by the Spectrum Mall, we would be waiting 13 years probably to be able to build up enough money to pay for that, depending on what rate you guys opted to go with, right? So there's pros and cons to each route do you want to go. So let's explore just a minute what it really looks like if we chose to do the finance option. The numbers aren't going to change really. You see at 0.5%, it generates that 50 million over 20 years. Realistically, of that 50 million, we would only be able to do 33.2 million. This is an estimate, right? $33.2 million worth of projects, but they would be done when the community needed them, and not when you could save enough money to pay for it. And then you'd have to pay the interest rate as well on top of that. And then also, it just that number expands as you get your rates higher and higher. But we would be limited in terms of what we could go out the door in terms of projects, but they would be done sooner than later. It's very similar to buying your house. It's a need today. You go and you take a loan out for your house, you pay principal and interest, same thing, but you can live in your house immediately. Same thing with these types of capital projects. Any questions on any of that? Please.
If RTA doesn't pass, how will it impact the zoo?
It won't.
It won't.
It won't, okay.
There was nothing dedicated to that
Okay.
on there.
It won't. I throw the zoo in there as an example of a project that we could pay for if we had our own dedicated
half-cent
tax. So let's discuss the question. What does tomorrow look like if RTA fails in March? We have options. I presented them on the front end. Does any of those resonate with the council and what you'd like to look at? And, the very next step here would be to determine what that tomorrow for us does look like. And, should RTA fail in March, does that include the town implementing its own dedicated tax to address needed transportation projects today and over the next 5 to 10 years? If so, would you like to see an ordinance prepared for council's consideration at a dedicated 20-year tax at 5, 6.75 or something other than that? If we were to consider a dedicated tax, what kind of projects would you like to see that money go towards supporting? So I'll be quiet. My job was to put it on the table and tee it up, and then hopefully get the council to engage on where your heart and mind comes together in terms of what we should be doing as a community should RTA fail in March.
Go ahead, Debbie.
So this doesn't have to go to the voters. This is just a decision we can make and implement.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Diane?
Yeah, AC, this question for you. So what's better? The option where you save the money and you don't do the project till you have the money, or to service the debt like you buy?
Well, thanks for that question. No, I think it depends, yeah. The reality is it'd probably be a hybrid, right? Some projects you could cash finance, like maybe the zoo.
Zoo Road, that's-
Where the timing aligns and there's no urgency to do a project, yeah, you build up the war chest, right? So part of it is when do the projects need to be done, which then leads you to, well, what projects do you want done? But debt isn't always a bad thing, because if you want a project done today, right? Instead of waiting to build up the war chest, you do the project today. If you need it done today, right? You avoid inflationary impacts in the future by doing it today rather than waiting till tomorrow. Yeah, and
Well, you're locking in the price.
The price.
Because
If I'm building it today, $6 million, well, using the old number.
To give you a perspective.
If we waited 13 years to do the La Valeta Road, that's not going to be a $20 million job. It's going to be a $35 million job or whatever, right? That's the kind of idea.
If we do something like this, then how do we do something like a bond for all the other stuff we do?
Well, can I jump in on that one a little bit? So part of that discussion is, the 0.5, the 0.6, the 0.75. My opinion, if you go the 0.5, we're just spending what we're doing today. And from my opinion, it would leave open potentially the option for the bond, right? Or, well, because right now we're paying the half cent through the RTA, so if we just replace it with the half cent, we're in that same position that we were last year with the bond. We're already paying the half cent, and we're having a bond discussion. To me, it looks a little different if we're going 0.6 or 0.7, because now we are going up over what we are paying today and going back for a bond. So those are just some things, to consider.
Please be mindful of the fact that TPT and what we proposed in the 2024 bond are materially different. The bond that was proposed was a property tax where property owners shouldered the entire burden of that debt dollar, right? A TPT tax is materially different in that it's not just our residents paying that tax. It's anybody who comes into town to buy gas, or not gas, but to, you know, to buy, no, not food. But to.
New shirt, new pants.
New shirt, new pants. I was trying to get.
Burlington.
But, you know, and so it's outside people coming in to hit our registers that are helping to pay the tax when it's TPT. So it's two different things.
Right. And part of that discussion, I think, would be, AC brought up as a hybrid, you know, just food for thought. You know, if we replace the half cent, you know, that just replaces what people are paying now. And let's say, you know, we're going to dedicate that money to the access road for the zoo right now, so that's 2-3 years. And then, you know, maybe go for a bond, and you could potentially sunset it at that time. If our full purpose at that time is just for the access road, you know, you could actually reduce it and then go for a bond, or you could keep it, you know, continuing to do, you know, La Vita, or then to do debt financing, you know, 3 years down the road, and then do the $33 million, you know, dollars, potentially. Well, it would be what we wanted to dedicate it to be used for, because the half cent Oro Valley did was for Park and Rec. Marana's done it twice, one for their rec center and one for their police station. The difference is we collect about $2.5 million a year in TPT. They collect almost $10 million because of, so they can pay for a $30 million asset in 3 years. Why we ended up going to bonding, because we can't get there as quick as, but it can be a hybrid, you know, as well. You can do a half cent today, again, maybe dedicated for the, you know, zoo, and then go back and bond, or we might be collecting $3 million by then, or $4 million in 2 or 3 years, depending on our retail tax base.
What is clear to me is that the council, if you were to go down this road, you could determine however you wanted this money to go, whatever capital projects you wanted it to go to. The problem that raises on my radar is that the public has been, over the last 20 years, paying this added tax to support transportation. Our argument to extending that for our local people, our local residents, and our local community would be, well, since that didn't pass in March, we want to extend that and do our own projects. When we start introducing things other than transportation, it might get a little squirrely a little bit in the messaging. But legally, you have the ability to indicate how you want that money to be used. I just wanted to let you know that little complication there.
And when I used the Marana and the Oro Valley, they were paying already the half cent sales tax through RTA. They were paying an additional half cent to do these other things, but it was clearly communicated, you know, that I'm going to pay off this police station in 3 to 5 years, and they ended up paying off, I think, in 3, because they collected it for that. So, Diane, and then Dr. Gillespie.
No.
I didn't see Kara's hand up.
I was just going to say that whatever we do, I was going to piggyback what Shane was saying, you need to build the trust. This is the first time that we will be doing this to our residents. Like, we've never done this before. In fact, this is the furthest conversation we've ever had about doing this, I think. And so whatever you do, you need to be 100% honest and like do exactly what you say you will do, so that others won't fail. But at the first time, that's why you don't want to mix it in. Make it simple, make it easy, so this is the first time they'll be voting for it, so that it goes. And I'm not talking about the bond, this is where, they won't be voting for it. These guys, when we vote for it, my apologies for the misunderstanding on that, so that they trust us, and maybe it'll be you, not
And that's exactly how Marana got to do it twice, because they raised the money the first time, they sunsetted it after the police station. They came back about, I don't know, it was only a year or so later, and then did the police station, the rec center in reverse. But because they had that trust factor, they got that extra half cent without really any negative feedback although they were already paying the RTA half cent that we all were paying. That was an additional half cent. But they, again, could sunset it in a much quicker time frame because of their TPT collection. Dr. Gillespie?
If RTA Next does fail, do we think it's because people don't agree how RTA, like how they did it, how they ran it? Or do you think they're rejecting higher taxes? Even though it's not high, well, it wouldn't be higher, but, and then if we go back and say, okay, we're just gonna do it anyways ourselves, are they gonna say, hey, you're not really representing us because we voted against higher taxes? And it's hard for us to know.
Right, and I think it's, honestly, it's multifaceted, because you have the left opposing it because they want everybody on a bike and a bus, and they don't want anything going to roads. You have the right opposing it, this is all my opinion, but I've been involved in this, because they think Tucson has not delivered properly, and they're angry about the free fare on the bus, so why keep giving money to transit when you're exporting crime to these areas? So there's lots of reasons, I think, that it could potentially fail, but just like our bond, the plan for 18 is, passing probably in the surveying pretty well, but no one wants to pay for anything extra. So they understand that the needs are there, but there is a trust issue because not every municipality was delivering when we should have, in a timely way and on budget. So there's many reasons I think it's going to fail, but part of it is no one says our roads are in great condition throughout the whole region, and they don't believe that we're going to do it as a whole properly because of the lack of delivery, in my opinion, from Tucson. Kim? Diane.
Yeah, the questions and the feedback I've been getting from my friends, some of which are residents of Sahuaritas, some of which are not, Green Valley folks, but I haven't come across anybody except one who's in favor of RTA and wants to vote for it. And I am concerned that I don't have a good feeling about it passing. I like us having the control, because then we don't have the baggage that we don't want to sign on to, that we don't agree with. We have the control to do what we want. It will be on us to do it the right way, as you said, to engender that trust.
Right.
And to earn the trust and to do it right. But I like the option of us doing it, rather than having to go like this with what's going on with the larger, with Tucson involved and everything that goes along with that.
And part of the ones that, are supporting it like I am, it's mainly, we have put a lot more guardrails to prevent what's happened the first time and the second time, which is hard to communicate. And two, to Shane's point, how many years is it going to take us to get $84 million for our share of that? It's going to be forever.
Yeah.
So, you have to take, it's a compromise plan. It is not the best plan.
I'll add, there's more than the $81.4 million at stake here for our community. I'll just put it at that. For an RTA program to pass, it sends messages to investors and developers across the country about whether or not they want to invest money in our area. They don't want to invest money in a fractured region.
Right.
Okay, so having a region that has its crap together and can pass a regional tax like this, it puts us on par with Maricopa County, right? Because they're passing all these similar taxes to get massive infrastructure done. I know that there's a lot of problems with the current RTA. And I know, because I've been part of the process in getting to an RTA Next proposal, that we've done everything that we can to try to shore up the guardrails, as the mayor put it, on trying to make sure the next 20 years is a lot more transparent and it's a lot more accountable at the agency level for delivering projects. So a part of my heart's going to hurt if RTA doesn't pass in March, because I know that it's going to send a negative message
To the,
to the world
yep.
about, do we really want to be investing in this region? Also, there is no way that our registers are going to generate that kind of money to invest in our community. And so that's another part of my heart that's going to hurt a little bit, because I realize how tax dollars work in that, or TPT works, and that we are benefiting from, you know, Harkins Theater and Spectrum and the malls generating tax dollars that are going to help funnel down into Sahuarita and Green Valley in providing, you know, maybe not everything that we want, but certainly significant projects that are going to add jobs and add tax dollars. So anyway.
And more than we could do on our own. And even to get a little deeper, the feds in the state, you know, we get about 50 million a year. This generates 130 million a year, but we've locked up that 50 million a year for about another 10 years to try to get the new projects, or the old projects done. So if this fails, that PAG money that we do have, would have access to, that's locked up as well, but it's very complicated to explain that to voters. Can I let just Beth go really quickly?
Yeah.
She just had a comment. Beth?
So the other thing, to Shane's point about people, you know, seeing this as a region not to invest in the region, it's not just the TPT that is generated by the RTA tax. That the RTA, with that tax, they basically get ADOT to prioritize funding to our region. So ADOT, because of the RTA, will come to our region with hundreds of millions of dollars. On the one slide that Shane showed you, that we had a $15 million contribution of RTA money towards the Sahuarita Road TI. But ADOT's going to come to the table with $85 million. So that results in basically a net investment in Sahuarita by the RTA of $170 million. That there's, to Shane's point, there's no way that we could do that on our own. And if we don't have an RTA, then ADOT doesn't have a reason to prioritize those dollars for our region in general. That they're going to go to other places that are going to provide those matches so that they get more out of their dollars. So we're losing more than just that TPT money.
And Marana has 3 TIs in theirs with that leveraged ADOT money. But, it comes down to, like the Vice Mayor said, trust, and it hasn't gone well in the last 5 or 6 years.
Right. No. Just to be clear, I personally am in favor of voting for the RTA, and I hope it passes because I see the benefit. And I remember, well, Mayor, you and I went to a presentation in the Fox Theater in downtown Tucson, and there were these site selectors that came and shared with the audience what they looked for in a region where they would feel comfortable investing their dollars. And Beth, you're absolutely right. One of the things they said was, we don't want to deal with the fractured region. That's not going to fly with us. That was not attractive. And Tucson's in trouble with their employment, and they're not growing. It's like, my God. So, yeah, it'll hurt the regions if that RTA doesn't pass. But if that's up to the voters, if it doesn't pass, it doesn't look so much like our Armageddon to me. I feel like we have another backup plan to move forward with our own initiatives with our town, the way we want to do it as a fallback if it does not pass.
Yeah, no, it'll just be slower and
Yes.
more prioritized. That's the one difficulty, and I've been trying to communicate that for 5 years. I don't think Oro Valley, Marana, and us are going to be the worst wounded out of this. It will really be the city and the county, because the county, without a unanimous vote, can't even have this discussion. They can't implement a half-cent sales tax unless it's a unanimous vote. We can. So the county is going to go in the hole. The city's going to lose transit from, money from July 1st when this thing sunsets. you know, they're going to, that's my opinion, they're going to be more hurt than we will. We just have to prioritize and be more patient. Who said patient earlier? Dr. Gillespie. But that's kind of where we'll be at. Kim?
I was just going to say, I mean, hopefully this is a what if, and this does pass on March 10th. I don't know what else RT's planning on doing out there, getting the word out, because now that the pamphlet's out, now that it's people
Yeah, no, it's constant. They're going to be in Quail Creek
Right.
in March.
And I know they have a couple of virtual meetings lined up
Yep.
these next
They had
couple
3
weeks.
today, but I was here in Green Valley.
So hopefully with people receiving that humongous pamphlet that no one's reading, unless you're really bored, that hopefully, because now that's on their radar, that they're going to understand what the implications are, because I agree. I think if it doesn't pass, I think the best thing to do is just to continue it on our own and not even deal with the other 2 cities, just do what is important to us. And of course, it is always about trust in our community. But I think the difference is if this RTA fails and we pick it up to do our own, we are able to also put out there to Sahuarita residents, this is about us. So for all those people that voted no because it doesn't affect me, it's all the money is going to Tucson, or it's going to Oro Valley, or the other parts of the region, we're just getting a small piece of it. I think that's what we really focus on, is like, we heard you.
Right.
But, there's a but, we do need this half cents if that's what we choose to go with. And these are the projects, and then we really are showing the projects that we're really talking about. You know, the road to the zoo, all the different locations. And I think that's where you have to really swing, is that we're really concentrating on us as opposed to the region. And they'll see what happens with the region if they vote no on this thing
Right.
too. I mean, that's there's going to be suffering, as we know.
Oh, absolutely.
And people sometimes can't see the big picture. They're
Until
so
you're living it.
Focused. So if that's the case, we just focus on us and we really push that button out there.
Thanks. AC?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I felt like I only gave part of the answer on the debt versus cash financing, and then we started talking about, avoiding inflationary impacts, and had a lot of good discussion after that, but that was only part of the answer. One of the other things about debt, and I think this is an important concept to grasp a hold of, because we're talking about the capital improvement plan in general, it's a section, and debt is a viable financing option for our capital projects, and why it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Obviously, there are more costs associated with it. You got debt issuance costs, which are fairly significant, and of course, the interest component. But there's a philosophical issue with debt, debt actually kind of solves it, and that is, it's called intergenerational equity. So the people that utilize the assets are the people that pay the assets when you debt finance something. In a situation where you have to tax people for, say, 10 years and then deliver the capital project 10 years later, you could have people in your community paying this tax, paying this tax, paying this tax, then they move out of the community and never got to see the benefit of the taxes that they paid. So that's the problem with pay-as-you-go financing that debt solves. I'll give you another example of where debt is really great, is we issued, I forgot the dollar, I think it was around $10 million of debt to do the Quail Crossing Boulevard. The interest rate on that was under 2%. I'm investing at 5% now, so had we cash financed that, I would have lost investment income today, because I wouldn't have had that money in the bank earning interest for us had we cash financed it, as opposed to issuing debt at that time. So in that situation, the debt actually makes us money.
One, in using Quail Creek Extension, nothing's gone up probably more than asphalt and concrete and things. So what that would cost after we saved up for it, it wouldn't obviously even be close to the number that we paid for it at the end of the day. But it's that whole philosophy about, debt and interest and pay as you go is a separate, philosophy. Vice Mayor, I think. No, sure. Okay. But we'll just cross our fingers, try to do everything we can. Only if you go to the podium.
Sorry to insert myself into this conversation. This is a question for John Palladini. When we had the bond on the election, we had very strict rules about what we as staff and council were able to say in advocacy for or against the bond. Are there similar rules that apply to staff and council when talking about the RTA?
But you can certainly talk about all of the consequences, right? The facts about if it doesn't pass, what goes away, what, what money.
The rule is you cannot use government or town resources to influence the outcome of an election. Doesn't matter if it's a statewide, town, region, a bunch of cities and towns got in trouble for adopting resolutions in support of some statewide proposition a few years back, and AG came after them. I can't remember exactly what the proposition was, but they all were in support of it, and the council's adopted. So even doing something like that runs afoul of the statute, so.
But if Nathan's home by himself on his Christmas present computer,
Oh, so it's okay. So, I guess you can keep your Facebook posts
Right.
up there. If you didn't do it on a town computer.
right.
The general rule of thumb is talk about facts, talk about, what happens if, what happens if not, because generally, when you're talking about any sort of bond or this kind of proposition, you're always talking about cost, which is the negative part of it, and then all the stuff you get, which is the
Positive.
using air quotes, positive side of it. So to me, that's a balanced way of discussing. As long as there's a relative balance in the discussion,
Right.
then you're fine.
Or not at 10:30 in the morning on your town computer.
Yeah. I just want to clarify really quickly. As council members, we can't use town resources, the technology and such, but we can advocate because we're elected officials. We just can't use.
You have more, as elected officials, you have more leeway
Yeah.
than town staff. The rule of thumb for town staff is, again, if you're off duty or off work and don't wear your town uniform, whatever that looks like, you can do whatever you want. There used to be a rule that says you really aren't supposed to put up like signs in your yard for town elections. But the problem with that is, especially if it's a couple, and one of them is a town employee and one is not, well, it's community property, so the one that doesn't work for the town is putting it up, you're putting the sign. So it's really hard to enforce that kind of thing. But just avoid using town resources or, supervisors shouldn't be telling their people, hey, you gotta vote for this, that kind of stuff. But yeah, and I think we did a pretty good job during the bond election, keeping it balanced, in terms of official communication. So what I've told Shane is if you pass on the RTA PAG sort of created documents, those presumably meet their requirements.
Right.
We didn't create them, but we're gonna assume that they had some legal advice or somebody saying, yeah, these are fine. Just like when we vetted all of the bond documents, you can pass that information on because we're gonna presume it's objective or doesn't advocate. But putting up signs, vote yes for it, or on town property, I think
Sounds good. Very good. Next.
So, is the council okay with staff beginning the process of drafting some ordinance language that would consider something along these lines in preparation for the what if RTA next doesn't pass in March?
Yep.
Okay.
Is everybody okay at the half cent? Because, the 0.6, the 0.75, remember the half cent just replaces what everybody's paying already. Or does anybody want to go beyond that? Right.
Do you want it specific to transportation, or do you want to leave that open as we draft this language? What's the sentiment of the council?
Yeah, I think I'd leave it open, but I feel like depending on how the conversation proceeds, like if it's for the zoo access road, I think we could pivot potentially and then really concentrate on the zoo access road maybe as the initial one, but that's just my thought.
My question to you, Mayor, is if they just said, RTA just said, here, we're going to just take this percent and we'll spend it the way we think that's best for you guys. I think some of the power is telling them the projects before they vote.
No, I'm sorry.
Because are you saying that when we vote on it, we need to say what it's going to be used for, correct?
We're going to draft an ordinance, and I think answering the question in that ordinance, what are you wanting to spend this money on, is important.
And it could be just in transportation in general, or it could be as specific. Is that what you're asking, Shane?
Well, he said transportation or open.
Right.
And I think as a resident, I would be less inclined to vote for something that's open, more open, that could go to Hearts.
Remember,
it
they're
could go
not
to
voting
registry.
for it. It's
I
our vote.
forget that every time. Too many bonds. I keep saying vote on
sorry.
it.
RTA's already, that money's already allocated to projects that we,
Well,
if RTA
passes, yes, it's already allocated to transportation.
Then I'm not, yeah. If that passes, then it's earmarked for what we put up there on the screen for
Right.
you, that 81.4 million. If it doesn't, and you adopt your own ordinance to implement our own dedicated tax over a 20-year period, you're still beholden to the voters that put you into office as to what you're going to use that money for. So, if there's some direction that you want to offer me as staff as we prepare that ordinance, it'd be great to hear that from you.
Open or
Community pool. I think if we had it dedicated to transportation and economic development, because if you increase economic development in the community, it's going to help fuel the payback of, it's going to help fuel this TPT, making it more effective for the community. If you don't have a business, just so you know, if you don't have a business license, you can't vendor at our parks events. I'm just saying. Okay, so I think that's probably what I would recommend, and that's the economic development side of it is open enough that it could probably go to a lot of different things. But I definitely think transportation needs to be a focal point of the tax, because part of our messaging to the public is this regional tax is sunsetting, and we're going to bring this other tax in to help take care of a lot of our
needs.
local transportation needs that are
It's going
evident.
away, the money's going away.
I think you're smarter to be more specific because we change over. So you don't want, then you know what the intent was for the next one.
Right.
As opposed to,
A slush fund.
Parks and Recs, this comes, your approval, it's like, it's confusing after a while. So I think if you say that it's going to something.
I mean, Beth brought up a point just a few minutes ago, that if RTA Next sunsets, there is that $500,000, I think it's actually closer to $1 million, isn't it, like, for transit? Yeah, our component that comes and services us, I know
Yeah.
that number, I think the number moved off of the 500,000 that I thought it was. It's in between 500,000 and $1 million a year that our current program, our current RTA funds to come down into our community and provide that service. That
Yeah.
goes away.
Yeah, dial-a-ride, paratransit, all of that stuff goes away.
So I don't know really what that means. I really don't. I don't know anything about that operation or service, but the numbers that they put forward within the last 4 months or 6 months have been to the tune of $500,000 to $1 million.
Yeah, I was remembering 800,000, but
Yeah.
I might be off.
Could be. So, the question is, does this tax go to augment that service, which eats down
Right.
a big chunk of that annual increase? And so is 0.5% where we need to be in order to accomplish our needs? If we're gonna all of a sudden assume the cost of paratransit and transit service down here?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then if we, let's say, use the 0.6, for example, then I think it would be good to be transparent that 0.1 of that is going to go to continue our transit services, allocation, and then the 0.5, let's just use that,
Yeah.
is going to, for our needs.
Yeah.
And there, because I don't think most people realize, both for Green Valley and us, that there's a share that goes to Dial-A-Ride and paratransit on there, and that's gonna go away. Yeah.
Till it goes away.
Right, or the normal bus route. Yeah, that would go away too.
So what we'll do is we'll try to better understand that Dial-A-Ride transit service down here. And then we'll see how far off of the half a cent mark that puts us. And whether that's 0.6 or it's 0.65 or whatever it is, that's what we'll bring back. And the delta will be to take care of the transit service. And then 0.5% would be dedicated to the transportation and economic development side of things. That
Sounds good,
sound
yeah,
In
yep,
terms of a
yep.
draft?
Mhm.
Okay. Does that work? Beth, does that work? Okay. All right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, that really puts us to parking lot, and honestly, I don't think I heard any parking lot items from the council. I'll reach out to all of you. Is there anything that was put on the table, Kim, from your standpoint, that we did not get a chance to address? Charging stations. So, okay, I didn't hear a coalescing on that, but I want you to know that we have actually looked at that as staff, and we've kind of targeted the park and ride out here as a potential spot where we could pilot. Beth was just shooting some ideas to the budget team today on solar charging stations that don't require, all the infrastructure. Sure. They just kind of plop in place and you go. So we'll be looking at that. Yeah, and we're looking at the fee. We believe that's the case. We can charge a fee. So we'll be looking at that as just because it's come up over the last, I think, like 3 years.
Right.
So we'll look at that some more, okay?
Was there a company like in Oklahoma that gave an offer to build those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that?
They would chase federal funds for us, but their contract was that they were going to chase federal funds for that, and
Those went away. No Green New Deal.
With those parking things, putting one here, I think it's more feasible to put it like where Walmart and stuff is, because you put it here, there's nowhere for them to go. They're gonna sit in their car for however long it takes for them to charge it. As far as it being at Walmart, they can charge it at Walmart. My daughter has a Tesla, and her and I went to Nogales, and she started noticing something, it was taking a lot of her charge. You get to Nogales and there's no charging stations. There's no charging stations coming back, and we're just, the charge is going and going. I had to call a friend that lives here and say, can I come to your house and charge my daughter's car? There's no way she would have made it home.
Right.
And that's what we did. I mean, we stopped there, had dinner with them while her car was charging.
And years ago, you remember, they had them at Fry's.
Yes.
And Fry's was providing it, but that company went out of business. They were right near the cleaners there. So actually, there's infrastructure in there to do it. But
part of the problem is that that's private property.
Yeah, and you can't charge.
So.
In one of our communities, offered to install, basically install for free on town property.
Right, and they probably got the revenue from it, though, yeah.
I think it was going to be free.
Yeah.
They went to hook people like, drug dealers. And, once you're hooked on it, then you just
Card and,
so the infrastructure, like TEP or somebody, might have those kinds of programs.
right, or Trico.
They build it for you if you provide town property, but the problem is Walmart's private, so private property, so you can't really enforce that.
Yeah.
Unless the town leases the spot from them.
Right.
That basically counters the fee. So,
Right.
thank you, Kim. I appreciate your participation there and the ideas. We didn't really address, I don't think, the question you had about our membership with the chamber and that fee. Did that get addressed in your, okay, you're okay with that, okay.
We're going to have a business license charge now, so it's going to offset it.
Diane, do you have anything that we missed that wasn't addressed? Okay, thank you. Steve? We will keep the blanket over the toes.
Yeah. Something that, when we were doing the priority-based budgeting and the questions there, one of the questions asked, are we in this business? And I was kind of thinking about that throughout. And maybe it's with the charging, maybe it's with the business pods. You know, I guess there's some things that the market can do that maybe we don't necessarily need to do. And so there's some things we do really well and to provide for our residents, but maybe we don't have to fill every niche too. And the more we can reach out, like with Parcel 30, to commercial entities, say, hey, we got this space, come in, so we don't have to pay for everything. Or let's say we just had this giant structure that built here and they had to pay a lot of construction tax. And we say, hey, that could go and help pay for this grand pool that we're gonna have, you know, and have the industry help us out. That might be great. Those are just some thoughts I had.
I appreciate that. The idea of Parcel 30, I see us talk about Parcel 30, seeing the results from ULI, at least at a high level, and I kind of see excitement in everybody's eyes. I really do. I think that resonates well. What are your thoughts about the town aggressively pursuing that, and our own local developer saying, why is the town in the business of developing a piece of property? That's our work. You're competing head to head with us.
Undercutting.
Okay, so think about that.
The only developer isn't developing a lot of the property we have for commercial and what we want. And we've asked for it for them.
You know why I asked the question.
I know, but there's a partnership we've asked to do and it's been done. And so to me, I'm like, we tried.
What do you mean partnership?
Before, other times we've asked, like we've looked to do it as a, like we wanted to have access to the property, the hospital property here. So we could start this project over 5 years ago and they wouldn't remove the,
Restrictions.
The restriction on it. All they had to do is say it doesn't have to be a hospital, and we would have already had this going. The library was going to be there, and he failed to want to participate in it, so I'm like, I don't care. Because, I mean, he was unwilling to support us in that aspect, I don't care what he thinks.
I think one way to address that, Shane, is you put out an
RFP, yep.
and you open it up to
Everybody.
We're an underlying ground owner. So you put out an RFP for development, you know, you can set out what you're looking for and you're looking for the best qualified developer to come in. So you're sort of competing, but everybody has the same opportunity to pitch.
In fact, that developer would have an opportunity to make a pitch. So I only raised the question because I'm very excited about the development potential of Parcel 30. I think it has a lot of exciting prospects for it. But I know that there's going to be some resistance, and I want you to know that I'm being very respectful in my interactions with all of the developers in the area about, wanting to support them, that if they're successful, the community is successful, and that, if we bring development to Parcel 30, it's not in the spirit of competing head to head with them. It's in the spirit of filling in the niches that their development isn't bringing to the table, right? So I just want you to know that I'm sensitive to those relationship issues and that I'm trying to navigate those waters the best I can in helping us to move something forward. But that's out there, that sensitivity.
Well, I like John's idea, and I think Myrna did it for their downtown. You do an RFP, It's equal footing, so you can't be accused of picking a winner over a loser, that type of thing, because everybody's on an equal playing field. Here's the opportunity. Bourne, Development, Rancho Sarita, FICO, doesn't matter. Everybody gets to bid on it. Mosaic, right? Oh.
And I also think that, you know, a purely private development is profit driven. And the town's development doesn't necessarily have to be sort of town center driven. So you're not necessarily looking for pure profit out of the development because you get to generate sales tax from the project. So, you know, this is a revenue stream that developers just don't get.
That's where the rub's going to happen.
Right.
Because there's, the argument is going to be that.
We have an unfair
we-
advantage.
We have an unfair advantage to anybody else who had to acquire their property and develop it.
No, but my point is that you can seek development there that no private developer is going to build because they're not going to make any money on it. In other words, you can put in, let's say you put in an aquatic center as part of this development. You put in the sports facilities part of it. That is just not a moneymaker in the private sector. In other words, you can do a combo, you know, commercial / non-commercial development that no private developer is going to do because they're just not going to pencil out. So the town's development can be unique for something that only the town can do. And so you're really not, I mean, there is some commercial competition, but the reality is you're not pitching, you don't want somebody to pitch your shopping mall.
Right.
You want something, I assume, you know, that's going to be a town center or something, or some amenities that just private development's just not going to provide.
Right, but I'm with Shane on that, because let's say it's a hotel, you know, whoever else is trying to get a hotel, and then we come in and the land is free or whatever, it's.
Yeah, here's the thing. The Waldens and Sharp have property that would not necessarily, it used to be that it was going to be butt up next to it, but it's going to be close enough that where we find success, they will find success. Because we will bring in the water, the electricity, all those things into that community, which means they'll be able to also, and economic development breeds economic development. So that area has been empty for over 20 years. We can actually stir it up and start something there. Because their gas station on the street across from our rec center has never sold. Like, they tried to sell it, and I guess they sold it and they lost it, whatever. I'm just saying, development has not happened there at all.
Just preparing the council for the conversation.
Not me.
And I like the RFP, because
Yeah,
it
I do
levels
too.
the playing field, anybody can participate, and then it's just a choice.
Are you good? Steve?
Just one funny joke. They say a doctor has lots of patience.
Thank you, Steve. Kara, anything that you need to put on the table for us? Okay, thank you. Debbie?
I started with community pool, and I'm going to end with community pool, community pool.
1 asterisk, 2 asterisks, 3 asterisks.
That consistency will get us there
Bear fruit.
someday. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And the only one I had was just, you know, an update at some point on our roads and what we're going to be investing in, you know, the condition, that in general.
So that part usually comes at the April budget,
Yep.
where we're presenting to you what our program is for the upcoming year and what that looks like. So that is coming.
Yep.
So I appreciate that. Just real quick around the room, Chief, anything we missed? Public Works?
Anyone miss the opportunity, the competitiveness in me, got hold of me when Billy said, during the discussion for the TPT, you know, let's put parks in there, so, I wanted have my input, also for Public Works, you know, I think it's a good opportunity for us, you know, especially, we're very happy, Shane, with the TPT discussion, having us, because, I think even with the $84 million in the RTA next, that doesn't address, you know, town-wide. So we still have, you know, quite a few sections of the roads out there that needs to be addressed. And with $1.5 to $1.7 million a year, it's pretty tough for us to keep up with maintenance, especially with how fast the town is going.
Thanks, Nalo. Community development?
Thank you. My voice doesn't carry like Nalo's does. Thought I'd use the microphone. Two things. First of all, don't forget we have a general plan public hearing tonight. If you see anybody wandering around the municipal complex looking for it, it is at the LVCC starting at 6:15, which gives the Spike program time to clear out. They end at 6. And secondly, food for thought, not that I want to reopen the conversation on business license fees.
But you're going to.
But I'm going to.
Wow.
I'm a brave one. So I wanted to point out that the business license gets routed to the Community Development Department. So that is often where we find out that a business is trying to locate in a place where they cannot per zoning, or that they're going to need to do some kind of building permitting for either safety, different occupancies. So there's actually a lot that goes into it when it gets to the Community Development Department. And then we can catch those folks before they make a big investment into these businesses and find out that it's not quite what they were thinking it was going to be.
Thank you. Thank you. Lisa from Clerks? Judge, anything from courts that you want to put on the table? Thank you, Judge. HR? John?
Yeah, yes, you did.
Community development? I'm sorry, Parks and Rec? Sorry. Thanks, Jody. Thanks, Jody. Beth? All right, no, you're good, Lucy. Okay, all right. Well, I'll let the mayor have maybe a closing remark here, but I want you to know I really appreciate your time today. A big effort to put this in and through, and we got through it in the day. So thank you for your commitment and your willingness to be here and engaged and be engaged.
Ditto, we're adjourned.